NASCAR's most unique superspeedway, the Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania. 3 corners, not 4, connected by 3 different length straightaways. The speeds are high, the action gets kind of hairy, which is why thousands of fans will fill the grandstands here once again today. 43 drivers are ready to get after it. The tire troubles of a week ago, no factor here, but the pressure of getting a place in the chase is. 6 races to go until NASCAR's version of the playoffs begins, and this tough on equipment track could shuffle the standings quite a bit. Today, it's 500 miles on Pocono's tricky triangle to write the next chapter in NASCAR's wild 2008 ride.
A week after the debacle that was the Brickyard.
Throw the whole right side off the car, Chip.
Jimmy Johnson was the only driver that left Indy standing.
Jimmy Johnson, the winner at the Brickyard.
NASCAR heads to the tricky triangle of Pocono. Who will remain in contention for the Cup? Who will be wheel gone?
Wheel gone.
10, 9, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition.
ESPN welcomes you to NASCAR Countdown. Today, it's race 21 of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series at the 2.5-mile Pocono International Raceway in Long Pond, Pennsylvania. The Pocono Mountains, for years a vacation area for those from New York and Philadelphia, became a destination for NASCAR fans when this giant track began hosting stock car races in 1974. Who'll win the 62nd Sprint Cup Series race here, and just how the day will unfold are the things we'll find out about over the course of this afternoon. The day the action began here on Friday with qualifying. The surprise of that day was David Gilliland, the Californian, turning the 3rd fastest lap in his Yates Racing Ford as they continue to try and return that team to glory. The front row has a familiar feel because it's the same as it was at Indy last week. Mark Martin qualifying 2nd fastest, still searching for his first Pocono win. Kind of hard to believe as well as he's run here over the years. And on the pole, Jimmy Johnson, fresh off his Indy win, better than 168 miles an hour. For Jimmy, we'll talk with him shortly. First, let's hear from Mark. He is with Shannon Spake.
Well, that's right, Alan. As you just said, Mark Martin for the 2nd week, starting this race 2nd here today. Now, earlier this week, you said momentum is something that even if you do something wrong, you still seem to get it right. How much momentum does this team have right now?
We need to get some big momentum today by when, I don't know. The car's good. It's been good. It was good at Indy, and we didn't get to use it. Got behind, by stopping under the green for tires a couple of times. A little too anxious on my part. Today, the tires are more durable. I don't know where we are on setup for sure, but I look forward to the day. I really like working with these guys. I love working with Tony Gibson, and these guys got big hearts, and, we want to go out there and get it if we can.
All right, Mark Martin rolls off 2nd. Dave?
Shannon, in the June race here, David Gilliland started the race 42nd. His best qualifying of the year, 17th at Dover. So how pleased are you to be the guy starting 3rd today, David?
We're really excited. Our freecreditreport.com Ford Fusion was really fast, and it was good in practice. I kind of missed my mark in our qualifying trim, lap in practice, and so we didn't change the car, went out and qualified 3rd. So real proud of all the guys. Coley Barraclaw and all the guys have done a great job, and as we're coming to these tracks a 2nd time, I really feel like we're gonna improve a bunch. So today's a real important day for us. It's the last day freecreditreport.com is going to be on the car, and they've been a great sponsor, and of mine personally too in the Busch Series last year, and then now it's stepped up to do the Sprint Cup Series with us. So hopefully we can have a great day and end a great relationship on a great note, and also have a great run to try and seal the deal with some of the sponsors we're talking about for continuing on the rest of the year. So today's a very important day for us.
Maybe they can back up that other top 5 at Infineon just 5 races ago. Now let's go out to the pit studio that's on a very fast front straightaway. Alan?
Yeah, David, thank you. Located right alongside the longest and widest pit road on the circuit with a great view of all the action. They're the best seats in the house, I think, so why don't you come on inside and join us. Alan Bestwick with 4-time two-time Pocono winner Rusty Wallace and NASCAR team owner Brad Daugherty. Thanks for looking us up for our race coverage today. We'll show you the starting lineup several times throughout the show. Rusty, these drivers, they're going to work hard today.
They are going to work really hard today. I mean, this track is 3 different corners, 3 different banking angles. This track is rough, not a lot of grip out there. Brad, these cats are going to be on it all day long, and it's not going to be easy on them, so don't underestimate it. It's going to be hard.
Absolutely, and it's exciting. I mean, we come from last week from Indy where you had a 3,300-foot straightaway on that racetrack. We blow in here, they got 3,700 feet down this straightaway, 200 miles an hour, and jumping on the brakes going into turn 1.
Besides the fact that the driver's going to work hard inside the car, the 3 corners, all different shapes, all different size bankings in the corners, what does that mean for the race?
Well, for the race, it's all about opportunity because these guys have got different opportunities to pass. They're not going to be perfect in all the corners. Turn 1 might be really good for one guy. Turn 2 might be better for the other. And turn 3. And, you know, it just gives a lot of opportunities. I'm sticking with that saying. I believe I'm going to stay with opportunity race today, guys.
That's a good word.
A lot of horsepower in the straightaways and 3 different corners to get the job done.
Well, I went through the garage area, and I talked to 10 different crew chiefs on purpose just to get their opinions. I asked each one, where are you good at on this racetrack? And I got, I'm good there, I'm good there, I'm good there. So what it told me was no one has a perfect corner on this racetrack. No one has it covered. So it's going to be a great race, and they're going to have to be able to adjust these cars throughout the day.
And let me tell you another place you want to be really good at. It's down that straightaway, baby.
Boom!
That place is long, and you need big horsepower. And if you got that horsepower, you can win this race.
Yeah.
All right, we got a lot of ground to cover before that green flag waves. Coming up on the Pocono edition of NASCAR Countdown.
I can't say enough how sorry we are, and you know, it's our responsibility being NASCAR that, you know, we don't go through this situation again.
We will follow up on the mess last week's Indy race became that prompted that NASCAR apology and what's being done to keep it from happening again. What's it been like for Jimmy Johnson after his big Indy win? We go all access with the 2-time defending champ, plus talk to him live about today's race. It's all coming up on the tricky triangle edition of NASCAR Countdown.
Well, we got a lot of these big boys fishing for a win, looking for a
The teams getting themselves ready and their equipment ready to go today at Pocono Raceway, where tire changes will be critical to whichever driver wins today. Most teams have between 10 and 14 sets of new Goodyear tires in their pit to use as they see fit. Before we focus completely on today's race, we must take time to look back to one of NASCAR's biggest races of the year 1 week ago, Indianapolis, where excessively heavy right rear tire wear allowed teams to run no more than 12 laps at a time all day long. It was a race that left teams on edge, fans upset, and officials embarrassed. Race day dawned with the usual dreams. Who would kiss the bricks? It also dawned with a sense of concern.
Another big crowd.
Yes.
Nice day.
Boy, oh boy.
Temperature's not too bad.
There's always a tire issue here at Indianapolis. Why is that?
There's going to be a lot of racetracks that we've never been to before with this car, so it's going to be very difficult, and you're going to see some issues.
Heavily worn right rear tires would force NASCAR to throw the caution flag every 10 to 12 laps.
Right rear is gone. Still a little bit brave. Can't even keep up. It's just that close sprint.
I will let you know as soon as they tell me on the next competition caution.
Bring it away. Lap 30. Lap 30. They just changed it. Right rear's forward. But can I come now or not? If you need to come, you come. I just don't know if the pits are open.
You got to pit him now. Take tires and go.
Flat right rear, guys. They're coming. Just stay high.
The buck stops at the tire. That's the only thing between you, your car, and the racetrack.
Kenseth is around.
Shit's out. Colin, shit's out.
It sounded like a bomb blew up when his right rear tire blew.
The day boiled down to having the right strategy, making the best of a bad situation.
The last call here in my book is really easy.
Take 2 like everybody else and just go for it. No complaining. This is what we have. You know how to race it. We know how to pit it.
All right, two tires.
All right, boys, here we go.
Denny Hamlin just right side. This one was for all the marbles.
On the final caution flag, Denny Hamlin came in with the lead, but after the stops was in 3rd place.
Right, all the way up. Behind that 11. Up, now, move up.
Be ready.
Go. JPD, clear out. Yes. It's easy, buddy. You got him.
An amazing pit stop for Jimmy Johnson.
money was on the line, the champions rose to the top. Jimmy Johnson becomes a two-time winner at the Brickyard.
You guys are the best, man. That's all there is to it. Thank you, boys.
NASCAR Vice President of Competition Robin Pemberton, shown here on pit road talking with teams during the Indy race, appeared on a NASCAR video press conference Tuesday and offered an apology to fans.
I can't say enough how sorry we are, and you know, it's our responsibility being NASCAR that, you know, we don't go through this situation again. You know, nothing wrong with the surface. We just got to do a better job at testing and come out of there with a better position on our tires. We didn't go there with the right car/tire combination. We need to test with current cars with the current engines, the best horsepower, and you need to test with the best drivers that you can. We've raced on that surface the last 4 years. You know, I wouldn't ask them to change that surface. You know, we got to do a better job. It deserves to be said that the race didn't come off like we had hoped. The fans didn't get what they exactly wanted. And, you know, we'll do everything in our power, and it won't happen again.
NASCAR's exclusive tire supplier is Goodyear. Our Andy Petrie was at Goodyear's Racing Tire Factory in Akron, Ohio Tuesday, where Stu Grant, general manager for Global Race Tires, told him they will get it right.
The ultimate responsibility for specifying the tire lies with us. You know, NASCAR recognizes that we're the tire experts, we're their tire supplier. They respect our ability to design and manufacture and provide a good competitive product, good safe competitive product.
A side note, Andy was at Goodyear to do a previously scheduled story on how racing tires are made. He watched as the tires for the Michigan race were being manufactured. You can see that story on NASCAR Countdown for that event in 2 weeks. Let's bring in Andy and Dale Jarrett now from up in the broadcast booth where they're getting ready to call the race. We've heard all the explanations of the circumstances that caused the problem at Indy. Now, gentlemen, what needs to happen going forward to keep this from happening again? DJ, what do you think?
Well, apologies are great, but show me some action. That's what we have to do, is have some action here. The good thing that I see, no one's burying their head in the sand and just putting the blame on someone else, saying they don't have a problem. Goodyear realizes that, hey, we've got to build a better tire. We've got to do some better testing than what we did. And then the other side of it is NASCAR realizes now there may have to be a few tweaks made to this new car. So everyone working together. What's that going to do? That's going to make the racing better for the drivers and the fans, and ultimately, that's what it's all about.
And this surface at Indianapolis has been a challenge ever since they have ground the track, diamond ground it, so to speak. But over the last 4 years, it's aged some. And as that track ages with this grinding process in place, I think it's getting worse and worse, and it's becoming more and more of a challenge for Goodyear to build a tire. That being said, they are very confident they can build a tire for this racetrack and make it run the full fuel load. Now, going forward, they're also talking about some changes, some big changes to the tire itself, the size of the tire, the bead diameter, the width, and the basic size of the tire, because this car does load the right side so much. So I don't expect to see that new tire next year, but you can look forward in the future on this new car as being something that these guys are definitely looking at.
All right, Andy, DJ, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you in a little bit. Rusty, got a thought?
Well, I do have a thought. I mean, the track up in Indianapolis is 2.5-mile racetrack. This is a 2.5-mile track here at Pocono. The banking angles are very, very similar. We are running the new car here at Pocono like we did run the new car last week at Indianapolis. Although at Pocono, we don't have a problem whatsoever with tires. So what is the difference? The difference is the surface. The surface at Indy is much more abrasive. So going back, we're going to have a tire that's much tougher for this surface with this car at Indianapolis. Hey, this surface here at Pocono is not as bad, but like the guys were saying, I really think that if they would have tested more and more, and they will test more into the future, we won't have this problem. But it's obvious the tires are going to have to be different, that's for sure.
Brad, how do you feel about the response to the issue from NASCAR and Goodyear officials so far?
Well, you know, as a fan and as a participant, you know, and last week's blunder debacle was very, very bad. It did happen. And I'm very pleased, though, with NASCAR as well as Goodyear's statements coming and going forward. They didn't bury their hand in the sand, just like Dale said. And NASCAR's usually been very slow to react or to overreact. But they got right on this. They said, hey, we made a mistake. We didn't do the testing. Goodyear stepped up and said, hey, we need bigger diameters to work with our tires. I am very, very satisfied. As far as I'm concerned, it's behind us. Let's move on, and let's see what happens next year.
I can't ever remember NASCAR apologizing like they did on Tuesday. I thought that was very appropriate and a nice gesture to the fans. Now, another tire-related topic. Yesterday, the NASCAR Nationwide Series race in Montreal. The first time ever rain tires were used in a points-paying competition. It appeared visibility was an issue for the drivers, more so than staying on the track on the rain tires. In the end, Ron Fellows, driving that 5-car, won the race at the circuit named for his racing idol, Gilles Villeneuve. Now, next Sunday's Sprint Cup race is on a road course in Watkins Glen. This morning, I asked NASCAR officials if there were to be wet weather next Sunday at the Glen, would rain tires be used on the Sprint Cup cars? I was told no. At this time, there are no plans to use the rain tires on the Sprint Cup cars. However, Goodyear officials told me they will have 600 rain tires at the racetrack available for Saturday's Nationwide Series race, should inclement weather become a factor for that. Here's what I want to ask you. You were in Montreal. You watched the race firsthand. Based on what you saw on the racetrack, if you had a ticket to a Sprint Cup race at a road course, let's say next Sunday at Watkins Glen, and it rained, would you rather see the racing you saw in the wet on Sunday or wait for a dry day on Monday?
I'd probably wait for a dry day on Monday, although that particular race, I loved it. It was a piece of history. The very first time the NASCAR cars ever raced in the rain. And guys, I'm telling you, it was fun to be there, and those Goodyear tires work fantastic in the rain. In fact, I talked to a lot of the drivers who drive the road course cars, different styles, and they said, you know what, Rusty? These Nationwide cars handle better with rain tires than those Daytona prototype cars, cars like that. Hey, you want to see a dry race. You don't want to get soaking wet, but that race, it was fun, man. I'm telling you, you had to be there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I did want to see, just out of curiosity, how well these guys would do, and kudos to Goodyear. It just shows you, last week they're at Indy trying to deal with that surface. Now all of a sudden there's a rain tire thrown into the mix, and they got a passing grade. So Goodyear did a great job giving them a great tire. The guys had some fun, but at the end of the day, it was just a little too wet.
The novelty would wear off?
Yeah, the novelty wears off. I don't want to see that again.
Yeah. All right, so that's a little thought on the tire issues of last week and yesterday as well. Coming up on the Pocono edition of NASCAR Countdown, what's it like to win one of NASCAR's biggest races? Find out when we follow Jimmy Johnson after his Indy victory. That is next. And with 6 races to go before the field is set for the chase for the Sprint Cup, who gets in and who's not? Very much in question. We talk to some of the bubble drivers next.
Cruising on a Sunday afternoon.
Closing in on today's NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race from Pocono Raceway in Pennsylvania. See that little Lowe's logo sticking out there? Jimmy Johnson's car on the pole for today's race. Jimmy's won the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championship the last 2 years. His bid for the three-peat got a big boost last Sunday when he won one of the sport's biggest races at Indianapolis. So what's it like for a guy after he takes an Indy win? Well, hectic.
Up front, Denny Hamlin is the leader.
We know all day the story has been tires and track position, but we're going to get down here inside of 10 laps to go, and then it's going to be about the driver and the machine and who wants this the most.
It's going to get push and shove this last 10 laps.
This stop could win or lose it all. Here they come for the final time at 55 miles an hour.
Jimmy Johnson said the car was racier. They're going to give him half the tires of last time, 2 only. He's off pit road.
Anybody got him?
Look at the high-fiving down in the Jimmy Johnson pit.
Guys, nice call.
This is going to be the toughest 6 laps Jimmy Johnson has run all weekend.
Just you and him.
Out of turn 4 and 2-time NASCAR Sprint Cup champion, Jimmy Johnson becomes a 2-time winner at the Brickyard.
You guys are the best, man. That's all there is to it. Thank you, boys.
It's almost surreal to a certain degree. I mean, such a big race, and Chicago and losing at the end, I couldn't put my guard down here this thing to the end, and I had to make sure the checkered flag was out and soak this one out.
Go, Jimmy.
Thank
Congratulations.
You. Thank you.
All right.
Congratulations.
Thank
we did
you.
this a couple years ago.
I like being here. Can we squeeze a bunch of crew guys in the car too? Come on, boys. Pile on this damn thing. Let's go. That tastes good. I can't see a damn thing. I don't even know where we're going, to be honest with you. These big races, they always have more and more stuff for us to do, and we're going up some hallway now, so there's no telling where we're going.
Congratulations, Jimmy. Enjoy this one.
Thank you.
Was there any time you were worried about it, that you got, on edge about it?
Every lap I was concerned about it, every corner for that matter. You could almost feel the tire life you took out of the tire if you leaned on a corner too hard.
Lest we forget, the last time he won this race a couple of years ago, Jimmy Johnson went on to win the Cup.
Thank you guys for all that you do.
No problem, sir.
Here we are back in the hallway. Who knows where they're taking us? There's a little beer on my face, sorry. That's all right. All right. Getting lucky. I didn't do anything. All right, I think the final step in the afternoon. Sports Center hit. See ya. Thank you for following us. Da-na-na, da-na-na.
And Jimmy Johnson just came out from his motor coach. He was checking out what happened last weekend. It was a whirlwind, Jimmy. What has this week been like for you, especially starting with that race that was?
The highs of the race were amazing. A lot of stress throughout the event, and to be able to put everything together and win the race meant a lot to myself and the team. We tested 2 days on Monday and Tuesday after that, so we didn't get to celebrate much. And then I had the ultimate low of losing my grandmother on Wednesday. So it's just been a wild week. The highs of the weekend and the lows of the week, and we've had a great week this week by winning the pole, and hopefully things will go good today in the race.
Jimmy, you mentioned testing, getting up to speed on your road course skills this week, but you also tested here a few months ago, and you told me that you hit on something here at Pocono that helped you or will help you at the races to come. How important is testing to you guys in the success the second half?
That's a big part of it. You can't get smarter unless you're at the racetrack trying to understand the cars and really put the things that the engineers think will work out on the track and let me feel it and try to understand what that's doing. So it's a great element of our sport. NASCAR makes sure that it's up to the people in the sport, the drivers and the crew chiefs. And we've been working a lot of hours and a lot of test sessions to get this right, and we're seeing that all pay off now.
Well, Jimmy Johnson swept here in 2004, and according to the competition, he's going back to victory lane today. Alan?
We will see how it plays out over 500 miles today. Jamie, thank you. If you saw the opening to our Indy telecast last week, when the Speedway was talking to us.
This is how I spend most of my days. Quiet, peaceful, proudly reflecting on my history of drivers and their machines.
It was the Emmy and Golden Globe Award-winning actor Kiefer Sutherland who provided the voice of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for us. Kiefer's at the racetrack here in Pocono today. Thanks for joining us. I know when somebody said to you, okay, we want you to play the voice of a speedway, you probably said, what?
Well, actually, in all fairness, I've done a lot of voiceovers for NASCAR, for ESPN, and I had the pleasure of doing the IMAX film for NASCAR, which dealt with the history of NASCAR from the beginning to today, and it's been a real pleasure and informative as well.
Yeah. Kiefer, the new movie that you're starring in is actually sponsored a race car, J.J. Yeley's car out here. Why don't you tell us about the movie a little bit?
Well, the irony of it, I just walked out and checked out the car, and it's the poster for the car is a very frightening look at a woman who is kind of being pulled apart, and in the back it says mirrors. And hopefully it'll be the last thing you want to see in your mirror as it's passing. So I thought it was apropos for the track.
Well, it's great you got your new movie out, but I'm going to tell you what, I'm a 24 junkie. What is going on with Jack Bauer, man? Give me some inside scoop.
We've been working away. Unfortunately, we got a little derailed with the writer's strike and everything else that held everything up. But we start in November with a 2-hour prequel that we shot in Africa, which we're very proud about. And the series starts in January. So.
He's a bad dude. Jack Bauer's a bad dude. Boy.
There you go. now you were hanging out with J.J. Yeley's race team earlier.
Yeah.
The movie name is on the side of the car. You're going to get to meet every one of the drivers at introductions here shortly, and then you get to say the famous words, right?
Start your engine.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's got to be great.
Awesome.
Now, you've been around NASCAR racing a lot. As you talked about, you've done a lot of commercial work around the sport. What is it about this sport that strikes you?
Well, I think it was really born out of a natural competitiveness. It was not a league or a sport that was born out of an effort to make money or anything else. These were guys that raced in their hometowns and on dirt tracks around the country, and ultimately went down to Daytona and raced on the beach. They made their own cars, and it evolved out of that. And there's something innately American about NASCAR that I really couldn't say about any other sport. Obviously, baseball and football are pastimes, but there's something special about NASCAR. It is born out of just this fuel that I think America has.
Yeah, I heard the saying used many times. I think it was Ken Squire that coined it: ordinary men doing extraordinary things.
Yeah. Perfect.
And that describes NASCAR. No, we got to get you over to the introduction stand so you can meet all those drivers. Mirrors opens August 15th. It's a sponsor of J.J. Haley's Car Today. And thank you for being the extraordinary voice of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for us last week.
Thank you.
Couldn't have been better.
Sure, what a great race it was, too, eh?
Yes, it was. At the end, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kiefer Sutherland with us tonight. Today here at Pocono, and he mentioned baseball, so it's time for me to mention baseball. Sunday Night Baseball, ESPN tonight. Game of the week with St. Louis and the Cardinals taking on the Philadelphia Phillies. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell, 8 Eastern Time tonight. Then ESPN's Monday Night Baseball, the National League Central rivalry, the Houston Astros in Wrigley Field to take on the Cubbies. Monday Night Baseball presented by Holiday Inn, ESPN, 7 Eastern Time on Monday. We are closing in on the start of today's NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race here at Pocono Raceway. Jeff Burton's got a long way to go today, starting 39th in the 31 cars. See about his progress on the day. Kevin Harvick. Talk to Kevin in just a little while. He's one of those bubble drivers in the race to make the chase. It's NASCAR Countdown from Pocono Raceway, where the drivers are starting to head toward the stage for introductions. Bobby Labonte there. Hey, Bobby, go get your suit on, will you? Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania. Beautiful weather today for the race. Spotters on top of the grandstand. Fans beginning to make their way to their seats. Driver introductions about to get underway as we are just under 44 minutes. The green flag for today's NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race at the Tricky Triangle, Pocono Raceway in Pennsylvania. I want to show you the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championship standings. Remember, the top 12 after the Richmond race September 6th qualify to race for the championship. Troubles during the Indy event for Kevin Harvick and Matt Kenseth shuffled the deck a bit, knocking Harvick out of a championship spot for now. Barely. There are just 6 races left until that championship cutoff, and this is going to be a big story to follow over that time. Let's talk to some of the drivers in the title fight, beginning with Mike Massaro.
And we're catching up with Matt Kenseth, who up until last week was steadily climbing those standings, hit a little bit of a stumbling block last week, but still very much in this thing. How do you look at your chase chances right now with 6 races remaining in the regular season?
Well, I think it starts with performance, and I think the performance of our whole Dewalt race team has been really good here the last 2 or 3 months. They've been good on pit road. The car prep has been good. Doug Yates and the guys have been doing awesome jobs with the engines and the power under the hood. So I feel like we have all the pieces there. Things like last week, I don't think we could have really done anything about that, the loss of points there. So we just got to go out and do the job we know we're capable of doing, try to run competitive and get the best finishes we can.
And certainly plenty of reason for Matt Kenseth to be optimistic. He's qualified for every chase there's been. Shannon?
Well, joining me now is Clint Boyer, who's currently 12th in the point standings, 6 races before the chase begins. What's the pressure like right now, Clint?
It's heating up, that's for sure. Just working hard, trying to get things turned around on these big racetracks. The short tracks have been good for us. Road courses have been good for us, so looking forward to next week. Pocono has typically in the past been good for us. We didn't qualify the best, but I'm confident that we're going to race good. We went through a lot of race runs in practice, so I think we got a little bit of an advantage there over guys that just went in qualifying trim. So looking for big things today and hopefully padding this thing a little bit.
All right, Clint Boyer rolls off 30th today.
And Kevin Harvick about to be introduced. Kevin, how will your car be today? You know you need points.
I think the car will be good, and looking forward to having a good day with our Shell Pennzoil Chevrolet and going from there. So just another race.
All right, thanks, buddy. His best finish here, 5th at Pocono, guys. Looking for that or more today.
Great job, David. You gotta love live TV. Look again at the bubble standings now. The drivers from 7th through 12th need to look at how many points they are ahead of 13th, essentially. And the guys from 13th on down need to look at how many points they are behind 12th. In 2 words, it's close. So how much do you think these drivers are looking at the standings, and how much pressure do you think they're feeling?
They are feeling a ton of pressure. I mean, it's not easy for sure. I mean, these guys, every single week, they're out there thinking about points. You know, last weekend, they thought a lot about winning that race until the tire problems, and they were thinking points at that point. Right now on out, I'd say it's all about points, looking behind them, looking in front of them. Hey, man, I'm nervous. Can't sleep at night, a little bit jukey, all that type of stuff.
And, you know, you hear some of these guys say, oh, well, it's just another race, blah, blah, blah. That's hogwash. Let me tell you, this is what these guys do for a living. They're all extremely competitive. You have to be a race car driver. So they're thinking about it. They're hearing about it. They're checking these standings every day, just like the media people are, because they want to keep moving. And I tell you, the guy you need to watch Matt Kenseth. He's like a slow-moving tornado as he works his way up through these point stands, and he'll have a great run today. You got to keep an eye on him.
Well, I tell you what, it's looking like from 7th on down through 14th, Alan. I mean, maybe with Greg Biffle all the way down to David Reagan, it's pretty tight right there. Looks where the action's going to happen.
All right, so thinking about the race that was held here back in early June, and looking at these bubble guys, give me somebody to keep an eye out today that you think can really help himself. What do you think?
I really think Matt Kenseth is going to have a great run today. And I hate to call him a bubble guy, but just like I say, he's like a slow-moving tornado. As it gets to be this time of the year, Matt Kenseth gets stronger and stronger and stronger. Watch out for Matt.
Oh, I think Denny Hamlin's going to be a rocket ship today. I really do. He's won both races a couple years ago. This guy's really good in flat tracks, ran good at Indy last weekend.
And you can always throw Casey Kane in there. I mean, he's going to be great today.
We got to help our buddy Ray Abraham out a little bit.
That's exactly right.
And I'll give you somebody to just keep an eye on today. I think today could be a make-or-break day for Brian Vickers. A good day today could get him back into contention to make the chase. A bad day could end it outright.
I picked him to win.
All right, so we're closing in on the green flag today for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race here at the Tricky Triangle in Pocono. David Reagan, mentioned him, hanging right in there. He could qualify for this chase with a few good weeks here. David with a decent starting spot today. How about Dale Earnhardt Jr.? Earnhardt Jr. taking the green flag in 12th starting spot. Might he get a Pocono win? There is Tony Stewart, 20th on the grid today, 12th in the standings. He's Bubble Boy starting the day. Stewart in big orange. NASCAR Countdown from Pocono Raceway. We are coming right back in just a minute.
There's Jack Bauer, boys. He's a wanted man.
Well, this is a marathon. We'll see how it unfolds through 500 miles this afternoon here in Pocono.
Yeah, I mean, it was just really, really tough. I noticed Brian had problems, Dale Jr. had problems, and myself. There was no telling the temperature inside that car. And with the race as long as it was, it's amazing that we were able to finish these races. This is the longest race I've ever been a part of.
Oh, it sure was a long, grueling 500 miles here back on June 8th. A warm day combined with a 3-hour, 59-minute race. And NASCAR's new style race car that's a little hotter inside than the older machine left some drivers a little worse for wear. A lot cooler today, though, here. 15 degrees cooler and a little bit of cloud cover to try and maybe help keep things a little bit more comfortable for the drivers. Will the 500 miles be a little easier physically today? Let's ask. We go to Jamie Little.
Well, just 7 weeks ago when these drivers were here last, the heat in the car was a big concern. So, Denny, this time around, what are you guys doing to cool these cars down, cool yourself down inside?
Well, we have a lot of extra fans than what we didn't have before. The weather's obviously cooperating with us today, but I think our FedEx Express Toyota should be pretty good.
All right, Denny Hamlin making his 100th Cup start here today. He rolls off 14th.
And Dale Jr. was certainly one of those drivers who felt the effects of the heat back in June. What type of a physical demand is it on a driver driving with this new car at this track?
I think it'll be too bad today. It's not real hot. So it was real hot last time we was here, and that was tough on everybody. I think all the drivers just done a little bit more work on the interior of their cars to get a little more air in there and poke a hole in the back seat and get some air pumped into the seat a little bit. But we're pretty much prepared for that today.
Well, it's good that Dale Jr. might feel a little bit fresh because he's got to battle his way from 12th starting position today, Alan.
All right, Mike, want to dig a little deeper into why this new style race car is a little hotter inside. For that, we swing over to the ESPN Tech Center and say hello to Tim Brewer.
The biggest contributor to heat buildup in the cars is exhaust temperature. And once that exhaust temperature gets in the car, the old car, it would dissipate the heat because it didn't have any insulations. These foam barriers that were installed in the car for safety as far as impact, it's all the way down the right side door bars, it's all the way down the left side door bars. You can see it covers the whole side of the car. What that does, that insulates the car. It protects it from impact, but still yet, it lets it contain the heat. the heat can't get out of the car. It's just like your house. The more insulation you put in it, it stays warmer inside. Race car, same thing.
Pretty easy to see. More insulation, more heat. As Jeff Gordon gets paraded around the racetrack, is that in a Humvee? To greet the fans here at Pocono Raceway. You know, there are a lot of other 500-mile races on the schedule throughout the year. Rusty, why are these Pocono races so particularly grueling?
Oh, man, it's a long race, almost 4 hours for sure. And the driver's really working hard inside the car. I mean, and there's been a lot of concern and a lot of talk of late that maybe this thing should go back to a 400-mile race. I mean, it's never been there. All the drivers have always wanted it. You know, maybe it's enough's enough. Let's go to a 400-miler. That would help a lot. But with this new car, all the bumpiness in turn 1, the bumpiness in turn 2, a lot of driver activity, man, it just gets grueling. I know when I drove the car, I won 4 races here, and every single one of them wasn't easy. It was always hot, it was tiring, lost a lot of weight. I remember one time I came to this racetrack, started the race, and when the race is over, I lost 11 pounds at this particular track. So it's tough on you, man.
And with this new race car, it's got such a high center of gravity. You got to think of that car when it goes in the corner, it's going to roll very, very hard. So that puts a lot of stress and strain on the driver. And you got 3 distinctly different corners. So you're paying attention 24/7 in this race car. You're up on the wheel competing through each corner. You never get to relax and sit back and ride. You're always up on the wheel. That's what each driver's told me. It wears you out.
Well, Jeff Gordon was one of the first drivers to really focus on physical conditioning, and he sure knows how to get it done here. 4 Pocono wins for Jeff. He starts 4th today. Shannon, let's hear from him.
That's right. We're just taking a ride around this track in this nifty car here, Jeff. Now, you are currently 6th in the point standings, but however, you are one of the 4 drivers who has not had a win. How important is it for you to start this chase with a win under your belt?
Well, you know, I mean, a win can do a lot of things for a team, build momentum, get you those bonus points. We certainly don't want to be 70 points or more behind going into the chase. I really believe that this team, especially the way that they've been performing here lately, when we get in the chase, really can compete with anybody out there. But we would love to get a win or 2 or 3 before that chase starts. So, you know, we haven't been competitive enough to win, but here recently we have been. So, you know, the team is there. It's just about getting the cars competitive enough, and lately they have been. So I'm pretty excited about not only today, but what we have in store for us for the next 5 or 6 weeks.
Now, both of practices were rained out yesterday. I know you guys worked on qualifying trim on Friday. How concerned are you going into this race that you guys didn't get to practice the race trim?
Well, you know, we go off past history. We go off last week at Indy, go off of our teammates. The 88 Junior did run some race runs. So we feel like we have some really good notes. But at the same time, yeah, a little bit anxious to see what we've got. We're going to have a competition yellow at 20, so if we are off, we can adjust on it then. But I think we're going to be pretty close. You know, I feel pretty confident in it.
How much has this track changed since the last race that we had here in June? We heard a lot of guys talking yesterday about that strip in the back, really not as grippy as it was back in June.
Yeah, it's not. I think you're going to see more guys making passes around the bottom, which you know, will make for a couple different grooves. Should be good. Last time we were here, it had a little bit too much grip, so it should be great.
All right, Jeff Gordon, guys.
All right, Shannon, thanks. There is that new strip of pavement in turn 3, and Shannon and Jeff led our next topic of discussion, which we will do after a break, which is what that corner and the other 2 corners on this tricky little racetrack, what kind of effect they'll have on the day inside the race car. The Army's Golden Knights parachuting into the Pocono Raceway to the delight of the fans here. I'll bet it's a little breezy up there, don't you think? Elliott Sadler getting ready to go. He's got some work cut out for him today. 29th starting spot for the Virginian. In his Dodge, there is Ryan Newman, 6th place starter today. Might he break out of this little dry spell he's been in since that huge Daytona 500 win? And his Penske teammate Kurt Busch, who dominated this race 1 year ago, he starts 10th. Pocono Raceway, the very unique 3-turn superspeedway in the eastern Pennsylvania mountains. Unique, a very appropriate word. There is nothing else like this place anywhere on the NASCAR circuit. So how did Pocono come to be shaped this way? 2-time Indy 500 winner Roger Ward designed the track. He and Dr. Joe Mattioli, the track's founder and owner, wanted a place they could run all kinds of cars. Ward patterned the track's corners after 3 popular IndyCar venues of the day. Trenton Speedway, turn 1. Trenton 15-degree banking, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway's slender 9-degree banking, turn 2, and then the flat corners of the Milwaukee Mile were the pattern for the flat corners of Pocono's turn 3. So what you have here are 3 turns, all with different levels of banking to them, connected by 3 straightaways, all of different lengths. For sure, it is a challenge for both the drivers and the crew chiefs trying to design the setups on these cars. No one handled Pocono's tricky triangle better last time out. And Casey Kane, the June winner, starts 7th. Today, he's with Dave.
Yeah, and Ellen, they handled pit road problems as well. Came from the back later in the race to win this thing. So something tells me that starting 7th today doesn't scare you a bit.
No, it doesn't. I think, I think we should be pretty good. We have the same car with a very similar setup, and it's the same for everyone. No practice yesterday, so I think everybody's kind of using their notes from the first race, and we'll see what happens. But I'm definitely looking good. I think this car should be pretty fast today at Budweiser Dodge.
Those notes are pretty valuable, Jamie. He will look for his 3rd points-paying win of the year.
And Carl Edwards, the 99 team, talking to his crew chief, Bob Osborne, right now. Carl, first off, I have to ask you about Montreal last night. You had a grin this morning. You said last night was so fun. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, when they said 1 lap to go, we're going to go green on these rain tires in the wet, I told Jason Hedleski, I said, man, we're just go ahead and spot this wreck in the first corner because there's no way we're going to make it. And everybody did a great job, and we ended up running a ton of laps, and it really had a good time. I mean, we were dirt tracking it off every corner. It was fun.
Now, I was talking to your crew chief, Bob Osborne, this morning. He told me that right now, because of the cushion in the points in 5th right now, you guys are in experimental mode. What are you experimenting with today?
He didn't really tell me this was exactly an experiment, but he said we were going to try something that was pretty fast in practice, but we don't know how it's going to be in the long run. Yeah, we didn't quite call it experiment mode, but definitely, kind of all or nothing mode right now. The difference between 2nd and 15th for us, really, there is no difference. So we're either going for wins or we're not, I guess. But yeah, hopefully it works and we have a good day.
Oh, and Bob told me that. He said, well, you definitely have to keep your eye on the 99. It's going to be interesting today. Mike?
And you should keep an eye on the 83 as well, Jamie. After all, Brian Vickers finished 2nd here back in June. But when you left here, what did you feel like you needed to take that next step and get to victory lane?
Well, in that particular race, it would have been Kyle not spinning out down the backstretch, and we probably would have had the win. But, we had a great car. We played our strategy, and it was fuel mileage, and because the caution didn't work out for us, and Nine had better tires and passed us. But we had a great car, and we didn't get to practice yesterday, but hopefully we'll have the same car today.
And this team seems to be coming on here over the last month or so. But last week, a bit of a stumbling block, 42nd. How comforting is it knowing you're coming here to help put that one behind you?
Well, typically this has always been a good track for us historically, and that does add a little bit of comfort, but that's no guarantee. In this sport, there's so many things that can happen that are out of control, like last week, when we blew the engine, and hopefully that doesn't happen again. I'm sure it won't. TRD's put a lot of effort behind these great engines, but we just got to be there at the end of the race. It's the 42nd place finishes that are going to knock us out of the chase. It's not finishing 10th versus 5th. It's when you have the 30th or worse.
And Brian Vickers looking to pick up his first victory for Toyota and this Red Bull team, guys.
Starting 8th today, he will be a guy to keep an eye on throughout the course of this race. So let's talk about what it's like for a driver negotiating these 3 very distinct corners here at Pocono. And who better to ask than Rusty, who's won here 4 times. Let's talk about it. First of all, turn 1, a corner that a lot of people tell me has become the critical corner at this racetrack.
It's a very critical corner, no doubt about that. You're running very fast getting into that corner. It's about 14 degrees of banking. You want to run right on the bottom. It's pretty rough down there. All right, Brad, get in the car with me. Here we go. We're going to take a little lap around this baby. Let's get on down to turn 1 here. Fast front straightaway, like I said earlier, about 200 miles per hour. Car's really all bottled up. Boy, right here, brakes are a big deal. All over the brake pedal right now. You're bouncing around and sliding all over the place. And I'm telling you what, if you got a brake problem right here, buddy, you can have big problems. There's just no doubt about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we see Jeff Gordon barreling off down into this corner, 200 miles an hour, old brake gives out. And I tell you, when it does, it's not going to be an easy hit. It's a ton of lick, a really big lick down that corner. Fortunately, Jeff walked away, but a broken brake cost him that hard impact.
Yeah, he went down there and broke the left front brake rotor, couldn't stop, went through the grass, and just plowed that baby right in the wall. Driver's side first and walked away. That's how safe these cars are nowadays, Alan.
Said it was the hardest hit he'd ever taken in his career,
Absolutely.
That's for sure. Now, turn 2, you'll hear a lot of drivers refer to it as the tunnel turn, because the tunnel that accesses the infield runs underneath the tunnel turn. This corner, for a lot of people for a lot of years, they called this one of the most difficult corners on the circuit.
Oh, that's one of my favorite corners. I just really love what they call the tunnel turn. You can do a lot of passes there. Take a look at this. See Carl Edwards on the bottom. He gets in the tunnel turn right on the bottom of the racetrack, picks that throttle up early, and he can just pass old Kurt Busch right there down this back straightaway. Take a look at Jeff Gordon here, Brad.
He's diving in down to the bottom. You hear him burping. Off right there. Back and he's got the bottom lane, checks up and pulls off.
That is a lot of fun. It's all about momentum. Boy, you can get back in that throttle and just hang that guy out on the outside, and you're gone, man.
Now, turn 3, the one patterned after the Milwaukee Mile when the track was designed. Very, very flat, but featuring that new wrinkle we talked about a few minutes ago. That new strip of pavement had a little problem with the track surface, so they put a new strip of pavement down there. That's up from the bottom of the racetrack, and it might have changed things a bit.
Well, it changed stuff an awful lot. There's no doubt about that. You used to run right on the bottom of the racetrack, but now look at that new pavement. You're almost a lane off the bottom of the racetrack. You used to race down there close to the bottom of the track, but now with that pavement, it's better. But now look at last year's race. Here's Kurt Busch right on the bottom of the racetrack, right on that white line. That's a short way around. But, Brad, I'll tell you what, man, with those 2 lanes, hey, we might see some side-by-side
It's going to make exciting racing. I'll tell you what, you can back it up on that corner just a little bit as you enter, get to the bottom, maybe get that old car to stick down there. The other guys can get up in the new part of the racetrack. You could see some side-by-side racing coming off turn 3 down there.
All dependent, like Jeff Gordon said, on how much grip that new pavement has given up. And then you get this long, long front straightaway, the longest on the circuit. What's that like for a driver?
You hit that gas pedal, Alan, you're going, come on, baby, I want the most horsepower out here, because that straightaway is all about horsepower. And if you can pass those guys in the straightaway, it's a lot easier than it is in a corner.
And again, no final practice for these teams. Rain yesterday, so competition caution coming up at lap 20. Little trivia for you here. Who holds the record for the fastest 500-mile race ever at Pocono?
Don't know.
You should. It's you.
Me?
Yes, you.
I was on the gas, baby.
3 hours, 27 minutes, 3 seconds. That July 21st, 1996. Boy, what a season it's been so far. Makes you wonder what's going to happen today as 43 drivers go 500 miles on the Tricky Triangle Pocono Raceway in Pennsylvania. Beautiful weather, huge crowd has filed into this racetrack today for the 62nd NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race here. Talk about your field of dreams. Urban legend has it that the land that this racetrack is built on used to be a cabbage farm. Now it's one of NASCAR's most unique and difficult racetracks where these fans will enjoy some great racing today. Time to go trackside for the opening ceremony.
Gracious God, we thank you for the blessings of this day. For all our spectators and fans, we pray for your blessing on our drivers and teams. We pray for a safe and good race and bless all our military gathered here with us today. May the Lord bless you and keep you, be with you always. Amen.
Thank you, Father Phil. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in the stadium of our national anthem, Clark Lewis.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free
So many things to watch for today. Can Jimmy Johnson keep his roll going with another win? Can Casey Kane make it a Pocono sweep? It's been done 2 times in the last 4 years. Those answers and many more when the engines fire at Pocono next. No vacation for 43 drivers today. They're going to work awfully hard for 500 miles on NASCAR's most unique superspeedway. It's NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from Pocono. The engines fire when we come back. The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series at Pocono is presented by Cheez-It. Lots and lots of cheese baked into little bites. Cheez-It, the big cheese. And in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. The command to start engines is going to happen very shortly here at Pocono Raceway. Then the 500-mile high-speed journey from green to checkered flag will begin. The weather is perfect after some very frightening thunderstorms that came across this racetrack on Saturday morning, forcing the cancellation of the final practice sessions for these drivers and teams. Temperature in the low 70s today. The little slight breeze, little cloud cover. It's going to be perfect for the fans, drivers, and the teams. Time to head upstairs for the call of today's race, and let's say hello to Dr. Jerry Punch. Doc?
Thank you, Alan. Nice job down there, guys. 28 different drivers, folks, have won at least one race here, dating back to Richard Petty, who won the very first one they held here back on August 4th, 1974. Today, there are 11 former winners in the field. In fact, every driver that's won a Cup race since July of 2001 is here today. Hello, everyone. Along with 3-time Pocono winner Dale Jarrett and 2-time winners of crew chief Andy Petrie, I'm Jerry Punch. Glad to have you with us on what is a gorgeous day here in the Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania. Guys, you know, in a word, how do you describe the approach to 500 miles here today?
Well, from the driver's seat is patience. You just have to be patient. As we heard Rusty talk about, almost 4 hours in the race car today, 500 miles. We have a green racetrack to start with. Don't need to try to win it in these first 15 or 20 laps. This racetrack's going to change throughout the day. And the good thing is you have plenty of racing room here. Don't push the issue. If you can't get a guy in one corner, you've got 2 other chances and long straightaways to make all of that happen.
Yeah, and precision would be my word, Doc. You got to be precise at this racetrack, not only on the racetrack, but on pit road. These guys, these pit crew members, have to be very precise when they hit those lug nuts, making sure they don't miss one or leave one off, and precise with the setup. These guys haven't had any practice. They've got to be precise in their changes in the setup, and then the driver, he has to be precise on his pit road entry and speed down pit road, because if you have to come back down this pit road, it can cost you a ton of time.
With no practice here at all on Saturday because of all the rains that came through in the area, what tops your list of concerns and unknowns as a driver and crew chief?
I think from a driver's standpoint is what's this racetrack going to be like when we start this race? I don't really know what the setup how it's going to work with my car, and I know it's going to change throughout the day. So those are concerns. Are we ready to make those adjustments?
And we're going to have a competition yell at lap 20, and I want to know from my driver, I want to hear what's that car doing. I want to hear real early in the run. I want to hear later in the run. I want to really get an idea of what to change on my car so I can get the thing adjusted and not lose track position early in the race by making big changes, and then I can be ready for the win.
These drivers have not been in the cars until now since qualifying on Friday afternoon. They had no activity at all on the racetrack on Saturday because of rains throughout the area. They are getting buckled up 500 miles, 200 laps here at Pocono as we get set to go trackside on a very special Grand Marshal Kiefer Sutherland set to give the command there to get them fired up. Let's go trackside.
You all ready to race? Gentlemen, start your engine!
Bring them up, gentlemen. There you go, buddy. Go ahead and crank her up. Call us when it's running. Fired up. All right, hold. Fired up. Should we go down here? Everybody, let's keep our heads in the game. We don't have any idea what's going to happen. Somebody's got to win this thing today. It might as well be us. This is the day we're going to turn this around right here, Clint. We're going to dig deep in here. You do it out there, buddy. We're going to turn it around. We're going to turn this around today.
How about Kiefer Sutherland bringing it with the command? Good job down there. Here is the Grand Marshal. Of course, he narrated the opening of last week's race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 43 of NASCAR's finest cinched up and ready to go. They know what's going to happen next. We're going to go for 500 miles. And when we come back, we're going to ride along and visit with the Big Cheese, the driver of the Cheez-It Chevrolet. Casey Mears, our in-race reporter, will get his thoughts about what's going to happen today in just a moment. We welcome you to Pocono Raceway for NASCAR Sprint Cup Series action. The engines have fired and the cars are just getting set to roll now behind the pace car. So let's take a look at our starting grid. For the second week in a row and the third time this year, last week's winner, Brickyard 400 winner Jimmy Johnson will lead him down. Looks like the same front row as a week ago. Mark Martin outside him. Great qualifying effort for David Gilliland. And while you watch to see where your favorite driver is going to start, let's visit with our in-race reporter, the driver of the Cheez-It Chevrolet, Casey Mears, who starts back in 33rd today.
Casey Mears, Dale Jarrett, the ESPN. You have a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, Casey, no race practice yesterday. How aggressive with this green racetrack will you be at the start of this 500-mile race?
Just got to wait and see here. I mean, we didn't qualify where we wanted to down here in the back, so made our best educated guess on what we want to do for race setup. We got a couple laps in yesterday, or day before yesterday, so hopefully got a good race car here and get up to the field. You know, if not, we're just going to have to take some chances in pit strategy and get some track position, so we'll see what we got.
All right, Casey, our next question comes from our ESPN mailbag, and Mary from Pleasanton, California would like to know which turn is going to be key to today's race.
I think turn 3 is most important. You know, that patch up there, you got to make sure, you know, you're in position off the tunnel turn to get on that patch just right and get a good run off, leading on that longest front stretch. So they're all important, but turn 3 seems to be the biggest one you got to get right.
Thanks for being with us today, Casey, and we'll talk to you later on. Have a great day.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Calling the shots for Casey today will be veteran crew chief Alan Gustafson. Let's visit with him.
Hey, Alan Gustafson, Andy Peter up here in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you, Andy. How you doing?
Hey, pretty good. Tires last week were the big story. What do you expect out of the tires today?
I think the tires will be good. You know, they've been good here at Pocono in the spring race and the test. They went real well. You know, Indy's a really tough track with it, ground that surface and not having much time on it. Made for a real precarious position for us all to be in Goodyear. But Goodyear does a great job. They've got a great tire here. Looking forward to a good race. I think we can see a lot of varying strategies and long green flag runs and full pit runs. So good show for the fans, hopefully.
Talk about pit strategy. What kind of strategy do you have to get Casey up front here early? He's qualified in the back.
Yeah, we didn't get the lap we wanted with the Cheez-It Carquest Chevrolet, but this is a racetrack where we can do a lot of pit strategy. You can do 2 tires, no tires. You know, the goal is to have a good car and just drive up there, but if we can't do that, we'll do the best we can to make something happen down here.
Thanks for talking to us, Alan. Have a great race.
10-4, Andy. Thanks for your time.
Watch for Casey to come from the 33rd starting spot when we wave the green flag. Now, unlike a lot of tracks here at Pocono, there was a lot of room to race both on and off the racetrack. For more, let's head down to the pits first. Here's Dave Burns.
Well, Doc, think of it this way. If you're looking for luxury in the Poconos, and who isn't, look no further than pit road. Let's start with these pit stalls that are big for these race cars. That means that a crew chief doesn't have to have his guy stop short or long to adjust the exit of pit lane. And then when he does exit, he's got 3 full lanes to get off of pit lane, hopefully safely. It doesn't mean mistakes won't happen here on pit road, but the room here at Pocono means they might happen less, or you have room to correct them. Shannon?
Well, Dave, because both practice sessions were rained out yesterday, the teams who decided to work on qualifying only in the one and only practice on Friday are hitting the racetrack today for the first time in their race trim. And that includes your pole sitter, Jimmy Johnson, who only turned 7 laps this entire weekend here at Pocono. Now, I spoke with crew chief Chad Knaus this morning. He told me we knew it was going to rain. We decided to work on qualifying because we know how important it is to start up front here. It's also important to have that #1 pit stall, which they have both of. So Jimmy Johnson, they're optimistic about their chances and love where they're starting this race today. Mike?
Well, thanks, Shannon. Traditionally, when it comes to fuel strategy here in Pocono, this track is a lot like a road course. What I mean by that is some of these crew chiefs will back time their final stop, attempting to hit pit road within a window between 30 and 35 laps from the finish. To accomplish that, they may stop a little bit early to set up that final stop, short pitting, if you will, just to get inside that fuel window. Still, there's 2 different schools of thought on that. One crew chief told me that with this new car, speeds fall off so much that short pitting may not be the way to go. Jamie?
Well, Mike, once these teams commit to pit road, The teams and the driver are eagerly awaiting the call from the crew chief. Will it be 4 tires? Will it be 2 tires? Well, if you remember back to 7 weeks ago when Kasey Kahne was dominating this race, he came down pit road. Kenny Francis, his crew chief, made a last-minute call to take 2 tires. Well, it was a bit too late. He couldn't see the front tire changer, and he already had 3 lug nuts loose. That cost the team 37 positions. Sure, they came back and won the race, but Kenny Francis mixing it up. He has moved his position on the pit box down, so at all times he could see all of his crew members throughout the race, especially when it comes down to a last-minute strategy call. Doc?
Thank you very much, guys. There's Kasey Kahne, and boy, what a performance he put on that team back in June after the problems that nearly derailed their winning efforts on pit road. We'll be taking you throughout the afternoon inside the battles with 8 high-definition onboard cameras. Guys, it is a 500-mile, 200-lap race. Pit road speed 55 miles an hour. There's the fuel window. Will we get to the fuel window today?
Yes, we definitely will get to the fuel window. And a lot of guys, we heard them talking down there, they'll actually work the race strategy backwards from the end of the race and try to take advantage of that 30, 35 laps and try to stretch that at the end.
DJ, 3 distinctly different turns, 14 degrees, 8 degrees, and 6 degrees. And I guess everyone's talking about turn 3, how critical it is to get off of there.
Probably is, but you can't give up the other 2. He used to try to compromise a little bit here, but as you can see, the banking's different in all of those. You want your car to be the very best you can in all of them, but turn 3 is going to be the most important. That new strip of pavement that they have there, it really gives them a lot more grip than the bottom does. But some of these guys are saying that that's kind of worn out. Could see a lot more side-by-side racing there. Should be exciting to watch.
We know who the favorites are today. We've talked about the front row and how strong Jimmy Johnson has been and Mark Martin, but DJ, I know you and Andy were down in the garage here. DJ, give me a sleeper, someone you think could really pull it off here today and maybe pull out the win.
Well, I didn't jump too far out on the limb with this one that I'm going to choose. Now, I'm going to take Brian Vickers in the 83 Red Bull Toyota. Brian finished second here. He's finished second here before. He seems to really enjoy this racetrack, and I think that he has a good chance of, if not running right up front or being in the top 5, of winning this race. I think he has a really good shot at that.
My sleeper is going to be Bobby Labonte in that 43 car. And how cool would that be to see Bobby Labonte get up there and win a race for the King and Richard Petty's bunch? This will be something else. And he's won here before. He knows how to do it. And I know calling a guy that's won here a couple of times a sleeper is kind of unusual, but he hasn't won in a while, and I think he's got a good shot at it today.
Well, how about it would be Martinsville 1999 with John Andretti, the last time the 43 car has gone to victory lane. Boy, what a popular win that would be for the Richard Petty team and Bobby Labonte, who, by the way, is a 3-time winner here. The odds-on favorite, Jimmy Johnson, on the pole. Beside him, maybe the sentimental favorite. Driver making his 44th start here is Mark Martin. And by the way, one car going to the back of the pack is the 66 car, an engine change. For Scott Riggs, he has had to go to the back with the engine change following qualifying. The field is set. Coming through turn 3. Remember, there's only 3 turns here. And folks, this is one of the best shots in all of NASCAR. You love them, see him coming out of turn 3 because of the wide front straightaway. It is 6 lanes wide, and it looks somewhat like the Oklahoma Land Rush. The old photos of the wagons going side by side, because when they get the green flag and cross the line, they will scatter out 4 and 5 wide. Glad to have you with us as they come down for the green flag at Pocono Raceway. Fairly conservative on the start, just 3 wide.
Mark Martin got a great run on the outside there and passed Jimmy Johnson in the middle of turn 1 and 2. Has the lead down the backstretch. We see him starting to fan out now. The good thing about turn 1 was you didn't have to get down the single file, but you can't be 3 wide going in here, as we see some guys have to get back in line.
The crew chief sit up on the box and say, okay, it's a long race, guys. Take it easy at first. These guys just piled down. Oh, my goodness, got trouble here.
29, Kevin Harvick involved. Again, he was involved in an early incident a week ago, and can they miss him? Remember, he was a victim of the 2 car that Kurt Busch had spun on lap 14, and he can ill afford to lose any more points.
Boy, he dodged a major bullet right there, spinning in front of these guys. Didn't seem to get any damage from it.
And you can't say that this was being over-aggressive, but when you're in the middle of the pack, you have to race. You have to go through that tunnel turn. And the first time, they didn't have practice yesterday, as we've documented. So going through that tunnel turn, you get back to the gas. It's not uncommon for something like that to happen.
I just can't get over how aggressive all the drivers were on the start of that race.
Well, we can talk about it as we see the replay here. And it looks like possibly Kevin got a little bit of help. I don't think he was expecting Joe Nemechek to jump down in there. Yeah. And the 78 car got into the left rear quarter panel of Kevin Harvick. But he does a great job. We see Kevin right here standing in the throttle to keep the car off the wall. Joe Nemechek also spinning.
15's on the inside. Damn, 78 just spun it. Keep her locked down, keep her locked down, keep her locked down. Keep her locked down, skin. All right, I think we're okay here, Todd. Nothing got hit here.
Watch him coming right at you in the tunnel turn, right by, sideways at 190 miles an hour. Oh my goodness, how in the world do you keep that car out of the wall? Here's what happened to Kevin Harvick lap 14 a week ago. The 2-car, Kurt Busch, spins and catches the right front of Harvick, and he just slams the wall.
Nearly got in the back of the 29. That's my fault. But I hit the splitter and I'm going to come down here.
And he would end up finishing in 37th position.
Watch this. This Casey Mears going through this. Look what he sees. Nothing for a little while. Trying to drive through this smoke. All these guys have to come basically to a stop through there.
Yeah, and you're trying to carry a lot of speed through that corner, so that's not a lot of fun to be in that position. Casey obviously did a great job along with the rest of the guys.
Just barely got in the back of the 29. That's my fault. But I hit the splitter and I'm going to come down here and look at my splitter.
Yeah, Joe's got just a little bit of damage on the fender on the left front also.
It happens in a hurry here at Pocono. Lap 1, turn 2, the tunnel turn. And they say you're supposed to go single file, maybe double file, but it's real hard to go 3 wide. And that's what happened. Joe Nemechek contact with Kevin Harvick.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series at Pocono, presented by Cheez-It. Under yellow very early on here, lap 1. There is the splitter they're trying to repair on the 78 of Joe Nemechek.
It's very important to get these struts hooked up because there's so much pressure on that splitter, it'll actually pull it down and rub away on the racetrack, so they have to get those struts repaired before Joe can have a good race here, because that's going to cause him a lot of problems if they don't.
This contact between the 78 and 29 really impacts one driver in particular with terms of trying to get back in the top 12. Kevin Harvick was 2 points out of 12th in 13th position, and now by virtue of where he's running here, he is currently being shown back in 14th position. And you know, he may have some other concerns. Let's poll our drivers and experienced crew chiefs here. When that car spun, talking about the 29 of Kevin Harvick backwards, how concerned are you about maybe twisting the engine backwards? Rusty?
I tell you what, I'm pretty concerned about that, Jerry, but as long as Kevin's not complaining and he didn't over-rev the motor too much, I noticed when he spun, he stayed in the throttle pretty hard, kept the car off the wall, so I don't think it spun backwards too much. And right now, I don't hear him complaining about the engine at the moment. Dale, I'll tell you what, we've done that many times, and that can really tear a motor up when it does happen, though.
Yeah, the green flag's waving again here, but you're exactly right, Rusty. That would be the big concern in trying to keep it off the wall. Did he over-rev the engine? And we'll see that as we go through here. Mike?
Well, guys, the engine has not been the concern inside the car. Kevin wanted to know how the quarter panel looked, and of course, Todd Barrier radioed in and said it looks pretty good. They've got no concerns. Kevin's response was, we'll be fine.
Thanks, Mike. We'll keep an eye on Kevin Harvick. By the way, 6 cars came on the pit road during that first caution flag, along with Harvick and Nemechek, Juan Pablo Montoya, Regan Smith, Michael Waltrip, and Elliott Sadler all took advantage of the yellow to come on to pit road.
And Juan Pablo Montoya right here at the tail end of the field has a plug wire problem. They've had the hood up for a long time trying to figure out how to get it fixed.
Yeah, he's actually lost a lap, but we will have that competition yellow at lap 20, so if he can just hang on and be okay, as we see Dale Jr. racing here, then they could get that lap back at that time.
It looked like Kenseth and Jr. were sharing that new asphalt right there. Side by side running through there.
Yeah, that's the thing about that new strip. We talk about it, but it's only wide enough for 1 race car and 4 tires, so there could be some arguing over that part of real estate.
Saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. gaining a couple of spots a moment ago. He is up 2 positions since the restart. Martin Truex, you saw him fanning out. He's gained 3 spots. Here is a battle for position with Jeff Gordon going by.
There goes another Hendrick car to the front. Do we see a theme here? We see Junior going to the front. Now we see Gordon going to the front. And I see that 48 car looks like he's closing up a little bit on the 8 car.
I don't think there's any doubt. They served some notice last week that they took the week off and really got their program together. They've been working extremely hard, doing a lot of testing, and they're getting their program ready for this final chase.
That's the first look we've seen at the bottom. We see the 12 car Ryan Newman really working that bottom of the racetrack in 3. Looks like it's working pretty good.
Yeah, right there it worked extremely well, and I think the time to use that is whenever you do have fresh rubber. We've only got a couple laps on the tires, so that would be the time to take advantage of that.
Ryan Newman in the 12 car, different color scheme this week, inside of Earnhardt Jr. for position. That's 6th spot. Let's check in the Earnhardt pits with Shannon.
Yeah, Doc, spoke with Tony Uri Jr., Dale Jr.'s crew chief. He told me the last race here in June, this car just needed to be tightened up a little bit. It was really loose back in June, and it's a good thing to have teammates, because I did ask Tony Uri Jr. how close their setup was to their other teammates. He said, we're just like the 48, and of course, that was the pole sitter.
He might have tightened up a little, but he was pretty sideways coming off the tunnel turn right there. So we see now that Clint Boyer and Kevin Harvick battling side by side. Harvick does have new tires on after that spin, but it looks like his car is okay.
Whoa, Kurt Busch is sideways here.
And trying to save it, keeps it down out of the groove and jumps on the brakes. That will bring yellow out for the second time here in just 8 laps.
Yeah, that's 2 weeks in a row for Kurt Busch to have a spin early in the race.
Him and Kevin Harvick are the first 2 cautions here at Pocono.
Fortunately, this time he hasn't hit anything. They can work on the car and get some tires on it. As we see, the tires are down right now.
Yeah, he's going to have to get down in his pit stall and get these changed, even though it's closed.
See what happened to Kurt there coming out of turn 3.
Wow, he just gets loose, real loose here coming off turn 3. Size the locker down.
Yeah, that's one of the things the guys have said, that strip of pavement is there, but as soon as you get a tire or 2 off of that, then you start to lose a lot of grip.
Let's look out the back bumper of Jeff Gordon's car. You see he does. He kind of hooks at the lower side of that and just gets sideways, gets out from under.
Yeah, it looked like he might have had thoughts of going to the inside of Jeff Gordon at that time, and the grip just wasn't there. Jamie?
Well, guys, Kurt Busch said, you know, my car is so tight, it just shot up the racetrack. That time coming in, he said, man, I don't know why our equipment, we just snap loose in those circumstances. Brought him down pit road. They said there's nothing wrong with the car, 4 tires. Kurt Busch is going to try to start this thing over, guys.
Jamie, Kurt Busch dominated this race a year ago, leading a Pocono high 175 of 200 laps. And boy, he has great memories of this place, but not a great way to start this race here in 2008. He said, I want to celebrate my 30th birthday on Monday with a win at Pocono. He's going to have a ways to go here after being on and off pit road under caution for the second time today. 9 of 200 laps are in the books. Glad you're with us to enjoy NASCAR on ESPN here in the mountains of Pocono, Pennsylvania. ESPN's Game of the Week continues in St. Louis as the big bats of the Philadelphia Phillies, led by Ryan Howard, take on Albert Pujols and the Cardinals tonight. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell on ESPN at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And, of course, Monday, how about the Astros at Wrigley Field taking on Derek Lee and the Cubbies? Monday Night Baseball presented by Holiday Inn on ESPN at 7 Eastern Time. There is a competition yellow coming at lap 20, although some cars did come in. There were 8 cars that came on the pit road but could not take fuel. Let's listen in to DJ Kopp as he goes over the pit wall with our cameras and microphones.
Here we go. Whoa, he's taking off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pulls and goes in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice and easy because we can't take gas. 4, 5. Gas man pulls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and get him out of here. Not too shabby.
That's how it's done. That's the way Andy Petrie used to do it all the time. Just count them up to 5 and put them on and take them off.
That's the way it's done right there. DJ did a great job. Didn't miss a single lug nut.
No, great job. That is so cool that he can do all of that and let us know what's going on there at the same time. Andy, these guys coming into the pits right now, taking tires, working on their car some at lap 20. Maybe they'll have less to do when everybody pits.
They're setting themselves up for this competition yellow and try to steal some track position. But these guys out front are trying to stay out until they get there. But those guys in the back will come in. They'll probably top off the fuel, maybe get right sides instead of changing all 4.
One of the cars that came on pit road was a 07 of Clint Boyer. Shannon?
Yeah, guys, they made an air pressure adjustment. Clint Boyer is not happy with this car. It is loose everywhere. And right now they're saying over the radio that they think he might have a right rear tire going down. So not a good start for this 07 team.
Shannon, he is again one of the drivers trying to hang in the top 12. He came into this race 12th in the point standings.
Well, he gets a little contact there from the 45 car, Chad McCumbee.
So he did indeed dodge a bullet there with getting the yellow flag, being able to come on the pit road and take a look at the tires. And of course, now back in June when he was here at Pocono, he also had his issues here, and Juan Pablo Montoya was involved. He spins and gets tagged by Montoya. The 07 will go around and bump the inside wall, and Montoya is in fuego. Flames coming from beneath his Dodge. But Juan doesn't get very excited. He just sort of climbs out very nonchalantly like it's okay, it's on fire, but I'm going to take my time, step out. It's not a good day for either one of those drivers here at Pocono back in June.
It's not started off too well for Clint. He got a little damage on that left rear, but I don't believe it's going to hurt him any.
Mark Martin, the leader here. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, David Gilliland. Great run for the Yates Racing team after that wonderful qualifying effort by Gilliland, his best of the year. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. is 5th. Ryan Newman, Brian Vickers, Matt Kenseth, Denny Hamlin, and Casey Kane rounding out the top 10.
We've said it a lot of times. It's just hard to believe that as well as Mark Martin has run here for so many years that he hasn't won. This could be the day. I know we have a long way to go, but I think he was pretty excited about coming back here and his chances as green flags waving.
Mark Martin's 44th race at Pocono Raceway. And as you said, DJ, he has finished second here 6 times, but unbelievable he hasn't been to victory lane. Here's Denny Hamlin, who has been to victory lane twice. He did it both races in 2006. He makes a move and tries to get beneath Vickers in the 83 car.
Dale, what happened to your word of the day? Patience. These guys are going after it.
That was my word. These guys didn't get the word, I guess, on that. Yeah, just when the green flag falls, this is such a fun racetrack that you just know that you have room out there and you can just go racing.
Casey Kane, the 9 car, and Brian Vickers, the 83. They are battling for position for 8th spot.
This is that run. They're going to try to feel out their cars and see what they need to change, make adjustments. It's really hard to pick out a favorite car right now, somebody that really stands out, because these guys are going to make some adjustments and get better. Here's 3rd place. See Jeff Gordon going around the outside of David Gilliland.
Not only that, this racetrack's going to change as they get more rubber down on this, and as the temperature goes up a little bit. We see Gordon trying to make that outside work, but Gilliland kind of shut him off there, and Ryan Newman's there on the inside now trying to take the spot away from Gordon.
Well, David Gilliland really has a good race car. We talk about all the Robert Yates and Doug Yates horsepower, but that car is handling pretty well.
Yeah, it handled through the corner and really handled down that straightaway, but that's not unusual for Doug Yates and motor. I enjoyed it for a lot of years, but yeah, it looks like their program is turning around a good bit, and David Gilliland's a good young driver. He just needs to settle in and work with the same crew chief for a while, and I think that'll help him as they get stronger as a team.
Tony Stewart in the 20 car started back in 20th position, and he is now up to 12th.
He's going the right direction for sure.
Yeah, he is, and the young man right behind him there, David Reagan, who's sitting there in 14th. He knows this is an important race for him points-wise. He's not going to points race, but he's going to try to gain as many points as he possibly can. He knows that today could be a big day for him in trying to get to that 12th spot.
He is kind of points racing, because he told me in the garage area that he was trying to just get through the next couple of weeks and not lose any points.
Behind them, Martin Truex in the 1 car. As you watch, again, the 9 car, that is Casey Kane, who won here in June, trying to hold on to the 7th position. Matt Kenseth actually takes a spot away, and we'll see if Vickers can get by as well. Jamie.
Well, Doc, not a lot of these crew chiefs opted to bring back the same car that they ran at the last Pocono race, but Casey Kane is one of them. They dominated that race. They won from the pole, and I talked to his crew chief, Kenny Francis, and he said, you know, because we only had such a short qualifying or practice session on Friday, no practice yesterday, we went back to the same setup we ran here in June, so they're feeling it out like a lot of these cars, and Andy, you were talking about.
Yeah, Jamie, it's hard not to bring a car that you've won with and tee it back up and see what it'll do again.
We're still on the inside there, Kyle Busch in that M&M's car. Looks like he's he had a rough time here the first race, but looked like he's a lot better this time. We've seen him moving up, making some passes, and this could be a lot better day for them, and I know they were hoping for that.
One thing I saw in that car when he went in turn one was the splitter hitting the ground. It looked like the smoke, the dust you see flying out from under it. They could have missed that bump stop just a little bit, and it'll take a little while for that splitter to wear away so it doesn't hit so hard.
Kyle Busch, the points leader, has started 27th, now being shown up in 20th position. Up front, Mark Martin is the guy they're chasing, 49 years of age. It has been a while since Mark Martin has gone to victory lane. And how much would he love to be able to change that here today at a track he has never won on, Pocono Raceway. Behind him, Jimmy Johnson in second, David Gilliland. Following up that great qualifying effort for Yates Racing, holds on the third spot, Ryan Newman fourth, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. is fifth. Here comes Busch, Kyle Busch inside of Paul Menard. The big question was, would Kyle Busch have the kind of day he had here in June when he finished 43rd, or would he have the kind of day he's had most of the year and picking them off and move his way toward the front? I think we just answered part of that question.
Yeah, his car really working the bottom of the racetrack well in turn one.
Yeah, you have to expect that as good a race team as that is, that they're going to be a lot better a second time around. They're not going to miss it that much 2 times in a row. There's just too much talent there, and obviously with his talent, they're going to be a factor.
31 car of Jeff Burton started back in 39th position. Folks, it's the 8th time this year that Jeff Burton has qualified 30th or worse, but guess what? The last time it happened, he finished 6th. He's already now gained a lot of positions, up 16 spots as Burton already in the 31 car.
Now I see why he's not so worried about where he qualifies. He can pass him.
I think he told us that yesterday as we were doing the countdown show for the nationwide race. Jeff was a guest of ours, and when we brought it up, he really wasn't that concerned. He knows as a veteran that this is a racetrack that if you have a good car, that you can make up a lot of spots on the racetrack. Mike?
Well, DJ, I had a conversation with Scott Miller, Jeff Burton's crew chief, this morning about this very race, and he said the one thing we want to protect against is having a lull. He says traditionally when we come back to Pocono the second time around, we really struggled. They didn't really know why, but they were pretty confident. They feel like they've made some gains. They felt like just a month ago or so they were in a lull, but they've broken out of that slump, and they feel like they can be very competitive today. We've seen it so far.
Indeed, Mike, they are making their way toward the front. One of the cars off the pace had made the early pit stop. That is Michael Waltrip in the 55. Having finished 43rd at Indianapolis a week ago, Michael hoping to be able to turn his fortunes around here at Pocono at a track where he has set on the pole and finished second previously, but not happening right now.
Yeah, it sounds like he's got a little bit of an engine problem when he came by us here. That's the worst thing you can have happen here. These straightaways are so long, and it causes a lot of problems. I mean, it really is a hard racetrack on engines.
It is. We see Dale Jr. trying to make a move to move up to that fourth spot that Ryan Newman presently occupies. Junior's car looks really good here in the early going, and I know he was excited about running this race and the prospects of his car being good enough to win this race.
And DJ, the mindset of a driver knowing you got a competition yellow 2 laps away, I guess you don't mind just trying to push this thing and see what you got.
Well, that's the best thing that you can do right now. The racetrack now has some rubber on it. I need to see exactly what's going to happen with this car so I can relay it back to the crew and make sure that we're going to make the right adjustments, Andy.
That's the key thing is communication. You just got to know what the thing's doing. There's a lot of adjustments on these race cars. You just got to know which one to turn.
Earnhardt Jr. set on the pole for this race a year ago and finished in second position. Let's update Kevin Harvick. There's the 29 car involved in the incident on lap 1. A little tap from Joe Nemechek. Had to go back to 36th and has now gained 4 of those positions. And he's got a long way to go, but the good news is he's got a lot of time to get it done here at Pocono.
Yeah, he has plenty of time to make all of that happen. And the fun thing is we see with this racetrack is these guys are able to pass high and low going into and off of these corners. So that's what's so great about this racetrack is you have room to pass if you find yourself back there.
And Kurt Busch, he had a problem also, spun out. He's coming back up through the pack following this 29 car. Actually following the 66 off this corner, but he's been following that 29 up through the pack.
Yeah, and we could see right there what we were wondering, was the bottom going to be a place these guys could make a pass? As we see Casey Kane, June's winner, now making a pass on Dale Earnhardt Jr. for that 5th spot. And I know I talked to Elliott Sadler last night, and he said that Casey worked on race setup on Friday, and his car he thought was even better than what it was here when he won in June. Uh-oh.
That's not good news for everybody else. Casey Kane, by the way, led 5 times for 69 laps here in June when he won from the pole.
Okay, we're working lap 20. This is when NASCAR said they were going to throw that competition yellow. They actually extended it a lap because we had some of those earlier yellows.
If you just joined our coverage, we've had 2 caution flags thus far. One on lap 1, the contact Joe Nemechek, Kevin Harvick. Both cars continued. Both spun, though, out of turn 2. And lap 8, we had a caution where Kurt Busch spun while running in 4th position coming out of turn 3. There's Kevin Harvick. Kurt Busch behind him. Here's the 9 car. Casey Kane. I think we've got a trend here. Casey Kane is on the march.
Well, he does have a good race car. These other guys are going to get a chance to work on theirs, though, here in just a minute. And we'll see what everybody else has. And it's also going to get jumbled up.
Here we go. The competition yellow just now being waved, and you're exactly right, Andy. They extended it a lap because of the cautions. They wanted to give these guys 20 laps, so as much as close to 20 laps of green on the racetrack as they could.
You're going to see some strategies being pulled on pit road. It's going to mix this field up a little bit. It's going to be fun when we go back green.
All right, Crew Chief, what do you do?
Well, if you're one of these leaders, you're going to get 4 tires. This is the time to do it. Come on down and get 4 tires. You know some of these other guys are going to pull some strategy moves. And the tricky part is those guys in the middle. What do? There's always that cutoff point. Who's going to get 2? Who's going to get 4? And there's 43 spots out there. Somebody's going to be in every one of them.
Yeah, I think if you haven't pitted already, that you've got to get 4 tires at this point in time. You're going to need plenty of fuel. But if you were one of those guys like Casey Mears that we saw on pit road earlier, Elliott Sadler, then you might take the chance of just putting 2 tires on right now and seeing what it does to your car.
And maybe no tires. They might just get somebody might just get fuel and just jump back out there.
Yeah, Mears, McCumbee, Boyer, Harvick, Yaley, Robbie Gordon, Montoya. Those guys came in on the 2nd caution, so they've got fresh tires. That on lap 9 they came in, so we're at lap 22, or working lap 22 right now.
You can see the officials kind of pointing down at the ground. That's the way they signal the crew chiefs that the pit road is going to be open this lap. A lot of hand signals down there because it's loud. You can understand how it would be hard to communicate, and that's the way the officials communicate with the crew chief.
Back in June, there were a number of speeding penalties on pit road, which took a couple of contenders out of the competition. Basically, late in the race, we saw Greg Biffle get one, Tony Stewart got one, and a lot of guys say it's easy to speed here. DJ, why?
Well, it's such a long pit road, first and foremost, and these guys are pushing the issue. They are given 5 miles an hour over that speed limit, but just a fraction over that, and you're sent to the back. And so what they're doing is they're pushing the envelope every single time. But then you have a lot of time to just, for that accelerator just to go down a little bit and get you over that speeding limit, and that's the problem that you have with a long pit road like this.
There are 8 pit segments with electronic timers buried in the asphalt to time the cars. The 8 car will lead them down the pit road. Let's go down to the 38 pit and Dave.
And Doc, David Gilliland will try to be one of those guys that has all green on pit road, no reds in the segments, no speeding, a track bar adjustment for a race car that's just a little bit tight through the corners. Mike?
Mark Martin radioing in, describing his car as neutral, requesting no changes. They'll take 4 tires and Sunoco race fuel. Shannon?
Well, Mike Dale Jr. saying the car is free. Worse in turn 3. They're going to make a slight air pressure adjustment and 4 tires. Jamie?
Jimmy Johnson was a pole sitter, and he gains a spot. He came in and took 2 tires only for Jimmy Johnson. It's a small adjustment to fix the tight condition in the tunnel turn, guys.
Jimmy Johnson starts out the day the way he finished it at Indianapolis. 2 tires and finding himself at the head of the pack. Johnson gains a spot. Kenseth up 7. Kyle Busch, some strategy there. Got to believe 2 tires on the 18 car. There's Casey Mears, our in-race reporter, who had been on pit road before. Let's watch from the crew camera. J.D. Holcomb, the front tire carrier, getting it done. And Jimmy Johnson's guys, 2 tires on the right side, and the Brickyard 400 winner back up front here today at Pocono.
Getting ready to go back racing here at Pocono. Time for our Aflac trivia question. How many times in the last 10 years has the winner of this race gone on to win the championship? We will find out in just a little while. Michael Waltrip is the leader on the racetrack. Michael in a tight fight for top 35 spots in owner points, staying out to gain some bonus points. Jimmy Johnson first off pit road. He is running second as we come back to the green flag. And as I say that, Michael ducks onto pit road after getting his bonus points, and Jimmy Johnson leads him for the restart.
Jimmy Johnson, 2-tire change. Here they come. They begin to spread out 2 wide. Still being a little patient there. Johnson got 2 tires. Behind him, Matt Kenseth got 2 tires. Casey Mears and the 18 of Kyle Busch all got 2 tires. There is Elliott Sadler coming off that great run in Indianapolis in the 19 car on the outside making a move.
There's that 3-wide patience you're talking about, Dale.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is you can do that in turn 1, but as you get down here to the tunnel turn, you got to get at least double foul.
Okay, here we go.
Bobby Gordon behind David Reagan. He right along with Tony Stewart. They are 16th, 17th, and 18th.
It's not a bad move right here from Tony Stewart, jumping to the outside to try to grab that new asphalt up there, getting into turn 3.
Well, David Reagan all the way down on the inside of the track. Mark Martin on the inside here, the 18 of Kyle Busch. Remember, Kyle took only 2 tires on that stop. Drag racing down the straightaway.
Looks like Kyle drove that car down in that corner really hard, Dale.
Yeah, you can get down in there as hard as you want to. There's plenty of banking there to hold the car, but is it going to hurt his exit? We see Mark Martin was taking the short way around and takes the spot away from him.
Got to think that's the 4-tire advantage over the 2 tires. Although with this new car, it seems like right side tires or 2-tire changes work so much better because they really don't work the left side tires very hard.
Yeah, and that could be just that Mark Martin showed us he's got a great race car. He was leading this race before all of these pit stops came about.
Denny Hamlin on the inside of Ryan Newman. There's Earnhardt Jr. in this battle as they follow the 38 car of Gilliland. That is 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Well, they're helping us to see right here if that inside is going to be able to be used today, if we're going to have some side-by-side racing. As you can tell, the guys on the outside have more of a run and can make that pass down the front straightaway.
Jeff Gordon in the 24 car trying to make it a couple of Hendrick cars running 1-2, trying to get to the outside and can't get it to stick. And here comes Mark Martin once again driving it up off the corner.
Telling you, he's getting it done today now. That 8 car is fast.
That is a fast race car, absolutely.
Our Affleck trivia question was, how many times in the last 10 years has the winner of this race gone on to win the championship? Do you think you know? Once.
One time.
Jeff Gordon did it in 1998. And the drivers that have won here read like a who's who in NASCAR. DJ's won it, Rusty's won it, Bill Elliott and all those, but only one time has it been an indicator of the champion to come. Let's listen to Jimmy Johnson's radio.
Coming down pit road, trying to go pit road speed. I got a massive caster shake the whole way down pit road. Is that going to hurt anything?
Wow, and of course, that's your leader, Jimmy Johnson, talking to Chad Canals' crew chief, saying he basically ran into something of a large animal. He said it's actually like an insect, and it's over his windshield, right in his line of sight. So he's asking his crew chief, and Chad said, well, next pit stop, we'll give you a tear off and clean it off for you. In the meantime, stay focused. Let's stay ahead, guys.
Yeah, Jamie, what I heard there on that radio transmission was he was talking about a massive caster shake, and what he's talking about is some of the front end settings these guys are using are so radical with this new car that it probably causes some instability at low speed. And he was kind of wondering if that was causing any problem. You see Mark Martin using that high side around Matt Kenseth, but it's probably like if you've driven an old truck and you get that real shake, that massive shake, and you get it at a certain speed. Evidently, that happens at a low speed on pit road.
I think we saw there Matt Kenseth just pull over. He realized that he had 2 tires, Mark Martin had 4, and Mark Martin's got a fast race car. And that's just true respect that Matt Kenseth has for Mark Martin.
Matt Kenseth trying to rebound all the 18 car trouble, the points leader.
Is he just out of the groove?
Well, he was way up across the racetrack.
He's been driving in that corner really hard. He could have gotten out of the groove.
11 back here by himself.
Heard his spotter tell him a good save, so he must have just gotten in there a little bit too hard.
Well, he was headed in that direction. Watch him entering turn 1.
Oh, yeah, baby. You don't want that car jumping out sideways at that speed.
Wow.
You know, he'd been driving that car down in that corner so hard. You could see the car kind of getting out of shape the laps before that, too.
Is that the 2 tires only he took, and the fact that he's being so aggressive with just 2 tires?
Well, I'm sure that he's pushing it to the limit to see what he can do with that race car, and I think he found out right there that that's a little further than he needs to be driving it with this particular setup and with the 2 tires right now.
Really going to see what 2 tires will do against 4 tires when you see Mark Martin and his 48 get together, because they were the 2 best cars before this caution came out. We're seeing Mark Martin inch up closer and closer to the 48. Right here you see Dale Earnhardt Jr. passing Kyle Busch.
Yeah, Casey Kane jumped right in behind Dale Jr. and kind of what we're seeing is that turn 1 that the inside is the better place to be, and as you get to the tunnel turn, it's definitely the place to be, as we see both of them make that pass on Kyle Busch.
Kyle loses 2 positions from 8th back to 10th. 2 tires or 4 tires? Remember, the 48 car took 2, the 8 took 4. Rusty, what do you think, bud?
Oh, I tell you what, take a look.
Rusty thinks.
Yeah, you guys know I'm a 4-tire guy. I love 4 tires, and right now Mark Martin is wearing these cats out as far as speed, almost 0.4 of a second faster. I mean, it's really getting it done. I mean, that last lap by, I mean, starting to catch Jimmy Johnson right now, and Mark's working the top, the bottom. He can go anywhere he wants right now, guys.
You know, Rusty, though, this is the time for the 48 team to try 2 tires, because they're not going to lose too much here. They may lose a few spots, but at least it'll tell them how they'll act later in the race.
Well, Andy, exactly right. I mean, I was thinking that same thing. I mean, when Chad Knaus brought Jimmy down, put 2 tires, hey, try it right now. It's early. If it doesn't work, you won't play with that no more. But I got a feeling they're going to stay with 4 after what Mark Martin's doing to them.
You know, and Rusty, this used to always, there wasn't a question. You got 4 times that they found it working was because this particular car uses up those 2 right side tires the most.
Oh, yeah, I know. This is a totally different track than Indy, but, I mean, last week in Indianapolis, I mean, the left side tires weren't hardly wearing at all, and the right sides were wearing crazy. It just goes to show you how tough this particular car is on the right sides. But you know what, guys? I still like 4.
Rusty Wallace knows what he's talking about here, folks. He won this race 4 times, and boy, he was about as good as it gets coming off of turn 1 down there, driving in a long straightaway. Well, the front row running 1-2, and what did you expect? Mark Martin, he wants it in a bad way, but Jimmy Johnson's going to be tough to beat. He's the leader at Pocono.
Got a whole lot of racing coming up on ESPN. NASCAR Now recapping today's Pocono race tonight, 10 Eastern time. Then our Monday roundtable at 5 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. Our coverage from Watkins Glen. Qualifying Friday, 3 Eastern time. Nationwide Series qualifying Saturday morning, 10 Eastern time. The Nationwide race Saturday afternoon. That's on ABC. And then the Sprint Cup Series race 1 week from today, ESPN 1 Eastern time. We'll go road course racing next weekend in Watkins Glen. Here is the fight for the lead as we welcome you back to NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing at Pocono, presented by Cheez-It. Jimmy Johnson with Mark Martin kind of stalking him after a little pit strategy a little bit ago.
Well, I tell you, Mark put 4 tires on compared to Jimmy Johnson's 2 tires, Brad, but he's got right to his bumper, but right now it's kind of slowed down. He just can't seem to get around. It looks like the aerodynamics is really affecting Martin's car at the moment.
I think you're absolutely right. When Mark backs off, he actually is faster than Jimmy when he gets far enough away from him to get out of his aero draft, but he just cannot simply get around him. But I've been keeping my eye on David Gilliland. Look at what he is doing. He is in 4th position right now, had a great qualifying run in 3rd. He stayed up front all day long. This cat could be around at the end of the day. He could be a player.
Had 3 cautions already in the race, 1 on lap 1 when Kevin Harvick and Joe Nemechek spun. Kurt Busch spun at lap 8, then a competition yellow at lap 21 as we have a new leader.
Oh, there we go. Now let's see how much faster Mark's going to be than Johnson has. Got that clean air, got that front end, pushed to the ground. It's going to turn a lot better. And I really want to look at the speed differential now between the 48 car Jimmy Johnson and Mark Martin with the 2 versus the 4 tires.
Remember, on the set of pit stops, we had a number of cars take just right side tires, only Jimmy Johnson's among them. Talking about David Gilliland, David Burns, what are they saying down there?
Yeah, I'm just keeping my ear to the tracks on them right now. David radioed in about 5 laps ago that he has a vibration that's coming and going. Now, you guys know the good thing about vibrations is that they keep going. So right now, it's not terminal or anything like that. He didn't say whether it was drivetrain or wheel related, but for the moment, it is backed off, but he did report it.
David Gilliland trying to make the pass, and he went in a little hard, and here comes Matt Kenseth to what they call the slide job, right back underneath him for position.
Well, he hadn't got it done yet. He's trying that slide job, but this 38 car is strong.
You know what the vibration he's feeling might be? The 11 car coming in a hurry. I mean, Denny Hamlin is just ripping. He's cutting about 4 car lengths off a turn.
I just don't like to have a vibration in any track, but especially this one because the engines are so stressed. You got to wonder if there's something happening inside there. Man, I just always worry about hearing that.
Denny Hamlin moving in on the 17. More on Denny with Shannon.
Yeah, Doc, you know, I spoke with Denny Hamlin's crew chief before the race. He was one of the guys who did opt to work on in practice on Friday. They did get some work in. Mike Ford said they were not 100% happy with this car. They said they were going to take the first 20 laps before the first pit stop, just kind of figured out they were tight. They made an air pressure adjustment, and man, does that car like that air, because he is moving through the field right now.
Shannon, you're exactly right. And, of course, he won both events here in 2006 from the pole as a rookie. And, by the way, you Michael Waltrip fans, the 55 car has gone to the garage area. We'll try to update what's going on with his machine back in the garage. He is the only car off the track. We still have 42 on it, and all 42 right now are still on the lead lap. What about the 18 car? Points leader, Kyle Busch. Let's listen in.
Locked up the right rear tire getting into one last time. I think the chain's a little tight. Should be over an inch of droop there. Should be all right.
Yeah, what he's talking about are there are chains that you hook to the rear end housing, so when you make pit stops, it picks the wheel up real quick so you don't have to wait on it to come up. And you always try to set those just as tight as you can for speed on pit stops, but it's a balance. And for more on that, let's go to the ESPN Tech Center and Tim Brewer.
Thanks, Andy. What we got here, folks, is just a simple chain. We've got one on each side of the rear of the car. And like Andy says, what we do, we loosen this chain up. And we've got a ladder here. It's in double shear. We can actually move this chain up and down through here. And that way, the rear tire changer, when the car comes in, when it's out of fuel, hadn't got no weight on the rear, we can adjust that thing to where the tire comes off about the same time the front one does. Andy?
That's cool, Tim. We always try to push it right there.
Tim, thank you very much. The Chevy Cutaway car showing you exactly what happens there with that chain hooked up and how it works, DJ.
Yeah, and that's a good idea. They're probably not going to take any time to do that. My suggestion would be him cranking some rear brake out of that. You alluded to the fact that he was driving it awfully hard into the corner. He may just have a little too much rear brake, and right now he could compensate for that just by dialing a little bit more of that brake to the front.
The other thing is he said it was his right rear he was locking up getting in there, and that chain going in the corner is not tight. That whole car is in compression at that point.
What's the liability, though, if you dial too much rear brake in the car? What happens?
Well, I mean, it helps you to get the whole car load down, and it'll help you in the center of the corner more. But on exit, you really have to be careful that if you're getting on the brakes pretty hard, that you don't start that car to wheel hopping, and that's what's going to happen. And the back end of the car is going to jump out from under you.
Kyle Busch in the 18 car trying to make his way in the pack. Here's the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. going by Greg Biffle. That is for the 7th spot. Mark Martin is a leader. Jimmy Johnson second. David Gilliland. Remember the vibration or whatever they were concerned about there. Denny Hamlin is fourth. Kenseth, Gordon, and now you see them coming off of turn 3. Gordon, a little bit of a wiggle. And about 4 or 5 car lengths back between Gordon and Earnhardt Jr. as he's trying to hold off Biffle and Casey Kane. More on the 88 with Shannon.
Yeah, Doc, you know how I told you at the beginning of the race that Dale Jr. wanted to be tighter in this race? He's not. He's loose. That's what he's telling his crew chief, Tony Erie Jr. right now. Snug in, loose off.
And we could see that right there. As he got down into the corner, the car just went up in the center of the corner, and then it didn't allow him to get to the gas quite as quick.
Did he drive it up there, or did the car actually go up there? He does like that high line.
Yeah, he does like that, and you know, it could have been one of two things if it's a little bit snug in the center, but that could have also come from not being able to turn the wheel with that loose condition.
He said on the pit stop when he came in.
Every single exit of the tunnel is just chasing the right rear. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, he's complaining the car being really loose in 3 here. That's when he came down pit road a moment ago. Let's watch him.
Yeah, you can see he's really chasing the back end of the car. The exit of the tunnel and the exit of turn 3 are places that you want to be wide open in the gas early and be able to carry that momentum off the corner. But when that back end's kicking out, you have to be really careful.
I believe Dale Jr.'s driving that car up to the top, trying to find grip.
Juan Pablo Montoya, the 42 car, has gained 12 positions since the restart. Remember, he made a couple of unscheduled pit stops, and now the 42 car being shown back up in 23rd position.
Well, you can't do that at this racetrack without all 8 cylinders firing, so I'm sure they've got that fixed. He's headed the right way now.
Yeah. They lost a lap in the pits, diagnosing and then fixing the problem, but he got the lucky dog back caution before, and now it seems to have a really good race car.
Travis Quapple, by the way, the 28 car. We talked about the Hitachi Power Tool folks coming on board for 6 events, and they were excited about the fact that both the Yates cars could be really good here. This is obviously the team car to David Gilliland.
Been watching Kyle Busch drive that car hard down in the corner, and every time I've seen him go down hard in turn 1, I've seen this black smoke come out from behind the car, which is really black dust that comes out from under there when that splitter hits, and you got to wonder how long that thing is going to grind away and if they're going to actually do some damage to that splitter.
Yeah, eventually it's going to wear through that if that's what's happening, right, Andy?
Yeah, so far so good. It looks plenty thick. That's a great shot right there, guys. But if that thing it maintains that thickness, it'll be fine. But if it hits too hard, it'll start wearing it out.
DJ, what do you feel for a driver when the splitter hits? I mean, do you feel it in the wheel? Does it jerk it at all? I mean,
yeah, it's like you put the front end on jack stands almost. You just really lose the whole feel of the front end because it literally just picks the front end of the front tires up. That front splitter's not going anywhere, and so the car can't go any further, and you just don't have the grip of the front ends. We see Kyle really battling this car off of turn 3.
It has been a tough day for the points leader thus far. Remember, he finished 43rd here back in June, hoping to turn it around here. And almost into the concrete there, but he saved it. And of course, again, he had his hands full going way up across the racetrack, but somehow Kyle Busch is hanging on in 11th spot. Take a look at our AT&T Crew Chief Challenge. The question is, which of the upcoming tracks will have the biggest influence on chase point? Is it here today at Pocono, next week at Watkins Glen? Is it Bristol or Richmond? To play, text CREW to 191 from your AT&T wireless phone. Standard text message rates will apply. I know what my answer would be, but I'm going to wait and see how the voting takes place. Well, Mark Martin is our leader, so why don't we get you up to speed? Let's talk about Mark, starting with Mike.
And Doc, as you can imagine, Mark Martin real happy with his race car, saying it's just a touch free, but he's already diagnosing the problem and recommending solutions. He told his crew chief over the radio not too long ago he wants an air pressure adjustment in the left rear tire. Jamie?
And Chad Knaus just asked his driver, Jimmy Johnson, what is hurting you the most out there? And he said, I'm a little snug. I have a lot of wheel in it right now. My worst exit is the tunnel turn, and that's where he feels like he's really losing time on that 8 car who's dominating. Dave?
David Gilliland reeling in that 48 car. He is just a little bit tight on the throttle right now. That vibration, no report since. Remember, they were the ones that took 4 tires last time. They're talking about a wedge adjustment on this next pit stop. Shannon?
Well, Dave, Denny Hamlin started this run 11th. He's currently running 4th. He is struggling. He says the car is just loose all over the place. Expect them to come down on lap 54 to make some changes. Dave.
Matt Kenseth has fallen back after restarting in the 2nd position. That car very loose and getting looser. They're talking about the right rear of that car, taking some air pressure out or maybe even taking some spring weight off the right rear of that car to help it turn a little bit less. Mike?
Dave, when the 24 team left here in June, they were extremely frustrated. Too tight in turns 2 and 3. They haven't had that problem today, but they've had others. Gordon just came over the radio recently and said they're struggling with drive off. Shannon?
Well, someone else that's struggling is Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that number 88 car. He is loose, told his crew chief, Tony Yeary Jr., the car wants to wreck. I'm doing everything to hold on, as you see him right there on the track. Get really loose. Jamie.
And Carl Edwards started 15th, making his way up. He just passed his teammate Greg Biffle. He said he's getting tight on exit with the longer the run goes, and expect most of these guys to come in, like you said, around 54, 55. Behind him, Greg Biffle in the 16 car. This team told me they're all about the defense right now. They need points. They need to stay in this points position to go into the chase, but they do not have a win yet this season. Greg Irwin, crew chief, told me a win would be everything right now, as much as they're trying to play consistency. Behind him is Casey Kane in the 9, dominated here from the pole last time, just 7 weeks ago. He's in that same car. Casey said he's really tight. They came in on that last pit stop, Doc, and they made all kinds of adjustments on it. Right now, though, it's staying with them, and he's staying in the top 10.
Staying right there with them, and remember, he was so strong in the second half of the race here in June. Here's the guy they're chasing, Mark Martin, trying to get win number 1 for the season and win number 1 for his career, remarkably, at Pocono, one of the 6 tracks he has never won on. Pit stops when we come back in just a moment.
Welcome back to Pocono. You're looking at the 18 of Kyle Busch right now. Came down pit road and having an incident, came in short. They just wanted to put 4 tires and fuel on there for Kyle Busch, pitting out of sequence here. And he pulls it down in a way. Okay, a little bit of a scare for the team there, guys. 14.8.
He was sliding on into his pit stall. Here come the other. Watch Kyle Busch trying to get this car stopped. 55 miles an hour, jams on the brakes.
This morning when I talked to crew chief Kelly Barraclaw, they said he was not surprised about this qualifying run because Dave said if I hit my marks, I can put it up there. They qualified 3rd. They've kept it up there so far. Just that little wedge adjustment to help the race car. Jamie.
And Jimmy Johnson in his pit box. Remember, they're going to take a tear off because he hit something rather large right in his line of sight. They're going to do right sides, come around to the left sides. For first time today, they're going to take 4 tires for Jimmy Johnson, guys. He was a little bit tight. He's down and away.
David Gilliland in. There's Jimmy Johnson. Jeff Gordon in. Casey Kane exiting pit road. Again, these are green flag pit stops. They pitted on lap 23 30 laps ago. Shannon.
Yeah, Clint Boyer really struggling in this race, guys. He was all the way back in 40th. Car is still too loose. They're getting on top of the track to try to fix that. Clint Boyer. Mike.
Your race leader on pit road now, Mark Martin. Little bit too free. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment in that left rear tire. Also a 4-tire change in Sunoco race fuel. Other than that, Mark very, very happy with his race car. Shannon?
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt Jr., I told you he's been really loose. You see the wrench go in the back there. Those guys are going to go to work on that car. Take 4 tires for that number 88 car to try to tighten Dale Jr. up.
'11 car, Denny Hamlin coming out. Dave.
You see the yellow and black car, that is Matt Kenseth exiting pit road. They took on 4 fresh tires. They pulled a spring rubber from the right rear spring to try to help that car not be as loose.
Routine green flag pit stops. Here's Carl Edwards coming down. He was being shown as the leader. He comes down for his scheduled stop, 55 miles an hour. Bob Osborne and company should be putting 4 fresh Goodyears on his car. Jamie Little.
And Carl Edwards nervous about this stop. Remember, a bad pit stop cost him the race here in June when one of the tire changers knocked the valve stem out. You see them go to work on that left side for Carl Edwards. 4 tires. He was tight off in all 3 corners. He's down and away. Doc.
Cycling through pit stops. 16, Greg Biffle having a bit of an issue. Cost him about 3 or 4 extra seconds on. But as you said, Andy, precision, you got to get it full of fuel. You can't afford to have to come in early or come back down pit road.
Yeah, but you should be able to get it full of fuel when you change 4 tires here. And we heard Jamie talking about knocking the stem out of the left rear tire. And I don't know why that is about this racetrack, but I've had that same thing happen to me here before, where you drop the jack and the tire starts spinning and the air wrench will pop that stem and then knock it right off of there.
Bobby Labonte, the guy that you picked as a sleeper to win it today, on and off pit road.
He's been sleeping a little too much for me so far. He needs to get going a little bit better.
Well, here's a guy, DJ, that's wide awake, Mark Martin, and he, after cycling through, he is back up front, and they said the car was a little too free. They wanted to make an air pressure change. They have done it. I don't know how much better he wants that car to be.
Well, he's looking for perfection now because he's got the rest of the field whipped right at this moment. But just a great race car. Mark's doing a terrific job. You know, it's very impressive there as we went through all of these pit stops. It's very easy to get excited and either speed coming in or speed going out. So these guys all did a terrific job. Mike, you have more?
Oh, yeah, DJ, you mentioned and you described Mark as a perfectionist. Well, that's what his crew chief, Tony Gibson, likes most about working with him, and he relies on that. Because they didn't have much race trim practice this week, he sat down with Mark, and both of them went over a setup for this racetrack. And, of course, Mark made a lot of suggestions. Tony was real happy because he says He wasn't real used to that with his last driver, but he feels like they made the right decisions. They started this race out a little bit snug because they did get a lot loose back in June, and they felt like that was the right direction to go in, and it seems to be working so far.
56 of 200 laps complete. The 8 car is number 1, Mark Martin. And how about those impressive numbers? Leads all time in terms of races led. 30 top 10 finishes, folks. A fourth of the races he has run here, he has finished either second or third. He's finished second 6 times.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series continues next Sunday, 1 o'clock Eastern Time at Watkins Glen, the famed road course in upstate New York, where the race to the chase continues. We'll be down to 5 races to go before the championship cutoff. Tony Stewart's been kind of Mr. Road Course King lately. Of course, Jeff Gordon, the all-time road course race winner in NASCAR. 90 laps around the twisting course next Sunday. NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from Watkins Glen. Coverage starting at 1 o'clock Eastern Time on ESPN. And today we look down on the beautiful Pocono Raceway in the Pennsylvania mountains. Our aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV, now broadcasting over 90 national HD channels. Well, Mark Martin's been the man so far today. He started second, took the lead on lap 1, and has led most of the way, 45 of the 59 laps that have been run to this point. And Mark right now up by 5.5 seconds on second place David Gilliland. Now, our ESPN pit studio happens to overlook the top of Mark Martin's pit. While we were watching his pit stop a minute ago, Rusty, you were noticing some clouds.
Man, I'll tell you, when I looked out the window, I said, holy smokes, these guys look like they're in Martinsville. Look at all this brake dust just pouring off these brakes. And folks, one thing you got to remember, these cars aren't shifting anymore like they used to a long time ago. These cars don't handle real good, so they're using a lot more brake getting down into turn 1 mostly. And I got a feeling by the end of the day the brakes can be pretty low on a lot of these cars because, Andy, these guys are really using more brake than they've ever used with this new car.
Well, they are, Rusty, and I talked to some of the brake guys. There goes Casey Kane around Jeff Gordon. Talking to some of the brake guys in the garage area, you know, they just keep developing the brake package for this race car because it's so much heavier and it is hard to get woed down. They've got brake pads that are like 1 1/8 inch thick just for that high pad wear we saw. That's why you see all that dust, and they're able to do that all day long.
How difficult is it, Andy, as a tire changer all those years? I know you and Tim Brewer both changed tires, but how difficult is it when you get a face full of brake dust and you're trying to see what's happening on that pit stop?
I'll tell you how hard it is. That's why I quit changing tires. I used to change front tires, and I used to hate that part of it because it's that first blast with that air wrench just blows that dust up in your face. And, man, I don't like that stuff.
Yeah, as they continue to develop and make these brake packages better, these guys just take it to another level and abuse the brakes even more. So they'd be better off not telling the drivers that they've got something better, because they're just going to say, okay, if I have something better, it should be able to take just a little bit more. And I think that maybe they're using the brakes in each of these corners, maybe not the tunnel turn as much, but more brake in each of these corners than what they were accustomed to. As we see Kevin Harvick here now, you know, he started this race outside the top 12 of the points, but right now, even after that first lap spin, he's got himself in the 12th spot.
Kevin Harvick, as you said, came in outside the top 12, but looked pretty nonchalant about what was happening with 6 races to go in the chase. In fact, we asked him about the pressures of trying to get into the chase. Here's what he had to say.
The performance of the cars have been really good, and I feel really strong that the performance of the car will be good in the next 6 weeks. So we'll just go out and race like we can. I've learned not to let the stress of the chase and all the things that are around it, there's really nothing you can do about it other than go out and do the best you can.
And his crew chief, Todd Berrier, pretty much echoed those thoughts. He told me this morning, he said, we're outside the chase. We have to be aggressive. If we were inside the chase, we could play defensive, but we do not have that option. And so far, they've had to be extremely aggressive. They restarted 42nd after that early race spin, but they've rallied. They're close to being inside the top 20. Car's just a little bit free, but Kevin liking the field so far.
Mike, the good news for Kevin Harvick is right now he's all up at 21st spot, and he is 12th in the points. The bad news for that team is that the guy at the bottom there, Clint Boyer, his teammate, is not in the top 12 anymore because of Kevin moving in. Boyer moves out, and that's going to be tough if you try to get into the chase at the expense of one of your colleagues and one of your teammates. Carl Edwards closing in. A lot of people in the garage area pointed the finger, DJ, and said this 99 car could be one to watch today. They know the 48's good, the 24's good, but Carl, coming off the momentum of that great run in Indianapolis, could be a factor here.
Yeah, this is actually a guy that I picked the other day on one of our deals, that Carl Edwards. I thought his team has shown a lot of momentum. I know that they ran well here the first race, and I just believe that he's poised and ready to win. They started on such a hot streak at the beginning of the year. We kind of forgot about them for a while just because they weren't back up front, and other people, Casey Kane and Kyle Busch, kind of took the spotlight. But I really believe that they have the car and the team to be a factor here today and get that car up front.
One of the reasons I would pick Carl Edwards to be good here is because this racetrack has always been so physical. It's a physical race.
They're going to give you the bottom here. That's what they say anyway.
Talking about the spotter, and that's a 7 car they were talking about. But it's such a physical race that he is in good shape physically, that I think he can take advantage of that.
Jamie?
Well, you guys are talking about Carl. It has been a while since he's won a race this season. The last race he won was at Texas, but they've been consistent, and because of that, they sit 5th in position right now in the points. And Bob Osborne, his crew chief, told me this morning, this is the first race they're thinking outside of the box. As we talked about in pre-race, Carl is experimenting with a new setup that none of the Roush Fenway drivers are doing except for the 99 team. They have a little leeway and they're working, and today, guys, it seems to be paying off. He started 15th, he's all the way up to 6th, and I believe caution on the track. Thanks,
Jamie. Caution on the racetrack. Debris in turn 2, the tunnel turn, we're being shown and told, and it will be the 4th caution flag of the day.
It has been green since lap 25. This is probably a welcome break for a lot of these guys.
A lot of these drivers just took a deep breath saying, boy, I'm glad that happened. They were glad that there wasn't an incident and they weren't part of the caution. They were really looking for an opportunity to work on these cars. Mark Martin, on the other hand, who's been out front just spanking these guys right now, probably wish this thing would have gone green.
That's one problem with being a leader and being out front like that, is you're so reluctant to adjust on the race car. And when you got somebody like Mark Martin, he can tell you what you need to be working on, even if you are stretching it on these guys.
4th caution flag today. Mark Martin, by the way, if you just joined our coverage, there have been 4 leaders, 6 lead changes. Mark has led the bulk of the afternoon, took the lead on lap 1, started on the outside front row, has led 3 times for 51 laps. Jimmy Johnson has led twice for 12 laps. Carl Edwards led a lap, and Michael Waltrip, the 55 car in the garage area. He's the only car, by the way, out of the race in the garage area. He led a lap under caution early.
Mark had put some distance between himself and the 2nd place car, and let's talk about him just a second. Mark Martin, we said, is having a great run, but David Gilliland, who qualified in 3rd spot, and I don't know how many of us thought that on a difficult racetrack like this that he doesn't have a lot of experience, how long he might stay up there. But David Gilliland's shown he's in 2nd place right now, and he has as good a race car as anybody here.
He's for real, and that team's for real. They just beat Jimmy Johnson off pit road a while ago under green and got this 2nd spot for him. He is getting it done today.
Gilliland, by the way, finished 2nd at Infineon, so he's a pretty good road racer. A lot of guys said there's some characteristics of this track that remind you of road courses because of how you have to get out these flat turns and make the car turn.
Yeah, we see him now picking up debris, and this could have been something that was kicked up or something came off, maybe a brake duct or something like that came off of one of the cars. And David Gilliland, and this is perfect what Doug Yates and that team need. They need some good things to happen for them to show these potential sponsors and the sponsors that they have on the car that they're capable of running up front with just a little bit of help.
David finished 16th here back in June, had a top 20 finish at Indianapolis. There's the 8 car, Mark Martin. It is Martin, Gilliland, Johnson, Hamlin, and Casey Kane, the top 5. And now we're going to see if these guys in the 38 pit can beat them off pit road again. Cully Bearclaw, by the way, was a NASCAR Nationwide Series crew chief a year ago, helped Stephen Light get to victory lane at Kentucky. Calling the shots for David Gilliland.
This is when he wants to see if his team's really up to the challenge as they start to hit pit road. Dave?
Well, and Dale, the call from Cully is to stay with 4 tires. They want to keep David Gilliland on 4 fresh Goodyears. Just a slight air pressure adjustment, a little tight, but he said that last change greatly improved the race car. Top of your screen, Gilliland. Mike?
Mark Martin saying the car is just a little bit loose, calling for a round to bite. He also told his crew chief, don't be afraid to put 4 tires on this thing. That's what they'll do, Shannon.
Well, Mike, Denny Hamlin says the car has gotten better in 3. It's just still a little bit of 3. They're going to make a track bar adjustment. 4 tires in Sunoco fuel. Jamie.
Jimmy Johnson said he's down on power through the tunnel turn and off at 3. They're going to do 4 tires once again. Shaq Canals crew chief told me this is where the championship is going to be won on pit road, and Jimmy Johnson down and away loses quite a few spots, guys.
Tire strategy, Carl Edwards up 5 spots, and you can see where the tire is. How about Tony Raines' bunch in the 70 car? Obviously making just making a quick stop there. Minimal tire change, 29 spots up. Wow.
I'd say he completely bypassed his pit stop.
Yeah, I'd say a good chance that he missed his pit.
Yeah, I got to believe he just decided to come in and wave at the guys on the way by. We'll update what happened with the 70 car. Under caution for the 4th time, Carl Edwards, the leader off of pit road. Working caution at Pocono Raceway. We ask you our AT&T Crew Chief Challenge question. Which of the upcoming tracks will have the biggest influence on chase points? Would it be Pocono today, Watkins Glen, Bristol, or Richmond? How did you vote? What do you think, guys? Oh,
Bristol.
Bristol.
That was close, though.
It was close. The high banks of Bristol, and where anything can happen in Thunder Valley. Let's check in with our in-race reporter, Casey Mears.
Hey, Casey, Dale Jarrett, you have a copy?
Yeah, it's in 4.
Hey, Casey, we've got 68 laps completed now. Has the racetrack changed, and how is your race car?
We've been changing the car, so I'm not sure how much the track's changing. You can see the rubber's building up a little bit more. We're real tight in turn 3 and turn 1, and we're trying to work on that. We got turn 3 pretty good now. Just trying to work on getting turn 1 back.
All right, Casey, thanks. We'll talk to you later on.
It's in 4.
Let's go down to Mike.
And catching up with Tony Gibson, crew chief for Mark Martin. What's he telling you right now about that race car?
It's real good. It's an awesome race car. Everybody at Dale Earnhardt Incorporated has done a really good job. We've been beat up over the last few months, but this is just all this does right here is prove that Teresa and Max and John has gave us good stuff to work with. It's an awesome car, really good motor. Richard Childress and ECR, those guys give us a great race motor. It's a little bit on the free side right now, but he can control it with the throttle. He runs just fast enough to stay ahead without burning these tires up. So we're just going to be patient. A lot of guys took on 2. We've taken on 4. I think we can get back up there pretty quick. We can stay out of trouble, but we have an awesome race car this weekend.
And Dave, this was the run this team was looking for. Gibson told me this morning, this team needs a win. This organization needs a win.
Mike, Cully Barraclaw has given David Gilliland 4 tires every time. Do you need to do the 2-tire experiment at some point for that last run, possibly?
We thought about it there, but we thought for right now, with a little adjustment we needed to make, we needed to hit 4 right there. So as it turned out, we're going to just hitch around with Mark Martin here for a while. He seems to be running pretty good, but we might try that down the road here a little bit.
All right, keep your eye on him, guys. Great race car today.
Yeah, these guys are really on top of their game right now. It's exciting, and I know that they want to stick with that as much as they can with the 4 tires. This is going to be interesting because we have a lot of guys that got 2 tires there. So it'll be interesting to see how all of this works out.
Watch Mark Martin's right front tire. Watch the issues there with the tire getting hung a little bit there. Let's see if they can get it.
You see he's taking a few extra seconds there to get those lug nuts tight. He probably either lost a lug nut or missed a few going on.
Yeah, he hit 10 there instead of 5, I think.
Mark Martin will restart back in 13th position as the green flag waves. Carl Edwards will lead him down. You love hearing Tony Gibson talk about how they got something to prove. They're tired of everybody bashing what's going on at DEI and what's being said about the team. Mark Martin said, I'm so proud of Tony Gibson and these guys and the engine program we've got. Earnhardt's Childress engines, and said we're going to watch for the 8th to try to drive his way back to the front here.
Well, he's being aggressive right here off turn 1.
Well, 3 wide.
Man.
Well, his car's working so good on the bottom. He got that good run, but we could see how the draft really plays into effect. The 11 was able to push the 83 by them right there.
Jimmy Johnson wisely backing out of it. You don't want to go 3 wide across the tunnel. Gilliland slips up a little bit there, loses a spot.
Got a little jam up now. 19 cars kind of got him bottled up.
3 wide in the short chute. Biffle in the 16. 7 of Robbie Gordon. 45 McCumbee. Now Robbie Gordon pulls up in front of the 45.
David Reagan down on the inside, making it 3 wide down the front stretch. Able to make that pass.
David Reagan just 7 points out of chase contention right now. He's been hustling in on that 12th position. Ryan Newman's door-to-door with the 11 car of Hamlin. Look at 48, Jimmy Johnson sail by.
He just blew by those guys on the inside.
Yeah, that's what's so cool. These cars make such a big hole in the air, and you go down that long straightaway, and all of a sudden, you've got a big hole of air there that they've made, and you can just pull out and go right by them.
Look at Mark Martin now. He's way down on the bottom of the racetrack, and he's not using that new asphalt. Look at that thing go. Ryan Vickers getting out of shape a little bit. 3 wide off that corner.
And a crowd to the inside of Jeff Gordon. Here goes Newman down across the racetrack. 4 wide. Here comes the land rush.
Wow. Now you can go 4 wide into this first corner.
Not successfully.
But can you come out 4 wide?
Yeah. Mark Martin's car is just great right there. He's right on the bottom of the racetrack and just going back to the front.
Wow. He's got a great car.
Elliott Sadler is there. So is the 18 car. Points leader Kyle Busch. Here comes Jeff Gordon on the inside of the 83 of Brian Vickers.
It's like Sadler's car is not good in turn 1, but it's good in these other 2 corners. What lap are we on, Dale? Is this the last one?
they look like that's it. We see our points leader Kyle Busch come up on the back of Elliott Sadler there, and he goes to the inside in turn 3. He's got 4 tires, and he's trying to make that work to get a little bit of grip off that corner.
Meanwhile, back up front where Carl Edwards and Casey Kane are, they pulled away by about 0.2 of a second over Dale Earnhardt Jr.
So far, their strategy's paying off. They got out in some good clean air. You know, Casey's doesn't have quite as much clean air as Carl has, obviously, but he's able to hang right with him, and they're able to kind of pull away from everything as these guys are racing back there.
Good time to pull away from that hornet's nest back there.
Casey Kane has yet to lead a lap today. He led 5 times for 69 laps back in June.
Here we go again.
Here we go back inside the nest. The 11 car, Denny Hamlin. Bobby Gordon slips up. Hamlin goes by. Jimmy Johnson.
It's just a matter of where you catch these guys. You know, some guys are catching them at the very right spot. We see Jeff Gordon trying to go around the lap car of Chad McCumbee here. But if you catch them at the right spot, it doesn't inhibit your going to the front and your speed there. So that's the good thing if you can do that. But on the other side, if you catch them at the wrong spot, it allows everybody behind to run up on your bumper either to get to the inside, as we see David Gilliland battling with the 12 car.
So you get all that momentum built up, and then one time you hit that corner and there's that lap car, it just kills your momentum. It takes another lap to really get it back.
Yeah, we see Kyle Busch down on the inside there. Looks like maybe he has some of his problems figured out and headed towards the front.
Yeah, he'll make his own momentum, Kyle Busch will. Just watching this telemetry, you see the RPMs these guys are turning, these big RPMs on this racetrack. We used to shift here, and we saw this 18 car, I believe it was the last race, shifting some, even though they have a gear rule that almost makes it impossible to shift. Some of these guys have figured out how to do it a little bit, and we're watching here. You see they're turning just 8,000 RPMs as a top speed going into that corner. And then they're coming off turn 3 right here, fairly low RPM. You see this thing really build up on the straightaways here.
That's shifting. The cars that you thought were doing that in the first race were just, that was relegated just to the Toyotas, Andy?
Well, I'm not sure. Like I said, we didn't cover that race, and I watched it. I just saw a couple of the in-car shots, and I believe it was this 18 car that showed him actually shifting the car.
9,300, 94. A lot of the guys talking about they didn't want to go much over 9,500, 96, and because of how taxing this place is on engines, and got to believe if you do shift, it's really going to turn that engine. If you were to shift here, Andy, what kind of RPMs could you see?
You could see upwards of 10,500 RPMs, maybe even 11,000 RPMs, and I think some of these guys can actually pull that off.
Carl Edwards in the 99 car. He's a 3-time winner this year. His last win coming back in April at Texas. He also won here back in 2005. Yeah, there's the somersault for Carl with a big smile in victory lane. Welcome Welcome back to the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series at Pocono, presented by Cheez-It. Our upcoming schedule, NASCAR Now tonight, 10 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll wrap up all the racing, including what happened in the rain at Montreal yesterday. Next Friday, we head to Watkins Glen for qualifying, 3 o'clock Eastern Time on ESPN2. NASCAR Nationwide Series action on ABC Saturday at 2:30. Of course, NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series coming at Nashville. That's on Speed Saturday night at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. And NASCAR Sprint Cup Series at the Glen. Watkins Glen coverage begins with NASCAR Countdown, 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Rusty Wallace, Brad Doherty, Alan Bestick, of course, our coverage following on ESPN. Lap 79, top 5, Carl Edwards, Casey Kane, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Matt Kenseth, and Greg Biffle. There are currently 39 cars on the lead lap. Only one car in the garage area, that's Michael Waltrip. 3 cars a lap down. That's Regan Smith, Chad McCumbee, and Robbie Gordon in 40, 41st, and 42nd, respectively.
We see these 2 tires working a lot better this time, and I think that's because they had fewer laps on their left sides, and it seems to really be an advantage. And getting out front. We see Matt Kenseth. It didn't seem to work quite as well the last time, but they were probably also able to make a few adjustments that's made their car better at this point in time.
The other thing is that Mark Martin had to start so far back. He restarted 13th, so he's got a lot of cars to pass before he gets back up there with those 4 tires.
Jimmy Johnson going by the 6th car of David Reagan. That was for the 8th position. Mark is slowly marching up toward the 16. That's Martin in the 8th, the 16 of Biffle. That's 5th and 6th. There goes Edwards by. He is the leader. More on him with Jamie.
Well, Doc, I've talked about how Carl Edwards and Bob Osborne are experimenting with their setup. Obviously, it's working here, but while Carl's out front, he's talking to his spotter, Jason Hidleski, asking him to help him with lines. Carl's experimenting with lines out there to see which is faster, and they're telling him he's getting faster each lap. So right now, Carl trying to figure out the fastest way around this track, and why not? He's out in clean air, and we know these cars love that clean air.
I think some others might be asking what line Carl's running, because he's the man right now. He's out front. As we see Casey Kane in 2nd and Dale Jr. here in 3rd. He's been able to really hang up there. Shannon?
Well, yeah, Dale Jr. is on 2 tires right now. And last week in Indy, it was a big deal between Tony Eury Jr. and Dale Jr. whether they would take 2 or 4. Dale Jr. said, you know, my car just doesn't like 2 tires. Well, I asked Tony Jr. about it. He says it's not the car, it's the driver. So he does not like 2 tires on these pit stops. So this is the radio that we heard just before that last pit.
Probably going to do 2 right here. Okay, get a real big jump in track position here. I just think there'll be a lot of them that do it up front. There's 11 laps on your tires. Yeah, we're at a big track. I told you about 11 laps here. That's cool. I see what you're saying. I ain't arguing with you. You know more about that. You can have it. I'll do whatever you say.
Well, it looks like Tony Jr. got his way. He better write that down or record that and play it back the rest of the season, huh, guys?
Yeah, one of the problems is, as a crew chief, is you got to have that driver believing that that's the right call. If he doesn't go out there with a lot of confidence, you get 2 tires, you can't do anything with that track position if he doesn't believe in it. I think Tony Jr. has convinced Dale Jr. that this is the right call.
Well, I think so. And the other side of that, I always felt like that you needed to have a pretty good race car to be able to do that. You know, why put 2 tires on a race car that wasn't handling very good just to get track position? Because then you're just going to get passed by a lot of guys. But they have a lot better race car here that they can work with.
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you. As a crew chief, I'd rather have a car that's running in the top 10 that's not handling all that great than one running 29th that has 4 tires on it. And I think that's the deal. You know, you want to have the best handling car, but you can't put that car so far back in traffic you can't do anything with it.
Earnhardt Jr. holding on to 3rd position, so apparently that strategy is working pretty well. Edwards, Kane, Earnhardt Jr., Kenseth, and Biffle the top 5. But Tony Stewart, folks, since the restart on lap 71, has gained 11 positions. Mike?
And you pretty much could hear a major sigh of relief in the 20 camp, Doc, as he's made his way to the front. They weren't sure what to expect because they didn't get much race trim practice on Saturday afternoon. And, of course, they left here in June extremely frustrated, thinking they needed a much better race car. They started off today with a very tight race car, and then suddenly it got extremely loose. They were very aggressive on their last couple of pit stops. They've both put rubbers in and taken spring rubbers out. They've taken a big swing at it, and it seems like this car has reacted positively.
Mike, we started this race back under green 12 laps ago. We talked about how Tony's been making a move. Others have been up also trying to get up there. Jeff Gordon up there, he's gained 7 spots. Scott Briggs, Mark Martin, after that trouble on pit road, the pit stop that took him a little bit of time, gained 6. And then Kurt Busch, who spun back on lap number 8 while running in 4th spot, getting himself back in contention. '42 car of Juan Pablo Montoya. Remember, he pitted on lap 1, came back in on lap 8 because they just wanted to get this car dialed in. And I tell you what, whatever they've done with the 42 for Montoya, it has worked because he was back dead last early on at 43rd and now finds himself in the top 20 and moving toward the top 15.
If you're going to have trouble, the early part of the race is the time to have it. You got all this time to make it up, and he's making the most of it so far.
Yeah, they had a plug wire problem, and then they also worked on the car on the chassis. So they've really done a remarkable job, and just shows if you get a good car and get it handling, just what can happen. Dave, you've got more?
Yeah, DJ, and they picked up some spots during that green flag run. They were able to get the car a little bit on and off of pit road very well. As you said, they replaced the plug wire that was bad, and they've taken 4 tires the last couple of stops. Last time, loose in, tight through the middle. They made a wedge and an air pressure adjustment, and if he doesn't get nudged by the 1 car there, he'll be in good shape.
And he does get past, but doesn't get touched. And Dave, well, he almost gets past, and he's going to stay high. We'll see if he can beat Martin Truex into turn 1. Right behind him, talking about comebacks. Now, the 29 car, if you just joined our coverage, Kevin Harvick was involved in an incident, got touched on lap 1 by the 78 car of Joe Nemechek. It was lap 1, folks, turn 2. And right there was just a touch by Nemechek, who said on the radio didn't mean to do it, but it was enough for both cars to spin. Harvick coming off that disappointing 37th place finish at Indianapolis, trying to battle his way back toward the top 10 and also back in the top 12 in points. Mike.
Well, Doc, remember what you guys were talking about right after that happened? What was it exactly we were speculating might be a potential problem down the road?
Worried about the engine, Mike.
Exactly. And Kevin came over the radio not too long ago and said the engine sounds a bit off. He says it doesn't feel like it has the same oomph that it had at the beginning of the race, and that could be a potential problem as this race wears on for the 29.
One of the big things you worry about at this racetrack is valve springs. If you ever over-rev that engine, it can really stress one of those things.
Yeah, and it might not happen initially, but as the race goes on and you're really working that, then that can become a problem. It becomes kind of flat. So we see Carl Edwards still out front here.
13 laps away from halfway point here. What is a gorgeous day in the Pocono Mountains of eastern Pennsylvania. Edwards, a 3-time winner in 2008, trying to get win number 4. Caution number 5 of the day here at Pocono Raceway, lap 87. It came out, debris in turn 3. Now, guys, Rusty, what do you do now? What kind of pit strategy are we talking about?
Oh, guys, I'll tell you one thing. The top 5 cars, I'd probably put those guys from Edwards down to Biffle, probably 4 tires. But Mark Martin, the number 8 car, man, I put 2 tires in that car. He had a bad pit stop. He's got a fast hot rod. I think it's going to work for him.
That's what I'm doing, Rusty. If I'm the 8 crew chief, I'm getting 2 this time. See what it'll do. How about it, Dale?
Now, I think Mark Martin wants 4 tires this time. He's got a good race car. He's going to not come out that far back. Dave?
And Matt Kenseth gives up 4th position. Best I've been all day in turn number 1. A little tight on the exit of 3, loose in the tunnel turn. That'll be an air pressure adjustment and 4 tires for the guy on the top of your screen. Mike?
Lots of conversation over the radio between Tony Gibson and Mark Martin whether or not to go with 4 tires or 2 tires. Mark's comment, though, if we don't take 4, I'm real afraid we're going to get run over. They go with 4. Shannon?
Hill Jr. on the last pit stop took 2 tires, so it's 4 tires for the 88. This team, they're just starting to free up a little bit. Slight adjustment. Jamie.
And Carl Edwards is in his pit box. 4 tires for him, no adjustments. The race with Casey Kane, they were 1 and 2 this entire last, and he's down and away, Doc.
Tony Stewart up 10 spots, Truex up 13, and some of those 2 tire stops made a difference. And see the guys that went with 4?
Yeah, but what you don't see on this sheet is Mark Martin. You don't even see the number up there, and I think that's a big mistake on the 8 car, not getting 2 there.
Yeah, they were having some trouble again with their pit stop, so that's going to hurt them. That might force their hand later in this race.
Race off of pit road, Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon coming right there. Mark Martin took 4 tires. We'll break it down when we come back in a moment.
Coming up on halfway and coming up on a restart here at Pocono, Jimmie Johnson is the new leader of today's race. Mark Martin is way back in 17th position after more trouble on pit road.
Well, I tell you what, they came down pit road and went for a 4-tire stop and had another problem on the right front tire.
Yeah.
And Brad's getting them way behind.
It is getting them way behind. This is the second stop in a row they've had this problem on the right front. You see right here, right rear's gone. Right front's not even off quite yet. He didn't look like he hit 5 lug nuts on that stop. They go to the back. You see the left rear guy. He's going to come up first. Comes up, he's done, and they're still working on that left front. That cost them a tremendous amount of time, and you cannot win the race if you continue to do that.
The frustrating part about this is he got a fast car.
As you can imagine, the radio conversation after the stop was interesting.
Damn it! What's going on up there, Walt? Come on, guys. We can do this. We can do this. Let's get our crap together. We can do this. You guys have been the best all year on pit road. It's okay, man. You know, y'all have been the best. Y'all can do it. It ain't no problem, man.
It's crew chief Tony Gibson on the left. The man in the center with his back to you is Walt Smith, the pit crew coach for the team, and obviously the tire changer that had the troubles on the right as they huddle up and try and get it straight. So how about that driver trying to pick his guys back up and say it's okay, but inside he's saying, but let's go.
Oh, I tell you, Mark Martin's doing a really good job, guys, you know, getting them all pumped back up. But look, they do have a problem out there. Mark Martin's got a fast car. He's all the way back to 17th. He's been quick all day long. Andy Petrie, myself, Dave, we talked about should he do 4, should he do 2? I said 2 because of the pit problem before, and it happened again. So you know what, guys? He's going to have to do 2 next time.
That's all fine and well, and we're sitting here eating M&Ms, drinking pop, while these guys are right there busting their rear hands, changing these tires. I understand that, but this is the best of the best. And what separates wins from losses is getting these guys off of pit road. And at this racetrack, track position is everything. And right now, that's costing Mark Martin the race.
It has been in this race so far today, and Jimmie Johnson's got it right now. The 2-tire only call by Chad Knaus has got the 48 car at the head of the pack as we get set for the restart, Doc.
Guys, exactly, and the 8 car all the way back in 17th position. Mark Martin's got a long way to go.
Now, there's a point in the race where the crew chief really just needs to make a call without any input from the driver. This is one of those times I really believe that they should have just put 2 tires on, not even discussed it, just put them on there and go out there. Later in the race, you can look for that input.
Pace car pulls away. Let's listen in. Nope, they're going to get set to pull in. Let's listen in and go full throttle as we come back to the green flag.
Ready. Green, 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 green. Flag, green flag. Come on. All clear, all clear. Clear. Trying to look inside there. Inside, inside, inside. Just one lap car on the bottom, lined up behind you now. Side. Clear, clear. Outside, outside. You're in the middle. Outside, clear low. 1799 up here. All clear. Still there. Small hole back to the 99. Small gap back. You're good. Still down there. Still there. Hole's closed behind him. Still inside. Still outside. You got 2 of them up here. 99 still there.
Teammates Gordon Johnson trying to get after the battle. Here comes Tony Stewart, who has not led the day. Remember, Tony struggled here in June, finishing 35th, started way back in the pack in 20th position, and Tony now trying to take the 2nd spot away, almost up with contact. There's a 99 car of Carl Edwards.
Well, I'll say that was full throttle.
Yeah, they were wide open. We saw Jeff Gordon get to the inside of Jimmie Johnson, but couldn't complete the pass. Johnson's car was good enough to stay on the outside, and he got a run off of turn 2.
Jimmie Johnson has led 3 times for 16 laps.
See the 17 car floating his way up to the top, too. He's so quiet about the way he does it, but his car looks really strong here.
Yeah, he does, but right now it looks like Carl Edwards really has a fast race car as we see him on the back bumper of Tony Stewart.
Yeah, NASCAR actually put Carl Edwards back behind a 9 car because they looked at the tape coming off pit road, so he had to go back around Casey Kane. Didn't take him long. Here's the 88 car. And the 11 of Denny Hamlin as Hamlin makes the move, hugging the bottom of the racetrack.
Looks like that move works pretty good on new tires, Dale.
Yeah, the 88 and the 11 put on 4 tires that time in their stop. The 1 car was a 2-tire stop for him, but so they were able to get down to the bottom and get by Martin Truex at that time. As we see the 11, he's really fast.
Hamlin on the inside trying to take that spot away from Earnhardt. Oh, Oh, baby, here comes the 9 car. Casey Kane with the opening that Denny Hamlin gave him coming off of turn 1.
Yeah, that was a nice save. Some good driving by all these guys right there.
I don't know how much we see a few clouds coming around here, and I don't know how much the drivers and crews may be thinking that we may get a shower at some point in time. But we've seen them race hard the whole day from the time they dropped the green flag, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Earnhardt Jr., by the way, 6th. The 11 is 7th. It's the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th on the screen. Hamlin, Kane, Truex, and, of course, in the points leader, Kyle Busch. '99 car trying to go by the 20 of Tony Stewart. You called it, DJ. Yesterday in one of the shows, you said, watch that '99 car. Carl Edwards is going to be awfully good. In fact, a lot of people said in his team that if they'd had about 5 or 6 more laps at Indy, he might have had something for the 48 car. 20 slowing down.
Well, here's what happened right there, guys. The 17 car worked his way to the outside of Tony Stewart, and Tony just both had to check up a little bit because I don't think Tony knew the 17 was out there, and that's why you see this.
Yeah, Dale Jr. took advantage of that situation to get by 2 cars that were fast cars and get him some clean air again.
Yeah, Jr. goes from 7th to 4th. Now let's see if Casey Kane can do anything with the 20 car. 4 laps away from halfway at Pocono Raceway. NASCAR Sprint Cup action. Jimmy Johnson set on the pole for the 2nd week in a row, trying to win 2 in a row after winning the Brickyard 400 last week at Indianapolis. Jeff Gordon running in 2nd spot. Jeff, a 25-race winless streak, has not won since last October at Charlotte. Mike.
Well, Doc, it's all about preparation. That's how you win these things. And Steve Letarte, crew chief for Jeff Gordon, has radioed to his driver telling him, be ready. We could see some rain. And as we get closer to the halfway point, that could be very critical. You can see they're looking at the radar in the 24 camp. If you look above our head, however, the sun is shining bright, but the radar doesn't lie, Doc.
It does not lie, Mike. And remember, Jeff Gordon, very, very familiar with what happens here if you're in the right place at the right time, because it was a year ago, the spring race, when Jeff Gordon was trying to hold off the 12 car of Ryan Newman and said, Jeff, you got to hang, buddy. Weather's coming. It's going to rain. And right there is where the caution came out. The rains came, and Jeff Gordon was declared the winner.
When Jimmy Johnson crosses the start-finish line next, we will be halfway through today's NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race at Pocono Raceway. Our coverage presented by Cheez-It. That'll be 100 down and 100 to go, weather permitting. Jimmy Johnson is the race leader, up 1.9 seconds on Carl Edwards, who's just taken over 2nd. Let's recap what happened so far in the race with our McDonald's race rundown. 2 weeks in a row now, early troubles for both Kevin Harvick and Kurt Busch.
Yeah, just unfortunate incidents for both of these guys. Both had spins. Looked like they came out no worse for wear early.
That was at lap 1 for Harvick. This was at lap 8 for Kurt.
Boy, big spin out of Kurt Busch. He held on to that thing pretty good. Didn't hit anything. Came back, got 4 tires. He's back in the hunt.
And for Mark Martin, he's had the dominant car so far today, but he has had some troubles on pit road.
Mark Martin has a blistering fast hot rod. If they can get their act together on pit road, he could be the winner of this race today.
This is the stop just a few minutes ago where Mark Martin wound up all the way back in 17th. Pit crew coach Walt Smith in the middle there, and crew chief Tony Gibson on the left saying, hey, let's go. And the result of this latest round of strategy, pole sitter Jimmy Johnson is back out on top. And Johnson again got himself a 1.6 second lead over Carl Edwards, with Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Gordon, and Matt Kenseth rounding out your top 5. As for Mark Martin, he restarted the race in 17th spot, and he has moved up to 13th now, but unfortunately for Mark, he is 8.6 seconds behind Jimmy Johnson. And not a pretty picture for numbers on the day as far as positions lost. Now remember, not all of that is just because of the pit crew.
No, absolutely not. That's exactly right. They've had some things going on in the race. Jimmy Johnson, Carl Edwards, and those guys, they picked up their pace. Mark's fell off the pace just a little bit.
What I mean by that is other guys taking 2 tires.
Yeah, exactly.
That cost him some of those spots on pit road.
I tell you what, Alan, I got my radar up right here, and there's a lot of weather coming from the north, moving south, so we could get some weather here right here.
So how much of a hurry is Carl Edwards in to try and catch Jimmy Johnson? Let's listen in on Carl's radio.
I don't know about this weather, so let's try to get a move on
to get that 48 in case something happens. I'm going, buddy. Got you.
So the answer is a big hurry.
Yeah, get in a hurry. Start paying attention to weather. I mean, I see it here. It's coming south, so see if we can skirt it.
All right, Doc, they're racing the lap counter, they're racing the clouds, and they're racing each other, too.
Just like the final laps, Alan, a week ago at Indianapolis, 7 laps to go, and these two came out, took the green flag, and Jimmy Johnson was able to hold off Carl Edwards, although Carl said I would have given my kingdom for about 6 or 7 more laps. I believe if I'd had some more laps, I could have caught him. Well, now he's got some laps and got some weather moving in, and he needs to catch him if he can.
The 99 car has been consistently quicker by 1/10 and a half to 2/10 a lap. He's catching Jimmy Johnson, even though Jimmy does have that clean air.
Yeah, but as we've seen here a number of times, faster cars catch the guy in front of them. It takes them a little longer yet to get around them. So it's not just a given that as soon as he gets there, he's going to take the lead.
Another thing that's happening right now is we're getting some cloud cover over a lot of this racetrack, and it's going to change some of these the handling of some of these cars. Jamie?
Well, guys, Mike Massaro was showing Jeff Gordon's monitor in the pit and showing the weather. So I just had asked Chad Knaus, the crew chief for Jimmy Johnson, if he's concerned about the weather. And he goes, a little bit. And he held his fingers together. Not a big deal. Meanwhile, he's on top of the pit box staring at the screen with the weather forecast. So definitely thinking about the weather right now. And, of course, the 48 team is in the right place.
97 laps to go. You know, we got to give a call to the 66 car of Scott Riggs, who, because of an engine change, had to go to the back of the pack. Here's the 9 car, Casey King, going by the 17. That's for 5th position. The 66 car of Scott Riggs had to go to the back of the pack because of an engine change. Started dead last in 43rd position.
1 and 2.
And Riggs has driven this car all the way back up into the top 10 and has a good race car.
A little pressure from Brian Vickers right here. Brian finished 2nd in this race earlier.
Yeah, they've used a little pit strategy with the 66 a couple of different times and gotten him up there, but he seems to have a really good race car. And my son Jason doing the spotting, so apparently doing a pretty good job. As you see, Brian Vickers trying to take that spot away from him now.
Yeah, Vickers trying to rebound from the disappointment a week ago. You know, at Indianapolis, where he finished 42nd. He was one of the contenders we thought would be able to move into toward the top 12 in points, and now he's running out of races. Just 5 to go before the chase begins after today. Battle in the top 10, the 18. Points leader Kyle Busch. Behind him, Greg Biffle, Toyota, and Ford.
You know, there's a big question coming here with this being Kyle Busch and that team's worst race. How are they going to handle all of this? They didn't get any practice yesterday, so we weren't exactly sure what may happen with them, but they've proven the championship team that they are. They've got themselves up in the top 10 now.
We've been seeing this 18 car ahead of Greg Biffle. He's been bottoming that car out with that splitter. We've been seeing that black smoke kind of roll out from under it. Let's see how it does going in turn 1.
We saw 202 miles an hour there for Greg Biffle.
Just a little puff of smoke there coming out of the 18. Nothing really to worry about. I think where we saw most of that was up here in the tunnel turn out of the 18 car. That tunnel turn must have a lot more bumps, or is it just some holes over there in the tunnel?
Yeah, it is pretty bumpy there, and you also get the car loaded up quite a bit. You don't have the banking there, so you get the car rolled over, and it's a good chance that right front's going to drag a little bit there.
9th and 10th, Greg Biffle, who ran very well here in June, ran in the top 5 all day, got a speeding penalty late in that race and had to come back and drove it back to a 15th place finish. Now putting some pressure on Kyle Busch for 9th spot. Jamie?
And Doc, you're exactly right. I talked to Greg Irwin about that penalty, and he said we really felt like we had a top 5 car last time, and unfortunately, pit road, we made a mistake. This time they are reminding their driver every time he enters pit road, watch your speed, because they feel they unloaded with another top 5 car. This is the exact same one they ran here 7 weeks ago, so maybe they're out to get a little redemption here.
Absolutely, Jamie. Greg Biffle needing to get back to victory lane as well. All 3 wide, Sam Hornish in the inside, and Juan Pablo Montoya said, nope, I don't want no part. I've seen this before.
That was a good decision by Juan Pablo Montoya. That could have been real trouble.
19 there, Elliott Sadler. By the way, a bit of a scare this week for the Sadler family, but always also good to report that Elliot's dad, Herman, had a little visit to the hospital, back home doing well, watching back in Emporia, Virginia. Elliot wanted to say hello to Dad and all the family.
Yeah, it's good to know that he's doing okay now, and Elliot's having a pretty decent run. I think he believed he has a really good car for today. As you see him racing Bobby Labonte here. Back up front, you can see Carl Edwards right there, gotten a little bit closer to Jimmy Johnson.
They basically have told Carl it's the old catch him if you can. I'm not sure that he wouldn't be anyway, but there are reports of some weather moving south here. We began with a beautiful day at Pocono. Jimmy Johnson doing what he did at the end of the Indianapolis race a week ago at the Brickyard 400. He led them to the finish line and kissed the bricks for the second time in his career. The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series at Pocono, presented by Cheez-It, is being brought to you by Valvoline, 100 years under the hood, and by McDonald's. When we left you a moment ago, the weather was moving in, and so was Carl Edwards, and cousin Carl just got it done a moment ago as he got to the inside of Jimmy Johnson and took the lead away.
I can tell you this right now, Jimmy Johnson didn't give it to him either. He was trying really hard to hold on to that lead, but this 99 car is just too strong.
Yeah, he almost got him coming out of turn 3, but then he set him up down in 1. His car's been a little bit better. You can see me slap be a little better than Jimmy right here. He's able to get back to the gas and drive his car to the bottom, where Jimmy, you can see, struggling to get back to the throttle right there, and Carl just drove around him. We tried to get Carl to wait till we came back from commercial, but he's
clear.
He's got his own agenda. He wanted to be out front right now for some reason. Jamie?
Well, DJ, I'll tell you what he heard. Rain. That's exactly what his team told him. Rain is 15 minutes away, and he put the hammer down and pushed on Jimmy Johnson. And guys, of course, you know what that means. We're past the halfway point. If Carl Edwards is leading when the rain comes, you know who's going to victory lane.
Carl Edwards knows about rain. Remember, he was one of the 5 drivers that went to Montreal and made NASCAR history by driving the wet weather tire, the rain tire, in the deluge up at the circuit Gilles Villeneuve.
I bet there's a lot of drivers up there hope that those rain tires are history. They don't have to run them anymore.
By the way, congratulations to Ron Fellows. It was Fellows, Patrick Carpentier, Marcus Ambrose, Ron Hornaday, and Boris Said, the top 5. Edwards, of the 5 cars, the drivers that did do double duty, he had the best finish. He finished 6th at Montreal yesterday.
If you're watching that, Carl was the one that actually told us the race was called off. They were doing an interview with him, and he said they just said the race is over. We're headed back to Pocono.
Boy, I tell you what, guys, this could be pretty close. Just about the time the rain's getting here, these guys are going to have to pit, so there's going to be some strategy going on. You know, I'm really liking what Carl Edwards got, though. He's got 4 tires. Jimmy Johnson's got 2 tires, and as we're saying that, here comes A.J. Allmendinger in the fifth pits.
A.J. coming off his career best finish last week at Indianapolis. He finished 10th, finished 12th here back in June. Coming in to get 4 tires and a full tank of fuel. And based on calculations, they pitted on lap 90, Andy. We are at lap 113 now. How far would the green flag stops be away from where we are?
I think they can maybe go 30, 35 laps on this tank of fuel. If I'm not one of these top 3 or 4 guys and I'm within 15 seconds of the lead, and that's really the key number, I would get in here and get right now and go ahead and get 4 tires and maybe try to get just a little distance on these guys, so when they pitted, I'd have some more track position. That's one of the strategy moves you can do here at this racetrack.
It's a great point that Rusty brought up there, that pit stops might happen right around that time. And we have 40 cars still on the lead lap right now. So this is really good, could make a big impact. As we see Casey Kane trying to go around Jeff Gordon now for that 4th spot. But this is going to be a huge call on their part, because if you get on the wrong side of that, and that caution, we do have rain come in and we don't start back, then you could lose a lot of spots.
DJ, you make a valid point. And with this racetrack here, as big as it is, with so many cars in the lead lap, and next week at Watkins Glen, if you make a mistake, it can really impact the point standings and your ability to be in or be a part of the chase.
Yeah, these guys that are right there from that 7th spot that we talked about all the way back to 14th where David Reagan started this race, then they really have to look at this whole situation and decide, okay, what are we going to do here? It's getting down to a critical time in this race, but is the weather going to affect it? And we have to look at what's best for our point situation. You can see the clouds as Jeff Gordon goes into the tunnel turn right here. A lot of cloud cover around here. the sun is pretty much gone for most of the racetrack here, so they're going to be paying attention. You can actually see back off of here that there's actually some rain showers over there.
There's a shower you can see looking across there, the back straightaway. You see some of the showers probably just a few miles away. And again, they pitted on lap 90. 35 would put them at 125. That's just 10 laps away.
So if you're gambling on this rain not making it here before you have to pit, I would pit now. I'd go ahead, if I was in the top 5 and would not go down a lap by making a pit stop right now, I'd go ahead and get on pit road.
When you signed up to be a crew chief, you didn't realize you were going to be a meteorologist too, did you?
No, but you know what we do and watch that weather very closely. That is a big factor in how you set these cars up. See these guys pretty low on their fuel windows. This is just a calculation on our part.
We are expecting these guys to come on pit road in the next 8 to 10 laps. We'll take a break and come back to Pocono in just a moment. Check out today's Sprint Monster Moment. The Monster was the 99 of Carl Edwards, the moment taking the lead away with weather moving in from the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson. For more Monster Moments, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile. Carl Edwards a leader, Jimmy Johnson in second spot, and Andy, you called it, some of the guys that are going to try to come in within side of the lead. There's the 18 car on pit road.
And here comes the leader down pit road.
Carl Edwards in 55 miles an hour. Jimmy Johnson about 30 yards up behind him, likewise coming in for what could be a critical stop with weather moving in.
Yeah, this is forcing everybody else's hand. When that leader hits pit road, then everybody knows that they have to get on pit road with him, or either they're going to lose a lot of time. Jamie?
And Carl Edwards pulls into his pit box. This crew has been fast all day. The slowest stop they've had is 14 seconds. Carl said, I think 4 tires is going to be the call here. Let's see if they go with it. They work right side around to the left side. Carl Edwards, your leader, coming in. We'll see if it pays off. And the 48 is Jimmy Johnson, who's swapping lead back and forth with Carl Edwards, is down and away. Carl Edwards, the 99, is out. And Jimmy Johnson, they work on the left side of the 48 machine. Let's go to Mike Massaro.
And Jeff Gordon just hit pit road. He was a little bit loose off the tunnel turn. They made an air pressure adjustment, a 4-tire change. Also, Mark Martin, they're going to make a chassis adjustment. They're going to take a half a round out on the right side.
Mark Martin getting in and out in a hurry. Here's the 88 car, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in.
One option here would be to get right sides and leave with not even a full tank of fuel trying to race that rain.
Shannon?
Yeah, Dale Jr., this sun and the clouds are really affecting the handling of this car. As soon as the clouds come out and cover the sun, it starts to get tight. So Tony Eury Jr. is telling him to hold on. As you see those guys go to work on the car right now. And Denny Hamlin in his pit stall is, well, guys, great run for this team today. They're going to take 4 tires. If the rain does come, this could be the last pit stop for these guys. So 4 tires for the number 11 car.
Good stop for Hamlin's bunch. Remember, they came in leading in Indianapolis and had that tire bumped on pit road and came out and finishing 3rd. 5 car, Casey Mears, our in-race reporter, getting service. Matt Kenseth was the leader. Now he comes on pit road. Dave?
And Doc, that was the only lap he led, the one that he stayed out to lead to get those 5 extra bonus points. Important, he came into the day 11th in the points. The car right now good in turn 1, little loose in the tunnel, and they want to make an air pressure adjustment in the right side tires, reduce that air pressure for a little better grip. Matt's off pit road. Jamie.
And Greg Biffle saying he's a little too tight right now. He came in, he worked his way up to 2nd, started 9th. Work on the right sides. They're going to take 4 tires for this 16 machine, guys, and see if they can get it up front and battle for the lead.
Kenseth exiting. Here comes Biffle out. 99 car now cycling through is the leader once again. Carl Edwards, 79 laps to go. They have made their pit stops.
Yeah, to Jimmy. 4-5, I will let you know when we get a clean update here.
Well, Carl has a handful of steering wheel there coming up off the corner. We were talking about some of the brake dust earlier and what a major factor it could be to get that in your face. Take a look here on the 5 car. That's J.D. Holcomb.
That front tire carrier's a busy man on a 4-tire change.
There's a lot happening in less than 15 seconds right there. It's just amazing what these guys can do. As we see Casey Kane now trying to take the spot away from Jeff Gordon. They're battling for 4th spot.
These drivers know that weather's coming in, and this could determine the finish here. Casey Kane on the inside. Now here again, just because weather moves in doesn't mean the race would be over.
Good job, bud. Good job.
NASCAR would make every effort to drive the racetrack and get this race run to completion, a full 200 laps.
Can you see rain anywhere? I can see rain over right in the middle of the short chute, right before you get into 3.
Yeah, we can hear them talking. They're discussing. These drivers want to know exactly how far away that is. And the rain that we could see over there, but on the short chute between turns 2 and 3, has actually moved a little bit to the east of here right now. So it'll be interesting to see if that continues to move this way. But everybody's made their pit stops now, so they have a little bit more time to get out here on the track and race. And just like you said, Jerry, this doesn't mean, even if we get this shower, that that's the end of the race. But they have to position themselves for that just in case that would be happening.
Some drivers are better in the rain than others, and some have more experience in the rain than others. And this guy here got lots of experience with the rain yesterday in a different country. He was in Canada, Montreal, Canada, and out there's Carl Edwards squeezing his own windshield. He does it all. Back at Pocono Raceway here in Long Pond, Pennsylvania. Yesterday the rains moved in. I think we could have changed the name to Big Puddle, Pennsylvania. There is a flagman looking across. That is Rick Monroe, and looking at the rain over between turns 2 and 3. It is away from the track, and it has been moving around. And from the blimp, you can see a little bit of moisture on some of the lenses there. Aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV, now broadcasting over 90 national HD channels. Well, she's up there in the edge of the clouds and got some moisture on his lens, and we have a little moisture here. We have caution on the racetrack, and it is for rain.
Yeah, we've got rain probably over in the tunnel turn. The sun's actually shining on the front stretch. That's just how big this place is. You're such a distance away that it can be raining over there and everything fine over here right now.
And here's the good news, DJ, about being here all the years that we've been here, is that this little shower can move on, and we can keep half the track clean and just be able to keep the cars running and keep heat in the racetrack.
Yeah, I think of all the years I've been coming here that one of the 2 races was affected by rain almost every time. You get up here in the summertime and you get a lot of these little pop-up showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. But we were able to get the track dry and continue to race.
Crews on pit road thinking about what's happening. AB, what's your vantage point looking the pits?
We've been sitting down here having this little discussion, and I want to put this up to Mr. Petrie, our resident expert crew chief. Now what do you do?
How you like me now?
You got 73 laps to go. Okay, it's a no-brainer for Carl Edwards' team, right? They got to stay out?
Yeah, they're going to stay out here. I think they'll just ride around a little bit and see what's going to happen. This is a small shower from what I can see from here, Alan, and we could probably get the track dried back off if it doesn't move all the way over the racetrack.
So let me pick a guy. We saw Greg Zipadelli there a minute ago, running 8th place now with Tony Stewart.
Yeah, they're not going to rain it out, Bob. I don't think they're going to rain it out. I don't think there's enough rain.
That's Carl Edwards, right? Trying to sell his crew chief. By the way, Carl Edwards.
I don't think there's enough rain to rain it out.
Carl Edwards is a licensed pilot, and when you're a pilot, you get a lot of experience watching those clouds and figuring out what's going to happen. So, but if you're Tony Stewart's crew chief, what do you do?
Well, you know what? That's why I'm up here, Alan.
Oh, man, come on. What a cop-out.
It's going to be, you just have to stay out. If you want to gamble a little bit, and the problem with Tony Stewart coming in now, there's a lot of cars on the lead lap. And if he comes in, he's going to lose a lot of spots if these guys stay out, and it does rain it out. So I believe I'd play defense and just stay out, watch what these other guys do.
Let's see who's faking where. Here comes the 99. And now they are committed, guys, to pit road. Once you get that orange cone, you got to come in. Here come the leaders. Shannon,
Yeah, Dale Jr., they are going to come down pit road right now, guys. See him coming down. The crew is up on the wall right now. It looks like they're just going to take gas unless they make a last-minute change. That's what they're calling for, just a gas and go for the number 88 car.
And Carl Edwards, they decided last minute, if this is going to go green, guys, we need to pit. We're going to take right sides only for the 99s down and away.
48, Jimmy Johnson, so a little bit of strategy down there. Right side for the 99, gas only for the 88. There's the race off and the results for fuel only. 2 spots up for Earnhardt Jr. Edwards back a couple. Jimmy Johnson's a push. Jeff Burton from 39th starting spot, where you expect to see him at this time of the race in the top 10, gains a spot on that pit stop.
That was critical information that these drivers and crew chiefs were getting when these guys were coming around to the pit road entrance. Those guys were saying, hey, it's not going to rain it out, and that's the key thing. If we feel like we can get going again, we need to get in the pits. But it was an opportunity for other guys. You'll see when they cross the line here how this running order is really shuffled. The guys that pitted are going to be way back.
I have to say, I was pretty shocked there to see those guys come down pit road. I thought maybe from Clint Boyer, who was in 20th, I thought he might stay out, and then everybody from 21st back may take a chance and come in.
Could Casey Kane steal one here? Remember what he did in June, where he led 5 times for 69 laps? Could he become the 7th driver to sweep Pocono Raceway in the same year? Kane won it in June and is leading here with 72 laps to go.
All of the action in the first 300 miles of today's NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race at Pocono, presented by Cheez-It. What we want to get real gone right now is the rain, so we can see the rest of this thing and conclude things for this afternoon. Casey Kane is the new leader after a wild round of strategy. A whole bunch of cars, 19 of them, stayed on the racetrack and did not pit here, hoping it rains hard and the race doesn't finish. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the first off pit road. He's back in 20th place. Carl Edwards, who was the leader's 22nd. And everybody's watching the sky.
They're all looking at the weather right now. We've got some weather over there in the tunnel turn area. And a lot of drivers are concerned about it. But this track is so big, Alan, it could be raining in one spot and not the other. That's what's going on right now.
I think it seems to be constant, though. There's a healthy breeze outside. So as long as we continue to have that, we may have an opportunity to go back racing.
As I was going to say, you're looking out the window at what?
It's I'm looking at that flag right there.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure. So if you're Carl Edwards and you're Dale Earnhardt Jr. and you're those kind of guys, you basically bet the farm for today on this thing stopping and them getting this track dry, and we run the rest of the thing. So now let's talk about the guys like Casey Kane and Matt Kenseth and Denny Hamlin that stayed out. If it does dry up, they're going to be back behind all the guys that pitted, right?
No, it could be, but I'd rather take a gamble that it might rain. I want to be up front.
Yeah.
I like leading the race when it's raining. It's
exactly. Well, we've said it all day long: track position, track position, track position, and it matters at all times, and it really matters right now, especially when that's what you see out your window.
Well, it looks pretty wet to me looking through that camera shot. That sure does. But just talking to Andy, he's up there in the booth, and he says, it's on the back straight. It looks like it might miss us. So, hey, we might get lucky here, guys.
Got a lot of jet drying equipment here at the racetrack. Naturally, it is just the back side of the racetrack that's wet. They're going to stop the field now and put them under the red flag and bring out some of those jet dryers to take from probably about halfway up that long pond straightaway. That's the stretch between turns 1 and 2. Up across the tunnel turn, down the short chute, and if they can get that dried up, we can go back racing again. A lot of things on crew chiefs' minds right now, huh, Jamie?
That's right, and like Rusty Wallace, Carl Edwards is a pilot, so he's constantly giving feedback of what is happening with the rain showers throughout the track. Bob Osborne, you guys weren't going to come, and then last minute you decided to get 2. How much are you relying on Carl's feedback to help you guys here with your strategy?
A little bit. He's got a good perspective on where it's actually raining. We can see it on the radar that it is going to rain on us a little bit, but he can tell how bad it's raining, and it didn't feel like it was raining very much, so we opted to take the strategy that they're going to get it dry, and we're going to continue the race. We'll see how that goes. Right now, red flag, not looking good.
Not looking good as Carl Edwards now. He gave up the lead and he's back in 22nd. We'll have to wait and see if this thing can finish. Dave?
Amy, the call for his teammate Matt Kenseth was to stay out and hope it pours cats and dogs, or at least what would the strategy be from here, Chip, now that you have kind of made your bed there?
Not real sure, actually. It's not going to change how many stops we got to make to the end from here, so just stay out there. We pitted 3 laps after all the other guys anyway, so we kind of got a cushion on them.
So you figure everybody has a 2-stop race coming up?
We got to go 10 more laps before it's a 1-stop race to the end anyway, so everybody's still going to have to do the same deal.
All right, good luck, Mike.
And Jeff Gordon was another one who made the last-minute decision, or I should say his crew chief, Steve Letarte, made the last-minute decision to come down pit road there. How much does it concern you that 19 guys decided to stay out with this rain in the area?
Well, it concerns me a lot. I didn't think that many were going to stay out. But DuPont Chevrolet just hasn't been the best all day. It's all right. It's a top 5 car. Hopefully we can get tunnel dry over there and get back to racing. I think from here we can probably make it on 1 more stop. So as long as it goes green from here, we should be able to get those 19 spots back.
He has made some comments and concerns about how the car's handling, especially through the tunnel turn. How do you make it better?
There's no making it better, not during the race. I think we got some things set in the front end, maybe a little wrong. I'd make some different decisions if I could start over. But without practice, we kind of guessed on it, brought our Indy setup, and I just think it's a little too harsh across the tunnel. But he's doing a great job. Guys on pit road, doing a great job. DuPont Chevrolets, it's all right. It's just maybe not a winning car.
Well, Shannon, 24 car certainly hope we do go back to green flag racing.
Yeah, Mike Ford, crew chief for the number 11, Denny Hamlin. They're currently running 3rd. You guys decided to stay out. Why did you guys take that gamble and stay out instead of coming down pit road?
Well, it was just 7 laps right there, and it still doesn't put you inside a fuel window to the end. And track position is important. There is more weather in the area, so it's really not that much of a gamble. We still have to stop twice, so does everyone else right now. So we decided for the track position, really nothing to lose right here. Our FedEx Express Chevy, or Toyota rather, I'm sorry about that.
It's all right.
That'll be a penalty. Yeah, we're loose. We need some adjustments that we've adjusted wedge, track bar, air pressures, everything. We just can't seem to get turn 1 today. We need to turn some wrenches on that, but stuff that you can't do under a pit stop here.
Yeah, and the track has really cooled off a lot with this rain and the cloud coverage. How much is that going to affect the setup once we do go back racing, if we do go back racing?
It really, the sun's been in and out. The first part of this race, and really didn't affect it too badly. You can see it in lap times, but the balance really didn't change much. So, hopefully it'll tighten up. Hopefully it'll cool down nice and tighten up for us. But that'll be wishful hoping right now.
All right, Denny Hamlin right now 3rd. The guys, they are getting out of the cars right now. You look down pit road, you do see some drivers walking down pit road. Alan?
All right, Shannon, thanks. So we go under the red flag here with 131 of the 200 laps complete. And again, that's a little bit past the 300-mile mark. And as they are parked under this red flag, we check the championship standings just in case the race were to end now. Look at the bottom half of this thing. 1 point between 12th place Kevin Harvick and 13th place Clint Boyer, where the cut line for making the chase is concerned.
Boy, they're in a race all by themselves, aren't they?
Man. And, I talked about Tony Stewart, Greg Zipadelli's crew chief, and that decision they had to make. They are on the cut line for the chase starting the day, right?
Boys are going to be living off some Rolaids this week, man. I'm telling you.
All of that stuff just piled on a crew chief's shoulders. No wonder they make the big bucks. Carl Edwards, Jimmy Johnson, Denny Hamlin. They've been strong today, but they're not racing right now.
Next week, there will be 5 races remaining in the race to the chase. We head to historic Watkins Glen Raceway in the beautiful Finger Lakes region of New York. The second of 2 Sprint Cup road course races on the season. Our coverage begins with NASCAR Countdown Sunday at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Alan Bestwick, Rusty Wallace, Brad Daugherty, and our coverage from a very demanding road course. Always fun to watch the action up there. And boy, that race can certainly change the point standings. And what might happen here today could also change the point standings significantly in the race to the chase. There's the points leader, Kyle Busch, out of the car as we have rains over Pocono. Heard of moon over Miami. We have rain over Pocono, and it is under a red flag right now with 131 of 200 laps complete. The leader of the race. Let's check in with Jamie.
And Casey Kane now, and his crew chief, of course, Kenny Francis, who made the call. All right, Casey, coming down pit road, you saw some guys pitting. What were you thinking? What was going through your mind?
I just, I think we'll probably go green again later, maybe not.
but Kenny said stay out, so there's nothing to do but stay out. I think that's the right call. I mean, Kenny always makes great calls, whether it's tires, race strategy, and it works. So, you know, if it works or not, it's a good call, and we'll live by it, and hopefully it ends up working.
Before they pulled you guys down pit road, what were the conditions there?
It is way too wet from turn 1 to the, halfway to turn 3, to go. But if it stops raining, it'll, they can dry it pretty quickly. I'd imagine it'll be green after maybe 20 or 30 minutes. So it's not gonna be a real long delay as long as it quits raining.
Well, what do you think, Casey? You think you guys may get back out there, or this victory could be yours?
I'd go with the sweep, I guess. I'd rather just call it a day. We have a good car. I think we're a second-place car to Carl Edwards right now, and we still have a little adjustment that we can probably make our Budweiser Dodge even better. So it'd be close between the 9 and the 99. But either way, we've had a good race, good calls, good pit stops, and if it stops now, I'm happy.
Certainly the two dominant cars when they were here just in June. And Kenny, Francis, you looked a little bit stressed after that last call. How confident were you?
Well, I mean, you just don't know what's going to happen, but I figured, half the field would pit and half would stay out, and track position is pretty important here. We weren't really in a fuel window where we could make it on one more stop, so it didn't really do us any good to do what those guys did. Yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to see what happens. I think it'll probably dry up pretty quick if it stops raining here. The track's got some heat in it, so, maybe we'll get back on. Only had about 6-7 laps on our tires, so we should be okay there.
And the team pretty confident in their ability in this car, but everybody's trying to offer their 2 cents and say, Shannon, it's coming hard. It's not going to go back green, trying to keep the spirits up in the 9 team. Shannon?
Yeah, Jamie, down here with Denny Hamlin, currently running 3rd, talking to Mike Ford. What are the discussions right now? Is it about the car, the rain?
The car, just figuring out what we got to do to get this balance right. It seems like we just keep getting the car looser and looser. I think the track's changing a lot, and I think we're just missing a little bit with our setup. But there's points of the race where we feel like we're really good. But it seems like here's the later stages, we just keep getting looser and looser, and we're just able to maintain with guys really can't make up much ground.
You got out of the car, you walked over to the pit box, and you looked at the monitor here. What exactly were you looking for?
Well, it's just basically looking at my times versus the leaders' times, and it looked good that last run for those. Looked like about 4 or 5 laps, so we're hopefully gaining on it. I think we just had a bad set of tires the last time out.
All right, Denny Hamlin did not race the race in Montreal last night, but it sure seems like it right now, guys.
And Shannon, Ryan Newman, another one of the guys who elected to come down pit road and maybe bitten by this because a lot of guys did stay out. How'd you feel about the call to come down pit road?
I wouldn't have came, but I did what the crew chief said, and see what happens, see how it plays out. On our good run, we're a 13th place car with the Avis Dodge. On our bad run, we're a 17th, 18th place car. So we'll see how it ends up. We need some track position. We need some strategy. So that was not the way to get track position.
You see the sun poking out now. One can only assume that we will eventually go back to green flag racing. How good's your race car? Can you get it back toward the front?
Well, it depends on the strategy. We're not a fast enough race car to pass a bunch of cars and Raceway back up to the front. I don't know that really anybody is. I've seen a couple cars, even the 8 car struggled that last run, so we'll just have to see what happens.
Ryan Newman, a little bit disappointed with his track position right now, but still there could be quite a bit more racing to go, guys.
69 laps to go, and the discussions are ongoing there on pit road. And guys, I'm a little bit confused here now. 42 cars still running, 19 opted to stay on the racetrack. That means that 23 came down pit road. If they're not in their fuel window, I don't understand why they would stop.
Yeah, to me, that was the surprising part. They're not in a fuel window. If there was some strategy there, you could understand it a little bit more, taking that gamble with just maybe running some laps under caution. But they're not even really close to that. Everybody's going to have to make 2 more stops. So a little perplexed at why some of them made the call, and we'll see how it works out. Hopefully we'll go back and see how all of this plays out.
And typically after a rain shower like this, you'd expect all the guys that didn't pit to come down pit road before we go green. You're not going to see that this time because these guys can go another 20 laps or so before they have to pit, or 25 laps. So they're going to stay out there and keep running and make their normal pit stops. This could actually really change the way the race plays out, even if it goes green all the way.
And it's going to change the racetrack, where you see a lot of the drivers and crew chiefs talking down there. Denny Hamlin talking to guys. From your experience here, what's going to happen on this racetrack? I know it's going to tighten up a little bit maybe, but what would you do as a crew chief on that next stop?
Well, we heard the 11 car, they've been really, really loose, so they're probably not going to do anything, and hopefully that it'll tighten the track up. And that's what you expect. You expect the track to get cooler and the cars to get tighter. And if you are tight, you might want to adjust for it. But some of the guys, I've seen a lot of loose race cars out there.
Yeah, and this is one of those racetracks that you have to be careful expecting it to tighten up because there's just no grip out there. The racing surface itself is worn out. So even if it cools off, you're not going to get a lot of grip. It may be minimal, but I don't know that it's enough to fix a loose race car like what Denny Hamlin was talking about.
Yeah, and you don't want to be fixing race cars here at these speeds here in the turns as the laps are winding down. Well, 6 times a driver has come to Pocono and swept both events. It began with Bobby Allison back in '82. Jimmy Johnson did it in 2004. Denny Hamlin did it from the pole as a rookie in 2006. Could Casey Kane be the 7th driver to pull off the sweep? He's the leader under the red flag with the reins moving out. Back in a moment.
Back at Pocono Raceway, looking down from our aerial coverage, brought to you by DirecTV, your ticket to the most sports in HD. Can't be all that bad. Pilot's still up in the blimp, floating around the speedway.
Absolutely.
There he is, and got some clouds behind him, but the dry conditions begin to make their way across the entire length of this racetrack, and the radar, as we have a look at it, shows I think we're in good shape to go back racing here, Russell.
Yeah, I believe it's past us right now. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take to dry this track and then move on and get this baby done while we have enough daylight.
Got a couple other showers there that may become a factor. By the way, we checked the local almanac. Sunset 8:15 tonight, local time. So we'll see. So with Casey Kane sitting up there leading the race, having only led 4 laps today, like most of them just now, got us thinking about stolen wins. We've seen this situation recently. This was New Hampshire, June 29th. Leaders all pit. Kurt Busch's team leaves him out on the racetrack in the 2. He takes over the top spot at lap 275. Well, 5 laps later, there's a wreck as Sam Hornish and Clint Boyer go spinning around because it's raining. And the rains begin to really come down. A really nasty thunderstorm coming across the speedway. The race never restarts. That's it. Kurt Busch wins the race. He led 10 laps all day. While some other guys, like Tony Stewart, led 132 laps on the day. Former champions with wins so far this season. Kurt Busch with that victory at New Hampshire, and Jimmy Johnson with wins at Phoenix and Indianapolis. So we got all the bases covered there. On one side, we said we look like we're going to get the racetrack dry and go back racing. On the other side, we said if it doesn't, Casey Kane might steal a win like Kurt Busch did.
Russ, did you ever win a race under a rain delay or rain caution?
Occasionally, I think I have, but I just thought it was just the right call, staying out, you know. I don't want to call it a stolen victory.
Does it feel like a real win, though? Does it feel like you really earned it? I mean, these guys get so excited just because it's so hard. It's so hard to win.
Hey, Jamie Little, what's going on down there? You got some stuff to say about this.
Well, I think Carl Edwards does because, you know, he was giving us a report of what was going on around the track, and then you said to Bob Osborne, your crew chief, okay, if this thing goes green, what would you do? Suddenly you guys pitted, but you're not sure who made the call, Carl?
We were over there having an argument over whose idea it was to pit, and you know, it really, I kind of talked him into thinking that it wasn't going to rain. I was about 50-50, and I saw Jimmy, you know, I knew he was going to pit, and I thought, man, they're pretty on it usually, and so we pitted, and I mean, it looks pretty good actually, so it might have been the right call, but Bob and I are staying far apart. We were yelling at each other. We both want to win this race so badly. I mean, for right now, points for this Office Depot team, you know, wins is all that's important. The you know, regular points day isn't.
Well, you relinquished the lead in order to pit. You're back in 22nd now. This thing goes green again. We have less than half the race remaining. Do you have enough to get to the front again, Carl?
Yeah, then the issue becomes whether or not we can make it on one stop. And Bob thinks that, you know, with the cautions and stretching a little fuel, we can make it on one stop, and other folks have to stop twice. So Bob's a really smart guy, and I probably need to learn just to keep my mouth shut and do whatever he says and not worry about it, because it usually works out.
Well, opposing personalities, you and your crew chief, at the same conflict. Shannon?
Jamie, down here with Tony Stewart was running 8th before you guys came down pit road. Now, you just said you guys really need a good run today. How good's that car? Can you get that good run if we do go back to racing?
I think we got a top 10 car. I don't think we've got a car that we can get in the top 5 with right now, but you know, we keep making it better and better and better. So the guys in the Home Depot team are having really good stops today, and that's half the battle here. I mean, as many times as you pit, and as big a deal as track position is, you know, every spot that they gain us on off of pit road is one less that I got to fight for on the racetrack.
Now, we were talking a little bit about the Montreal race. You had a chance to watch a little bit of that race. What did you think about them putting the rain tires on up there?
I'll be honest. I mean, as much as I'm the biggest critic of Goodyear when they screw up, I thought it was awesome. I mean, for 7-year-old tires to go out and perform that well and be consistent like that all day, I thought they did a really good job. It was a really good test of it up there, and thought the drivers did a great job. A bunch of those guys never even driven in the rain before in a race car. So, you know, I thought Goodyear had a pretty good run there for their debut in the rain.
How badly did you want to be there racing with those tires?
As soon as they got in the rain and they got rain tires on, I was like, man, it'd be cool to be up there right now. So I had fun. I mean, the first time I got to run in the rain was at Daytona at the Rolex 24-hour race. So and really liked it and was pretty decent in the rain. So it'd have been fun to run up there yesterday.
All right, thanks, Tony. Dave?
Yeah, and Matt Kenseth just informing his teammates and others who pitted of the impending downpour coming our way. There's a chance of that. How do you like your chances right now? You guys stayed out.
Well, we don't have a fast enough car to win today. Carl seems to be real fast, and I think Mark's probably got the best car if he can get it in the front. It's just a big advantage to have clean air. But the guys on the DeWalt team been doing good. We got a pretty good running car, and I was kidding about the rain. I'm not near lucky enough for anything to go right with,
especially here at Pocono.
Yeah, with rain delays and pit stops and stuff. So I don't know. I'm sure Chip's got a plan. We're in front right now. We only got 2 or 3 green laps because we stayed out real long on that green run and led a lap. So you know, hopefully it'll all work out.
You've had a decent race car. There was that one run where it felt comfortable, but it just wouldn't go. I mean, do you think you've got it tuned, or can you do more on it, you think?
Well, for us and for a lot of cars, it really depends where you start. You know, if you're up front within the top 4 or 5 or 6 cars in clean air, you can kind of maintain that spot. I really think if we, you know, slip in the pits or we have something like that happen, come out 15th or 20th, I think we'll be a 10th or 12th or 14th place car. It's just that hard to pass. So if we can keep it up front, I think we got a decent car. It's not as good as the top 2 or 3, but in a real long run, it's probably a 3rd to 7th place car, something like that.
Okay, and they've been playing strategy all day. They've taken 2 tires, 4 tires, and now they played the rain. Mike?
And one guy who apparently has played the rain pretty well is Mark Martin. He decided to stay out, and that appears to be the right move as the clouds are clearing.
Well, there's a lot more racing to go. You know, typically, you know, when you try some strategy, it never works for me. But maybe today's a lucky day. You know, we got ourselves behind the 8 ball. And, you know, I really hate it for this race team, but I really want to thank them for such an incredible car. It was a lot of fun to drive their stuff, especially today. And you know, right now we're a little bit behind the 8 ball, and that's just, you know, that's a shame. These guys on pit road, their pit stops all year long have been winning first place material all year long, and you know, we had a couple of little issues today, and it put us behind. But there's still plenty more racing, and who knows how all this is going to play out.
And after those issues, we saw those errors on pit road. We heard you really trying to encourage your team. How important do you think that was?
Well, you know, they can do it, man. They have been #1. I'm their biggest fan. I hate it for them, and you know, for today, gosh, we haven't had trouble all year. I don't know that we've ever had a stop all year that was really a disappointment. You know, so these guys are fantastic, and you know, they didn't want it to go bad for them. So you know, we'll just stick in there and try to make something out of it.
Still, certainly a lot of positives. It appears you've got a tremendous race car. How would you compare it to other cars you've had this year?
Well, this is the car I had the first race, and we didn't get to practice it in race trim, but all we did was on Monday, you know, Tony and I put in the notes what we wanted to try up here next time. We implemented that into the car, and it's a rocket ship. I like it.
We were talking with Tony earlier, and he said, quote, "This team needs a win. This organization needs a win." How badly?
Well, I mean, it would just be great for DEI. You know, they're putting such quality race cars on the racetrack, and you know, I feel lucky to be able to drive the cars, and I'd like to see it work out for them. You know, there's so many good people there that are loyal to Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, and you know, and are going to stick with it through thick and thin, and they have done that, and I appreciate the quality that they're putting out.
And Doc, that quality could be put to the test. Mark Martin's not a guy that would leave it on the table. That win could come this afternoon.
And you can tell how loyal Mark is to Max Siegel, Teresa Earnhardt, and all the DEI Tony Gibson guys, because the last time they won was back in the spring at Dover with Martin Truex a year ago. In fact, Mark Martin's last win, Kansas, back in September. of 2005, some 81 races ago. We are under a red flag here at Pocono Raceway for a shower. Folks, could this be the Allstate good hands move of the race? Watch Casey Kane, everyone else. 23 cars come on the pit road. 19 stay out, and Casey Kane leads the parade of those that stayed on the racetrack. And then they come on pit road behind the pace car for the red flag. On behalf of Casey Kane, Allstate will donate $1,000 to the Urban Youth Racing School, because Casey Kane, by virtue of that good hands move, might be able to steal a race and sweep Pocono here in 2008. Although the weather is clearing and a lot of people believe, us included, we're going to get back to green flag racing here momentarily. Under a red flag here on lap 131 of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series at Pocono, presented by Cheez-It. Skies are clearing. The track looks to be drying. The trouble area was over in the tunnel turn, and they've gotten the brushes out there. Looks like the track is essentially dry, just trying to blow it off and brush it off a little bit. So we are hearing they may be getting close to calling the drivers back to their cars. So before they do, let's visit down with Jimmy Johnson, who's standing by with Jamie Little.
Well, he sure has had the dominant car for the first half of the day, and then you guys made the call to come down pit road. What was your assessment there, Jimmy, on that last call to take two?
Well, everything we can see is that we're going to go back to green, and it was time to pit with that being the case. So if we can get a couple laps of caution, I think we'll be in good shape to do it on one more stop, and that'll be nice for us. So we had a great car all day long. I think the 99, I think the 8 are pretty strong, but outside of that, we're right there with them.
Jimmy, the last 3 weeks, you guys are on that upward swing in the garage. Everybody's buzzing that you guys are back. You guys are the car to beat. What has been the difference recently?
It's just been a lot of hard work paying off is all. I'm just so proud of these guys and how hard they've worked to make these Impalas better. We've had a lot of support from Lowe's and all of Hendrick Motorsports, and it's paying off. I mean, it really boils down to hard work, and Chad and these guys have been doing it.
How many times would you say you guys have tested already this year?
I think it's 17 test sessions we've had. It's been a lot. And this is at tracks without the right tire and tracks we don't race at. So it's real tough to kind of dig through the data and to really understand what's going to apply to different tracks.
Now, Chad Knaus, your crew chief, told me this morning, I feel like this second half, we can run top 5 every week. We couldn't say that the first half. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think we're there. I really do. I feel like the next couple of weeks are going to be important for us to get out there and maintain those top 5 runs. And if that's the case, I think we'll send the message we need to that we're ready for the chase.
Well, meanwhile, the sun is out, so they want to send a message, Shannon. They want to get out there to the front once again.
Yeah, you know, Jamie, if you're a football fan, this is sort of like your halftime. Drivers have gotten out, walking around pit road, but obviously this is not an every week occurrence. How do you guys mentally, when you get back in your car, prepare for the rest of the race?
Well, the first thing that's going on is all the people that didn't pit are praying that it rains, and then all the rest of us are praying that it doesn't. So we have to get through that anxiety first, and then once we get through that, then it's then it's just racing like normal. I mean, the track's going to be a little different. I don't think it'll be a lot different. It didn't rain a whole lot, so I don't think it knocked any rubber off the racetrack, and it's really just understanding what your goals are and then doing the things you need to meet those goals. So we adjust our goals as the race goes on, and we'll just go try to meet those. And no matter if it's a caution or a red flag or whatever, if you just try to do that, then you're in good shape.
Now, you guys did pit. How is the car? Can you guys be competitive on these last couple laps if we go back to green?
We have made tremendous progress. We started the race and we were okay, and then we got where we weren't good at all, and then we've steadily gotten better and better and better. And I think we were probably running, 12th or 13th or 14th when we pitted there. And not that that's great by any means, but we've come a long way to get there. And so I think we've made huge improvements on the car. And if we get our track position, we're going to be okay.
All right, and you can see the sunglasses on Jeff Burton, which means, of course, the sun is out. Mike?
And talk about a guy who's steadily made gains today. How about Kurt Busch? He spun early, but right now 6th on the grid. How have you gotten up that far?
I think like 15 guys pitted right before us. We're just having a typical day with the Miller Lite Dodge. We qualified well, running okay, and then, man, just boom, just busts loose on me. We've had that a few times this year, and then we got to get to the back and battle our way back up. And so we're doing that, a little bit of pitch strategy and just hard work, just fighting. Our car's pushing real bad in the middle, real loose coming off, but we're just fighting away.
you can be assured that Kurt Busch isn't going to quit fighting, especially when we go back to green flag racing. Dave?
Well, there's another team that has not quit fighting today. That's the 42 car for Juan Pablo Montoya. And I want to work backwards to the first problem. Let's talk about the second problem, because you guys were back in the top 20, and then the race car just kind of went away from you. What happened?
I don't know. You know, Texaco and Dodge car today was really good. We had a plug problem to start with. That was the first problem that you didn't mention. So we went a lap down, picked up the lap pretty quickly, and went from like 43rd to, I don't know, 18th in 20 laps. We had easily a top 10 car, and we kind of, you know, looking after the brakes. So last time we were here, we struggled with brakes. So we just, you know, really just getting the laps in, and the last run, all of a sudden, you know, we picked up a really bad, you know, the car just got really tight, and, you know, went from 18 to 30 in 5 laps. I don't know what happened there.
Okay, well, you know, and one thing really good he's done this week with his crew chief, Brian Petty, I got to tell you, they were in a golf tournament that helped raise money for the NASCAR Foundation for the Breanne Davis Memorial Fund, and that happened here in Pocono. So how'd you hit him?
I played decent. You know, our team won. You know, Brian was playing pretty good as well, so we had fun.
He played decent. He won. By the way, we need to learn more about that plug wire, the problems that they had on pit road. Let's go to our Chevy Cutaway car in Tim Brewer.
Thanks, Dave. Folks, it's really not that difficult to change a plug wire while the engine's cut off. But what you first have to do is identify which cylinder is not firing. So you take this piece of crayon and you touch it to it. If that crayon doesn't melt, this is the culprit we're going to go after. And you simply need to pull the plug wire off, then go over here, put the plug wire back on. We're not really interested in how nice this harness is up through here. So we're just simply going to go up here, take the cap loose, and as we pick it up, we can actually remove the wire. If I get the thing off, put the wire back on, and we're back in business. But we don't have to have all this stuff tied back into place, because what we're interested in doing is getting this cylinder firing again. So we just put it back in the bracket, leave this harness out away from it right here, and we're back in business. Jerry?
Hey, Brewer, you just lost us a lap right there. Can you not get that done any quicker than that?
No.
Come on, man.
Hey, it's under caution around here. It takes about a minute and a half.
I forgot
You've
where we
even
were.
got a chance to eat ice cream cone, Andy.
Tim Brewer, by the way, his success pretty well marked here. Tim has won 7 times at this racetrack with 4 different drivers: Darrell Waltrip, Kel Yarborough, Jeffrey Bodine. I mean, a lot of guys over the years he's won with Tim Richmond, and here's a guy that wants to win it today. Although I'm sure Casey Kane, you see the sunglasses on, knows the sun is out, and we hear they're calling drivers back toward the car. So folks, we're going to get it going here momentarily. Matt Kenseth on his way back to the race car. And again, if you just joined our coverage, 42 cars still on the racetrack. 41 of those are on the lead lap. Jeff Burton started 39th, drove it in the top 10. Jeff Gordon is getting in, and we're getting set for racing in just a moment.
The sun is shining at Pocono Raceway. Our NASCAR Sprint Cup Series coverage presented by Cheez-It. 69 laps to go, and they have called the drivers back to their cars. They're getting buckled in, going to send them back out on the racetrack. Then we'll get to see how many of those guys that didn't pit before stop now, and how all this mess affects the rest of this race. All that when we come back to Pocono. The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series from Pocono is presented by Cheez-It. Lots and lots of cheese baked into little bites. Cheez-It, the big cheese. And in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. 327 1/2 of 500 miles complete as we sit under the red flag. Some trouble early in this race for Kevin Harvick, one of the guys in that fight for the chase.
Boy, take a look at this. Joe Nemechek's getting his left rear quarter panel. Kevin spins an unbelievable job holding on to that car. He didn't get hit. Came back in, put 4 tires in that baby, and he's back out there.
That was the first lap of the race. Here's lap 7.
Yeah, we're watching Kurt Busch. He's just cruising along. You see the front tires turn just a little bit. He starts to lose it, and it just snaps around on him. He said that's happened to him a couple of times this year. But hey, he went to the back, got him some new tires, and has worked his way back up through the field.
Mark Martin's led more laps than anyone today, but pit road has been a problem place for him. Troubles on the right front 2 times during the day today has cost Mark a lot of track position and led to a little meeting of the minds between crew chief, pit crew coach, and crew member behind the wall after the second of those problems. This was important.
This is a big one right here. Carl Edwards racing Jimmy Johnson, gets around him right here, and he really thinks he's going to hold on when the rain comes and be leading this race. but that's not the way it turned out.
That was as the race got just past halfway. You could see the rain off in the distance. Then the caution comes out for the rain at lap 126, and the Jeopardy music begins.
Definitely a calculated risk here. Most of these guys are looking at the sky saying, hey, it's just a light storm. We're going to have another opportunity to go racing. Casey Kane, Matt Kenseth, Denny Hamlin, they all stayed out. So it was give and go. Looks like it's going to be a great decision here in just a few minutes.
19 cars stayed out, 23 pitted. Race went under the red flag at lap 131. We've been there ever since. Been about, well, what, about a half an hour or so. You see there is still some weather off in the distance beyond this racetrack, but for now the drivers are buckling back in. We're going to go back racing again, and the strategy shuffle and the weather guessing is going to continue.
I'll tell you what, this might be a great shot for Mark Martin to get back on track right now. He's been marred back in the pack with some bad pit stops. He usually has great ones, but today had a couple mistakes, and he's back up in 5th right now. So if he can keep that track position, he might be able to win this thing, Brad, because he's got a fast car.
Yeah, and he's got tires that are not that old. But look for Earnhardt Jr., Jimmy Johnson, and Carl Edwards. They're down at 20, 21, and 22 to come through the field pretty quickly, because that mid-pack's going to have to stop.
I love hearing those fans roar because they have fired the engines. We're going to go back racing again here at Pocono. So how is all this going to play out? Will it go to the 500-mile mark? Will rain interfere again? Lots of drama still to come from Pennsylvania. Don't go away.
We're going racing.
Back at Pocono, cars are rolling now. They have gotten the drivers back in the cars, rolling away, and the clouds moving away, although there may be some more coming in, we are told. Our NASCAR Sprint Cup coverage presented by Cheez-It. All is rolled except for the 77 car. Sam Hornish, who was being shown in 8th position. He was one of the cars that did not pit, one of the 19 that stayed on the racetrack. And as he gets a push to get that car refired, let's get into the discussion now. If you're one of the guys that stayed out on the racetrack, one of the 19 cars, do you just stay out there and hope for a yellow? What do you do, Andy?
I'm staying out. Any of those guys that stayed out, go ahead. You've already made that decision. Let's go ahead and take advantage of this track position. We can run about 20 more laps, or maybe even 25 laps from here before they have to pit again. So, you know, gamble on having another caution and steal this track position.
Hey, Dale, I'll tell you one thing. On Mark Martin, if I was him, I know I'd stay out of all those problems he's been having all day long.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Rusty. I agree with you. And Andy, I agree somewhat, but I think outside the top 10, those guys from 11th back to basically Terry Labonte, who's in 19th, those guys' cars aren't the very best. I would try to see if we're going to run enough caution laps here that I might come in right before we're going to throw the green, get my tires pit then, and then play this a one pit stop strategy and see if I can steal some positions at the end. Maybe count on it going green.
The only problem with that, Dale, is they'll have to start so far back. We got 42 cars on the racetrack right now on the lead lap, 41 of them on the lead lap. You go back that far, you can't do much with that. I mean, once you go to one stop, but you're so far behind, you can't really take advantage of it.
What about more rain coming in, guys? We hear there may be more in the area. I mean, of course, it moves across pretty quickly. You can see the skies got very clear all of a sudden, and you can see it darkening back to the north of us, north and northeast, I should say northwest of us.
Jerry, there's more rain out there, that's for sure. You know, I mean, look at Matt Kenseth there. Now, we talked to his crew chief a little while ago, didn't we? He said he only had like 3 or 4 laps on that car. I mean, here's a guy who could really pick up some big points after the big problem he had last week at Indianapolis, Brad.
Absolutely, and you heard him say he didn't think he had a race car that could win the race, but under these circumstances, this could be a great point day for Matt Kenseth.
Hey, Rusty, I don't know about you, but I know one thing. Watching this and talking about it's a lot less stressful than being out there in the car.
Oh, I tell you one thing, there's no doubt about that. I was telling you guys off camera that the only thing different about being down in this pit studio is I'm eating a lot down here right now. I'm being a weatherman and eating a lot. We're talking, we're having a big old time.
Never wrong down here, baby.
Here's the only thing I got to say about the strategy. The guys that pitted under the green, right, they have to stop twice more in this race. The guys that just stopped under the caution, if we get enough yellow flag laps here and they stretch the fuel like is being done here, shutting the car off and coasting, then they definitely can make this thing if it goes to the finish on one more stop. Those other guys that pitted under the green and didn't come in, like Kane and Kenseth, boy, I'll tell you what, this is going to be really interesting to see.
Alan, that gas costs about $4 a gallon. Those cats are just trying to save some gas. Like
that's what it is?
Like everybody in America. This stuff is expensive, baby.
It's all about fuel mileage, right, Rusty?
That's right, guys.
Yeah, I tell you, Jeff Gordon hasn't won since October of 2007, so I think it means a little bit more to him. 25 races ago. Hard to believe Jeff Gordon hasn't won thus far this year.
Well, just so y'all know, pit road's open and nobody's coming down pit road. So they are definitely going to stay out, these lead cars. And it's going to, that's 20 cars that are in front of these guys. And I think the guys that pitted are going to wind up here in just a little bit going, what just happened right there? You see zero RPMs right there on Jeff Gordon's car. He's shutting his off. He's playing that strategy of just maybe making one more pit stop if it goes green. That's a lot and if it doesn't rain, there's a lot of ifs.
A lot of ifs, and that's, these are the type things these guys, they weren't just sitting around getting a drink of water or something like that. They were talking about these different things and what they needed to do if this went back, what was going to be able to allow them by making that stop, what was going to allow them to get to the end with just one more stop.
Casey Mears on pit road. Juan Pablo Montoya, we heard his issues with the car early from the plug wire. So the car just quit running, wouldn't go anywhere. He lost a lot of positions. 45 car, Chad McCumbee on. There's Robbie Gordon, been on and off in the 7 car. Damage on his car. Let's go over the wall down there with our high definition cameras and tire changer DJ Kopp.
4, 5. Look at that pull. 1, 2, 4, 5. Gas man, get the pull here.
He makes it look so easy. And if folks, have you ever been to any of the demonstration areas at the NASCAR Sprint Cup racetracks and try it yourself, it is not easy at all to do that.
DJ's getting it done down there. He's one of the better guys on pit road. Going 70 miles an hour behind the pace car.
Casey King, the leader. 19 cars stayed out. Matt Kenseth is second. Denny Hamlin, Greg Biffle, Mark Martin is fifth. Has been the best car of the day. He's led 3 times 52 laps. Kurt Busch back in 6th. David Rudiman in 7th spot. Sam Hornish Jr. in 8th. Ryan Vickers 9th. Scott Riggs from the very last car in the field all the way to the top 10. Green flag once again, and Casey King will lead him down with 66 laps to go. The first car that pitted was Dale Earnhardt Jr. back in 20th position. Remember, he took fuel only, no tires. J.J. Yaley down to the inside. That's a 70 car. Tony Raines having a good run. Here comes the train back there. Earnhardt Jr. There's Jimmy Johnson, Carl Edwards, Jeff Gordon.
I don't think these guys back here are going to have a lot of patience with those guys that stayed out. They're going to say, we're going to make you pay for trying to steal our positions away, and they're going to be on the move in a hurry. They realize that those guys out front, they get away too far, then this is going to be difficult for them to make up. As we see Denny Hamlin trying to take second spot away from Matt Kenseth.
We heard Denny saying his car was real loose before that rain, and maybe this has washed the track off a little bit, cooled it off enough that his car's tightened up some.
Jimmy Johnson, these guys also can see coming off of turn 1. They can look over the tunnel turn and see the dark clouds that have regathered north of the racetrack.
Yeah, we can see rain off in the distance, but I have no idea if it's coming this way. So they know that they have to race hard for a couple of different reasons. As we see this battle for second between Denny Hamlin and Matt Kenseth.
And here comes Mark Martin in the 8 car.
Just getting ready to say, Mark Martin is not going to let these guys get away. He's had the best car of the day, but got back in the pack because of some issues and delays on changing tires. Now he's got a chance to get back there and get that second spot away.
And that's really difficult. We heard Denny Hamlin talk about his car being loose, and that's a difficult spot to be in. As we see, he finally takes away that second spot, and here comes Mark Martin on the inside.
And he did it on the bottom of the racetrack in turn 3 in that old asphalt we were talking about that wasn't that good when the sun was out earlier.
Martin takes the third spot away. But if you get out of that groove, as you mentioned, he had not a lot of grip up there. Look at the 12 of Newman.
Oh, man, he gets in the wall with the right front. It's right where that new pavement ends and the old asphalt starts, and you lose so much grip right there.
Yeah, you're losing grip and you're in traffic. You don't have a lot of downforce on the nose, so all of that combined, as we see Mark Martin and Matt Kenseth still arguing over this third spot.
Biffle is there, but that's in 5th position as Kurt Busch now begins to put a challenge on the 16 car.
How about that bottom groove now? It's really come in since we've gone back green.
Yeah, and we see that part of the racetrack is shaded right now, so that could be helping some grip issues down there a little bit. Plus, their tires have sat for a while. They've cooled down, so I'm sure all of that combined is making it a little bit better for them.
Give a call to Sam Hornish, the 77 car. Sam Hornish Jr., rookie contender, former 3-time Indy Racing League champion, and Sam is in 7th spot and holding that spot pretty solidly.
Yeah, we saw that he had some problems getting his car started after the red flag condition. Now, he was able to go back to his spot. He's not penalized for that. You can get a push off and go back to that spot. He's doing a terrific job here.
This is making the most of that track position these guys got by staying out on the racetrack when the rain came. Oh, we got trouble here with Joe Nemechek and Paul Menard.
You wondered if there was going to be a caution? We have one at Pocono. Joe Nemechek involved in the first one of the day and now being involved in the most recent caution. It is caution number 7.
I think one of the guys up here said that there was going to be some cautions, didn't they, Andy?
Yeah.
Nice call.
Yeah, when you talk about going green, that's a big if around here.
We are being told that the points leader, the 18 of Kyle Busch, may have gotten a piece of this and or has some damage on the car.
He's got a piece of the wall with the right side. He may have had to get up against the wall to miss this wreck. He's definitely got damage down the right side.
Yeah, whether it was this wreck or somewhere, he's been into the wall. But we've seen that before with him, and he goes on to win the race.
It doesn't hurt him sometimes.
Just makes him mad.
Yeah.
Here's the incident. Brought out to yellow, 78 sliding, Menard also sliding. And both tagged the safer barrier in the outside.
Doesn't look like Kyle Busch was involved in this at all. Wherever he hit the wall, wasn't it? Around this area here. Oh, it looks like Paul just lost it right there.
Being up ahead there. Stay down. Come to the yellow. Come on.
Look like he may have got some help there.
I don't know. That's hard to tell.
That was a hard angle, though.
You know, both cars were up off the bottom of the racetrack. Is what's so difficult. We see Kyle Busch here. We've talked about that before, how that safer barrier has made that a tighter exit on that corner of the tunnel.
Turn 2. Caution's out. Caution's out.
Pit road is open. There's a damaged Joe Nemechek Chevy. Head back to the garage area. And Paul Menard, not quite so lucky. His car's going to need an assist as Paul climbs in the ambulance. Fortunately, able to walk away. They'll have to come get his car with a wrecker. Let's see who comes and who doesn't. Remember, some of the guys who pitted wanted the caution flag to try to make it on one more stop. And these guys not even faking it. They're staying on the racetrack.
They're not even looking at pit road.
62 laps to go under caution for the 7th time of day. Casey Kane still our leader here at Pocono. Under caution for the 7th time of day, Pocono Raceway. NASCAR Sprint Cup action. Casey Kane is our leader. We have had one red flag because of rain. The strategy then for drivers who pitted, would they be able to stay on the racetrack and make it on one more stop? Here is a guy that wasn't, his strategy is gone, Paul Menard, who sat on the pole at Daytona back in July, involved in an incident to bring out this yellow flag with the 78 car of Joe Nemechek.
Yeah, you know, that's where we had the majority of the rain earlier, and that's where the jet dryers were over in the tunnel turn. And I'm sure that the track was dry, but we always found that anytime those dryers and those jet dryers were out there, that the track was a little slicker in the areas, whether it was one particular area or if they were all around the racetrack. You always found that it kind of left a little bit of a film, so that could have created some of the problems we saw there as Joe Nemechek and Paul Menard had problems. Then we saw Kyle Busch get into the wall off the exit of that corner.
One of the big topics here as the safety crew cleans a racetrack is, do the guys stay on the racetrack or do they go in the pit? Sort of like the Brett Favre saga we've been seeing the last couple of weeks. You and Brett are pretty good buddies. You're involved in some businesses together. What do you think he's going to do?
It looks, I mean, Brett wants to play football. That's the biggest thing here, I think. You know, it wasn't about the money. I know they're offering him his salary for the couple of years to, you know, help promote and do whatever with the Packers. But I think this is about Brett Favre wanting to play football again. And he's proven that he can do that. So I think they're either going to have to say, okay, come up here and try to win your starting spot back. They haven't given him that option, but he is capable of playing football somewhere. And I personally believe that he'll be in camp. I think it's Tuesday.
Well, that's Dale Jarrett. He knows the
here.
man pretty well, so we'll update you on the latest in the Brett Favre saga coming up at SportsCenter after our coverage. What's going on with Brett Favre? How about the comeback of the season? Sloppy play opens the door for an incredible comeback in the Bronx. And how about some college football storylines? How about those hairy dogs? How about Georgia? Atop the polls early in the year. Could the Bulldogs be for real? Could Mark Rick and the guys be as good as everyone thinks they might be?
Yeah, I don't know. I've got my daughter Carson will be a freshman there in just a few weeks going to Georgia, so she's all excited about the possibility of what could happen with the Georgia football team.
Got a young offensive line, had a lot of freshmen start a year ago, and got some sophomores, and so it'll be interesting to see what they do. All that coming up on SportsCenter at the conclusion of our coverage. The 9 car is our leader, Casey Kane. Let's check in his pits with Jamie.
Doc, I'm feeling a couple of raindrops down here in the 9 pit. And radio between Casey Kane and his crew chief just moments ago, I think they're praying for rain.
It looks like it's getting close to me. Yeah, the radar shows it's getting close. It's just, it's hard to say whether it can't control the weather. Kind of nerve-wracking up here and not be able to do anything about it. Well, what's it look like to you? Does it look like it's going to hit us? Colesy asking you that. It looks to me like it's going to hit us. It's up there.
Very nerve-wracking indeed. They made the call to stay out before the first round of rain, and that paid off for them right now, hanging on to the lead, and they are keeping their fingers crossed as the rain continues to fall even harder down here, Doc.
Well, I got to believe that there's a lot of fingernail biting going on. By the way, Paul Menard was taken to the infield care center, treated and released, so he is okay. The car not so lucky back in the garage area. Called off the start, NASCAR has. Only one to go at the line. Just a few sprinkles in and around, nothing enough to be able to affect the racetrack.
Andy, this is a tough time as a crew chief and wondering what you've got to do in this situation. And we've seen this actually move in pretty quickly. We were looking back off between the tunnel turn and turn 3, but this seems to be coming straight over the tunnel turn, and it's happened in a hurry. So a lot of decisions have to be made down there.
Yeah, and it looks like it could actually skirt us, maybe. We thought that on the last one and we got a piece of it. This one actually looks like it might be a little further over there. It's just hard to see from here. The spotters are on the roof. They can see this, and they're relaying this information to the crew chiefs.
How far could they go? Could Casey Kane and these guys go on fuel, Andy? They pitted, what, lap 120, 122 in that range, and how long could they stay out?
Well, with all the caution laps we've had, my calculations say they can go probably past 157, maybe up to like 160. If we can just keep going under caution, this extends it more. But most of these guys will have to start pitting about 160.
And some of the guys that did come in, we are being told now that like Dale Earnhardt Jr. came in for fuel only. He can go to 164, 165. So he's got about 5 laps on him. Either way, if it's going to rain and stop this thing, Casey Kane's hoping it happens in the next 18 laps.
That's right. You see it's 58 laps to go. About 40 laps to go is when some of these guys are going to have to start coming down pit road. And then the other thing is some of the other guys are going to have to start coming back too. Not too many laps, 8 or 10 laps later.
Yeah, and I see the flagman here. He's got the yellow flag back out, so they're not going this time. So NASCAR knows that there's some weather around here and the drops over towards the tunnel turn and down the backstretch. So this is going to get interesting to see exactly what's going to happen, and all of this could be a moot point.
Yeah, here we go.
The raindrops on the camera lens.
This is the tunnel turn. You can see the raindrops hitting the camera lens.
Last thing they want to do is have these guys, although we are nice and dry here on the front straightaway, for many years, DJ, drivers on this circuit said the tunnel turn, turn 2 at Pocono, was the most treacherous turn in the entire series because it required a lot of effort, and we've seen some pretty heavy hits over the years of the tunnel.
And that's
turn.
when it's dry.
Yeah, that's when it's dry. Exactly right. And yet treacherous. Yeah, I always found, and we heard Rusty Wallace say this earlier. He loved the tunnel turn. I did too. I thought it was such a challenge, and if you have a good race car, that makes it a lot more fun. But you do carry a lot of speed in there and a lot of speed across, and the exit of that corner can be really fun. Obviously, not with damp conditions, but it can be because things happen in a hurry right there, and you really have to have the car under you.
This place is very fast, and if you have a problem here, you slip and slide or make a mistake, you can hit a ton. Remember Richard Petty? How about Earnhardt and Tim Richmond in '82? Here, teammates, Earnhardt Jr. and Steve Park. Oh, how tough was that for Steve Park? Jeremy Mayfield. Kenny Schrader, what a hard look for Schrader. And this one is one I'll never forget. Davey Allison barrel rolling off of the tunnel turn. And fortunately, he had a broken wrist, and that's about all, but it could have been a lot worse. And folks, if you have an issue here, particularly in turn 2, it can get ugly in a hurry.
It does that, and that was the most unbelievable wreck I'd been a part of it, especially wasn't a part of it, but saw it happen when Davey Allison went barreling down through there. That was just incredible that he could get out literally and pretty much walk away and be at the race the next week.
Mark Martin trying to get one here. Of course, Mark Martin has led the most laps today, and he has not won since 2005. How about the oldest drivers to win a race in NASCAR Sprint Cup Series history? Well, Harry Gant, Morgan Shepherd, Bobby Allison. Mark Martin right now is 49 years, 6 months, and 25 days. And you know what? He joined a pretty good group there. All 3 of those guys were wheelmen. They could get it done.
Yes, sir. And I was with Harry Gant when he won that last race, and he's 52 years old. And Mark Martin's the first guy, really, I've seen since Harry Gant that I feel like has that capability of still being that competitive at that age.
Of course, Morgan Shepherd's still running in the Nationwide Series right now and running races there. But you know, Mark Martin in this series, very competitive, and he looks like he could continue to go. You know, I saw Harry Gant not long ago, and he looks like he could climb back in the car and go after it again now, Andy.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'd put him in there right now in some of these places.
Guys, 16 of the 20 races this year have been won by drivers who are 30 years of age or younger. Only 1 race has been won by a driver that's between the 35 and 40 range, and that was Jeff Burton at Bristol, and he was 40 years old. So quite an accomplishment if Mark Martin could pull it off here today. Aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV, now broadcasting over 90 HD channels nationally. Folks from the DirecTV blimp high above, and they've been watching the clouds come in and the moisture on their lens, and now they're telling us that it's clearing up. NASCAR is getting ready to crank them up and start them with a green flag next time by. Shannon.
Yeah, Doc, one driver that's going to be very happy that this is going to go back green is Denny Hamlin right there in that number 11 car. You heard him say under the red flag the car was getting really loose, but it is so much better on this green racetrack. That's what he told his crew chief, Mike Ford. And, of course, he's restarted 3rd. He's now 2nd. This guy might have something for Casey Kane in the number 9 car.
Denny Hamlin, guys, boy, he came here as a rookie and just showed people how good he could be at this racetrack.
I don't know that we've ever seen anybody come here and be better than what Denny Hamlin's shown in just a short number of races that he's had here. It's just incredible, the feel that he had for this place the very first time that he showed up, and that has just continued. So if I were Casey Kane, I'd be a little concerned that that's the man behind me right now.
I would too. And like, this is such a unique racetrack. It has always been one of those tracks that really favor the veteran drivers. That was a shock when he came up here and won both those races.
And in the first race he came here that year, he spun the car out and had to come back through the field and still managed to lead 83 laps and win the race.
Well, they say that we're going green this time. We still see some dark clouds around, but looks like that everything is okay. The raindrops have apparently subsided over in the tunnel turn. And we're going to see who's got the fastest car up front right now.
16 laps away from when Casey Kane and these guys are going to need fuel. Is the weather going to hold out? Is Mark Martin going to get up to the 11 car and try to get back in the lead? What about the guys who pitted back there? There's Jimmy Johnson, Earnhardt Jr., and these guys trying to make their way. They are all the way now up in 12th position, 12th to 15th. Here we go. Fans on their feet as the green flag is waving again here at Pocono. DJ, if you're Casey Kane and you know the weather is in the area, you're going to do everything you can do. I guess you got to make that car as wide as you can make it.
Yeah, make it wide and as fast as you can get back to the gas, knowing that Denny Hamlin has a fast race car to keep him behind, keep him in dirty air as much as you possibly can.
That's what he's trying to do right there. He ducked to that low line just to try to put the 11 car in some dirty air there, or clean air actually, so he couldn't draft up behind him.
Biffle, Busch, Kenseth, that's a battle for position. That's 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Oh, we got a blown engine here. Look, 42 is finally blown up. He's had some issues and been on pit road a few times, and it looks like the engine's blown up here.
We will stay green. No caution flag. He's got the car on the inside there. NASCAR's spotters looking for any fluid. They report the racetrack is dry, so we will stay green.
I wouldn't want to be the first guy to run through there.
Sam Hornish reports that he might have had some contact with the wall, slowing a little bit.
Definitely hit the wall with the right rear. He's back there where all these guys with new tires are, and he's one of the first. He hits it again right there, looks like. He's one of the first guys that these guys are getting to with these new tires.
Top of your screen, see Sam behind Kenseth. Oh.
It's the same thing we saw his teammate Ryan Newman do right off that corner.
Exactly. And that's where Kurt Busch spun out early in the race. So those Penske cars are having a difficult time coming off of turn 3 today.
54 laps to go, and Casey Kane's holding on. But, folks, the guys who made pit stops, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jimmy Johnson, they're up to 9th place. Jr. in 9th position, and Mark Martin now probably deciding he can't wait any longer. He's right a couple of car lengths back behind Denny Hamlin. Let's see if Mark can get underneath Hamlin. More on Casey Kane with Jamie.
Doc, you just came on the radio and said there's definitely oil on the track, but so far NASCAR is keeping it green.
There's the 88 and 48. These guys are pitted. Remember, the 88 took only fuel. They are now being shown in 9th and 10th position. We restarted. They were 20th and 21st.
I'd have to say they've made their way up through there pretty good. They're still a ways behind the leaders right now as we see Jimmy Johnson trying to make a pass on his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. But they have moved through the pack pretty well.
Not a lot of give and take right now because these guys got to get every spot they can get. Even these teammates, wow, Junior gets out of shape.
Well, they know this could be for a race. You know, we talked about a lot of different scenarios, and these guys are racing for position 2 here. As these other guys have to start making their pit stop, then if rain should come again, then they want to be the first guy that's there to take advantage of that.
See, Junior not giving him an inch right here, giving Jimmy Johnson an inch. Gets a good run off turn 1.
David Rudiman behind these hanging. He's one of the cars that did not pit. Good run for Rudiman. He's in 11th spot.
Yeah, I think he's got his mirror full of Carl Edwards right now. As we see Jimmy Johnson's going to try that lower side again to see if he can get some grip, and that might set him up to make a pass here.
Carl Edwards just getting by on the inside to take the spot away from Rudiman. And Hornish has gotten his car going again here. He's going to try to make a move inside of Rudiman for the position.
He's actually pulling up on Carl Edwards. You know, these guys are not making a lot of good lap times back in this traffic. Casey Kane's still running below 55 seconds. If you look back there in the pack, Carl Edwards' last lap was 56.43. So, you know, we're talking about a lot of difference in lap time.
Kyle Busch, Jeff Gordon, Jeff Burton, these guys 18, 24, 31. And there's David Reagan. These are 19th, 20th, 21st, and 22nd.
You can see Jeff Burton got a good run off of turn 2 there to get right up to Jeff Gordon's bumper. Gordon put a little bit of distance between himself and Burton as he got into 3. This is not where these guys want to be running, though. A lot further back in the pack than what they want to be. As we've stated, the air back there is not good for these cars.
There is Kevin Harvick. You talk about comebacks after being involved in an incident on lap 1 with the contact with Joe Nemechek. Having to make the pit stop. Has driven his car back into the top 25. He's 23rd. He's also showing in 12th position in the point standing. So he's gained a spot today from where he was when the day began.
That 23rd spot could become a lot better here if this race continues green for a little while and things cycle around. And if these guys indeed can make it on just one more pit stop, then he could make what looked like maybe a really bad day on the first lap into something pretty good. Dave, you've got more on David Reagan?
Yep, trying that low line coming through that final corner. He does get back around Jeff Gordon, so good work today for Reagan. He's one of those guys that did stop right before the rain. They took on 2 tires. He started 16th on the day, then running around that top 15 all day long, and really the only thing that's put him back here at the end was coming down pit road, so trying to work his way back.
David Reagan not only trying to work his way back, trying to work his way into the chase. How big would that be for the second-year driver for Roush Fenway? Reagan right now 51 points back in 14th position of getting himself in the chase. And still 5 more races to go before we begin the chase to the NASCAR Sprint Cup.
Jeff Gordon was in this battle a while ago when we were showing this, and he's actually slipped back a couple of spots and apparently has some handling issues with his car, because these guys have all passed him, and we'll see Jeff coming into the screen right there. But he apparently doesn't like the way his car is driving right at this point.
24th spot is where Jeff Gordon's running right now.
Yeah, there's the where the oil or fluid from the Montoya car is on pit road. They're trying to get it swept up. Pit stops will be coming for the guys who haven't stopped in the next 7 to 9 laps. How about the 20 car?
Oh, he's got Bobby Labonte up underneath him right here. It looks like he just catches a piece of the wall. He's trying to pass Bobby Labonte on the outside.
Yeah, just got tight. Right? Yeah.
Clear low. Clear all around.
We've seen that kind of straight not affect these cars, these new cars, nearly as much as what it did the older cars.
But we saw Sam Hornish hit the wall hard a while ago and then go back passing cars. He's actually the car right in front of Tony.
Yeah, with these cars, you got to fix the wall if you hit it.
Raise the outside wall off of one there. Not by my doing, though.
Yeah, we saw it. It was definitely Bobby Labonte kind of squeezed him up there. I'm sure he didn't mean to.
No.
Teammates again going at it. Here's the 48 gun. How about here comes a 99 like a rocket right by Earnhardt Jr.
These guys are starting to move their way into the top 10, but they're still like 8 seconds behind Casey Kane.
But I don't think that's really a concern right at this moment as far as how far they're behind. They know these guys up front are going to have to make that pit stop here shortly, and I don't really think they're concerned. I think they're concerned about their little group that they're racing in there. As we see Jimmy Johnson get a little bit sideways, and Carl Edwards taking advantage of that, coming to the inside.
And Carl's had a great race car all day long.
Remember, he ran Jimmy Johnson down when they told him the rain was coming, made the pass, and pulled away.
He's not going to get this one easy.
No.
Radar, folks, the cell, there's rain above us, it's split, and there's rain below us, but right now we're in a pretty good place.
Looks like that umbrella we put up paid off, didn't it?
Absolutely. Perfect. This is what we want to see, a good race to the end.
Okay, here's what's getting ready to happen. These guys that did not pit when the rain came, here you got Casey Kane coming down pit road. They're going to start making those pit stops, and they're going to get back out in front of these guys without losing a lap.
Denny Hamlin comes down, so does Mark Martin on pit road. Got to be a critical stop for the 8 guys. They got to get it done this time.
They need to get a good stop right here.
Mike?
And Mark Martin headed down pit road. They want the car to turn just a little bit better. They're going to make a wedge adjustment and go to work on the right side right now. Pay attention to that right front tire. That's where they've had problems throughout the day. A clean stop this time, though, as we go to Jamie.
And Casey Kane, no adjustments, 4 tires for him. Last pit stop was lap 119. They had to come in. Car loves that clean air, guys, but he's going to be shuffled back. Casey Kane's down.
Tell you, it's not a bad deal right here because they got out without losing a lap. And if that caution would happen to fly right now, guess what? They still have the track position because the other guys would have to pit.
Very large.
Saw Mark Martin's guys to really step up there. They actually beat Denny Hamlin's crew out of the pits there. So that's a big plus for them that he doesn't have to mess with him on the racetrack.
There's your leader now, Greg Biffle. He just scraped the wall right when we went to him.
That's Kurt Busch behind him, who won this race a year ago. They have yet to come on. They got about a 4-lap window they can get in.
See, everybody that's within about 10 seconds of the lead can get in and out of the pits without losing a lap.
I'm looking at Matt Kenseth right now, who's in third. You know, we heard him talk that he went about 3 laps further than everybody else earlier to lead a lap. They may be trying to play a strategy here. They may get close to being able to go that just on this last stop, Andy.
They could. They could be stretching it because we had quite a few caution laps, and we're not sure just how far these guys can go.
How far can they stretch it? How long will they stay on the racetrack? Could they steal a win? We'll find out when we come back. Back at Pocono Raceway, laps clicking away here. 159 of 200 in the books, 41 to go. Kurt Busch is the leader. Greg Biffle has been on and off pit road, so Busch probably the next couple of laps. Andy got to get on the pit road himself. Kenseth, Riggs, and Vickers, those that have not made a stop, the front 4 cars.
They're going to stretch it as far as they can.
Pretty loose, but we start off tight, so I don't know what adjustments to make.
That's tough. He's loose and starts off tight. Whoa! He's loose right there, baby.
He's not lying for sure. That's a tough adjustment, though, isn't it, Andy, whenever you have something like that?
It is, because you just don't know really which way to fix it, because it's making a swing, and if you adjust it, it's just going to be maybe good at the beginning and worse at the end, and you just don't want to do that. You're trying to really make the car good over the full run. It's really a hard thing to adjust for.
40 laps to go. 77 car. Sam Hornish Jr. on pit road after running in the top 7. Dave.
And they talked about that damage to the right side. Wow, Big Cloud spoke as he locks them up coming in. They didn't think the damage was too bad, so they left him out. They will change 4 tires now and get Sam's car full of Sunoco fuel. They've had a decent run, as you guys noted, but that track position thing they played at the end, that's worked out the best for them. Now they've had to give that up.
It might come back to them, though, Dave. They're still sitting in pretty good shape. He can get off pit road and not lose a lap.
And not speed. That cost some drivers back in June late in the race, speeding on pit road. Here's Kurt Busch. He is yet to come on.
And Kurt Busch just now coming off turn 3, and Sam Hornish is coming. Wow, look at Kurt Busch slide that car. Jamie?
Yes, he is loose and tight. That has been the problem all day. Remember, he spun early on. I talked to his crew chief, Pat Tryson, earlier today, and I asked about this season, and he said it has just been disappointing. We have drivers capable of leading, and we're just not leading. Right now, Kurt is 18th in the points, but guys, he's leading right now, so you got to imagine that gives some hope and sheds some light on this team who's been down and out this season.
Yeah, great run for Scott Riggs today. He started this race 40th. He's currently running 3rd. Of course, he's coming in for his pit stop right now. Second week, that Booty Barker is coming back, and guys, we're having some problems on the track. Leader is out of gas. Kurt Busch is out of gas, guys. 2
cars slowing down. They may have stretched it a little too far coming across a tunnel turn. No banking now in turn 3, so he's at helpless, I guess, DJ. What a helpless feeling.
Yeah, there are worse spots to run out of fuel, but he definitely, it's going to cost him a lot of time, and all the strategy they played out is now out the window.
It's going to be hard to get this car to start, too. That's the biggest thing about running out of fuel, is getting that thing started back.
Yeah, and the other thing is not knowing pit road speed. You don't know exactly how fast you're going down through here because the engine isn't running.
Looks like he doesn't have to worry about that. I think he's going slow enough coming in.
Well, sometimes you think you are, but it's easy to be going faster, and that car's getting down pit road pretty fast. So it's just a feel that you don't have because normally you have the engine running and it's easier to tell. Jamie?
How long is this crawl for Kurt Busch? Right after I said it shed some hope with this team, Kurt radioed, we're out of gas. So he made the long crawl in. He's here. 4 tires, no adjustments for Kurt. You guys, disappointing day, but at least they got some laps. They salvaged some points, and right now that's what it's all about for this 2 team.
He gets 4 tires. Meanwhile, Matt Kenseth is the one left on the racetrack. And yeah, here he comes down finally toward you, Dave.
And his fuel pressure was holding strong, according to the driver. They might have been able to stretch it one more lap, but Chip Boland didn't want to take any chances, make sure it's up and running. It is definitely running. 4-tire change are going to reduce the air pressure in the right rear just a little bit. This will be close for them. They were talking amongst themselves, thought maybe 33 laps was their maximum, maybe 34. They'll need some caution if they'll make it from here.
This team really couldn't afford to gamble points-wise because of last week whenever they had the tire issue and he had such a bad finish there. They put themselves back there in the 11th spot, so they really couldn't afford to gamble today.
Brian Vickers getting his service after finishing 2nd here back in June. Had high hopes, so maybe pulling off a win here today.
Uh-oh, got another car out of fuel. 41 car, Reeks Orenson.
Yeah, engine completely shut off. He's coasting around. Been a tough year for the Chip Ganassi, Felix Sabatos operation. They have been shut out of the win column. No RPMs, nothing.
See, he's trying to get it started. He just lets the clutch out right there to see if he can pull any fuel into it. Didn't fire off, so he knocks it back out of gear.
Yeah, and sometimes you do that and you actually suck all of that fuel out of there, and just like you said, be hard to get started back.
Yeah, but he's going to have a hard time. He's trying to get to pit road. He's slow over there in turn 3. It's going to be iffy of him making it to pit road, and if he does, it's going to take a long time.
Yeah, I think he'll probably make it. As we see, the leader now is Carl Edwards. He's got his car back out front. He's about almost 2 seconds ahead of Tony Stewart at this point in time.
And if Reed Sorensen gets there, these other guys are going to be coming in a couple laps.
And if he doesn't, this is going to put these guys pitting under caution, and the guys that just pitted under green that stayed on the lead lap, they'll steal some more track position. Looks like 41's going to make it, though. He's there.
Yeah, and I've got to wonder if Jimmy Johnson and Dale Jr. aren't holding back a little bit here, making sure that they're going to be able to make it on fuel the rest of the way with this one stop.
Kyle Busch in the pits for his stop of the 18 car coming down. Carl Edwards, left side of your screen, still on the track, still a couple of laps away. Let's see what Kyle's going to do. Jamie.
And they count him down into his pit box. Kyle Busch kind of been mired there in the top 10, outside the top 10 and back in again. They're going to take right sides and left sides. No changes. Oh, they put the ratchet in the back. They did make a last-minute adjustment for Kyle Busch. And he's down and away, guys.
Kyle Busch makes a stop. Well, you heard during the red flag when we talked to Carl Edwards, he said he and Bob Osborne had talked about it, thought they could make it on one more stop, and this is that stop. Now the question is, can he go 35 laps if we stay green? 38's out of gas. 99 is on pit road.
These guys are playing the strategy of getting in as soon as they can know that they can make it from here, Andy.
Yeah, this is a road course type strategy. Mike?
And Tony Stewart on pit road right now saying he's tight in the center, good off, and the entry is getting better. That's the status of his car. The team going to work on the right side. 2 tire change there. Now 4 tire changes. They work to the left side. Jamie?
Carl Edwards was on the gas that last stint. They're going to take 4 tires here. Remember, he was one of those that pitted right before the rain, took right side tires only. He's down and away. Oh, close on pit road, but Carl Edwards gets away.
Edwards down. There's Stewart. Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Sound like Junior had a lot going on right there, didn't it?
Jeff Gordon coming out. Jimmy Johnson coming in for what should be his final stop if we stay green. Dave.
And the 38 of David Gilliland coast slowly, quietly to a stop. They've changed the 4 tires. They're filling it with fuel, but there's no fire in the belly yet. As they try to crank that car over and over, it takes a while to get it siphoned out there. The 6 of Reagan is in as well. Jamie?
Jimmy Johnson dominant in the first half of the race here. He said he's tight in the center of 3. They're going to take 4 tires for Jimmy Johnson. Again, he was one of those right before the rain, took right sides only, shuffled back to 21st. He's down and away in 13.6. Great stop for Jimmy Johnson.
All righty then, we have cycling through pit stops, and the guys that stayed out and came in earlier made up some serious ground here with regard to coming in earlier on those pit stops. And with the cycles there, Mark Martin shows himself up in 8th position. Casey Kane is 6th.
Here's our leader, David Reagan, who had inherited the lead. He's on pit road now.
We are being told a 31 car, Jeff Burton, will have a pass-through penalty because of an uncontrolled tire that wasn't controlled back on the inside part of the box. Dave.
And that was a 1-car Martin Truex who was in there in the smoke a little earlier. This is the 6 of David Reagan on pit road now. They'll make a 4 tire change as well. It's been a little bit tight getting off on the throttle all day long. That's a situation that continues to persist for him, but a good run today for the 6 car.
David Reagan showing himself only like 20 points out of the 12th position. Rainbows. Who could be parked under the rainbow here today at Pocono? Mark Martin trying to get a win, hasn't won in 81 races. Here's Jamie McMurray coming off his best finish of the year at Indianapolis when he finished 6th a week ago. There have been some close calls. Here's Carl Edwards coming out. Watch Ryan Newman coming in.
Little zigzag move, no problem.
We talk about all the room there is on this pit road, and then things still get close as they're trying to enter and exit.
31 laps to go at Pocono Raceway. NASCAR Sprint Cup action. McMurray, Bill Elliott, the 5-time winner for the Wood Brothers, showing in second spot. Back with more in a moment. Laps winding down. Our motorsports calendar will update all the racing that's taken place for the weekend on NASCAR Now, coming up 10 o'clock Eastern time. And next week, Watkins Glen qualifying for the NASCAR Sprint Cup cars, Friday, 3 o'clock Eastern time. NASCAR Nationwide Series at Watkins Glen qualifying Saturday at 10 a.m. And then on ABC, live flag-to-flag coverage Saturday, 2:30 Eastern time at Watkins Glen for the Nationwide cars. And then 1 o'clock Sunday, NASCAR Sprint Cup action at historic Watkins Glen Raceway on ESPN. So a busy weekend coming up next week in Watkins Glen, New York. Inside of 30 laps to go. In fact, it'll be 27 revolutions remaining next time by. And Casey Kane, by virtue of cycling the pit stops, it is Casey Kane, Mark Martin showing 1-2. The 88 car, Dale Earnhardt Jr., has made what probably should be his final stop. Let's listen. Let's check in his pits with Shannon.
Yeah, Doc, you heard during that stop that Dale Jr. was having problems with his brakes. Well, the troubles continue for the 88. Listen here.
All right, man. You got to get the air back in the right front tire. It's back. It's in there. Feels like it's flat getting in the tunnel. The tread just shoots right to the center of the race car. The sidewall's just giving too much flex. All right, shut the beef blower off on the right front.
Yeah, you heard him talking about the tunnel turn. Now, Tony Eury Jr. told me about 60% of the time that's where they're going to have their troubles on this racetrack, and it is certainly happening here today. For more on what's going on with that 88 car, here's Tim Brewer in the Dish Tech Center.
Thanks, Shannon. What we have here, folks, this is actually an electric fan. What it does, it blows air on the bead of the tire. Now, what Eury told him to do was turn that thing, and that what it's going to do when he turns it off, it's going to help the tire increase pressure build up here, and when it builds up pressure, it's like building up spring rate. So it's going to tighten the car up on the entry to the corner. Doc?
Tim, thank you. There's Tony Eury on pit road. And that's the guy you heard talking. And here is Dale Earnhardt Jr. Here's Denny Hamlin back in the pits for the 11 car.
Yeah, this has to be an unscheduled pit stop, I would think. I believe he was.
Well, if he had to make another pit stop before the end of the race, this might be
going to do it early. And he had lost a lot of time. I don't know. I think a lot of that was on the racetrack. So apparently the handling wasn't exactly to his suiting. So he decided to make this pit stop early, I guess, and get that last one out of the way.
He was in 9th position when he came off. Made the final stop, made this stop. Hustling it back on the racetrack.
Yeah, he's going to have to hustle and not go down a lap to Casey Kane right here. Casey's coming up hard. Looks like he'll be able to just get out in front of him.
Yeah, Casey enters that corner at 202 miles an hour. But the 11 car of Hamlin is gone by about 15, 18 car lengths.
Yeah, the good news he is on the lead lap. The bad news is there's 34 cars on the lead lap, and he is the last one.
There's the interval. Casey Kane, Mark Martin back to second. Greg Biffle is third. Kenseth fourth. Edwards fifth. And what about the driver who started back in 20th today? Maybe it's an omen. The 20 car for Tony Stewart.
He's been on the march really all day long. He's had a good car, and he's had good strategies. Zippy's doing a good job.
It looks like they finally might have got this car to more of Tony's liking here the last 50 or 60 laps of this race, which is obviously when you would really want that to happen. They've been adjusting on this car the entire time.
They made their last pit stop with 33 laps to go, and most cars can do that. Most cars can run 30 to 35 laps was our projected window, so I think they can run 33 laps. The thing is, they're going to have to do it all under green right now. We haven't had any caution laps so far in this run. Mike?
Andy, DJ, you mentioned how hard this team's worked on this car today. I mean, they were pretty far off when they started. They had to make some major adjustments, but they're still looking for that first win this year. And I spoke with his crew chief, Greg Zipadelli, this morning about what it's been like for this team, a team that's really used to being in victory lane, being shut out so far. And remarkably, Greg Zipadelli was very even-keeled. He said, look, we've had many opportunities this year, at least 4 or 5 times, where we could have gone to victory lane. He also said There have been distractions, but he said that's no excuse. We are still a very good race team, and we expect to pick up a couple of wins before the season's over.
You know, they have been in contention to win races. They have let a couple of them get away. A flat tire at Charlotte at Lowe's Motor Speedway comes to mind.
Yeah, how about the domination at New Hampshire? They led 130 plus laps there, and then the rains came. They had made a pit stop, and Kurt Busch able to stay out and get the win.
Yeah, and that's a veteran crew chief explaining that, hey, it's not like we've been terrible all the times while we haven't won. We've been in position. It's just that racing luck hasn't gone their way. They've been there a number of times, and they're professionals. They know that things are going to change for all of them next year. Tony Stewart's not going to be there, but Tony Stewart's going to give them everything that he has when he gets in the car, and Greg Zipadelli and this crew knows this. It's their benefit to give Tony what he wants to try to get to victory lane, and they're still in this chase, and they can still win the championship after all of this.
Hard to believe Tony's last win came at Watkins Glen a year ago, almost a year next week since he's been to victory lane. Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Looks like turning off that brake fan or that bead blower has helped this 88 car.
It does. Looks like Jimmy Johnson's struggling with his car. I've watched his lap times a little bit, and he may be a little looser than what he wants to be right now. This is a tough pass Junior's trying to make on the inside, but he is a little bit better car right now.
Greg Biffle in the pits coming down. Slowing down 55, headed to you, Jamie.
And Greg Irwin, the crew chief, working a little strategy here with Greg Biffle. Going to pit a little early. Been good with the car all day, and that paid off on Friday on practice. They spent a lot of time in race trim. Car's been great. They're not going to make any adjustments this stop. 4 tires. This is the money stop. We'll see if it'll hold up for Greg Biffle. Guys?
14.5 for Biffle as he pulls away. Casey Kane, remember now, Kane and Mark Martin are going to have to come in about 7 or 8 laps. They pitted on lap 155. They're going to be in about lap 185. And coming up next, Sports Center. Following our conclusion of our NASCAR Sprint Cup coverage here at Pocono Raceway, 21 laps from now. Let's think a little bit about what the strategies might be here for these final 21 laps, knowing Alan Bestwick and Rusty and Brad that these guys up front, both the 9 and 8, are going to have to pit around lap 184 to 186.
Yeah, making assumptions, Doc, that there's no caution from here to the end of the race. Do we assume that Casey Kane and Mark Martin are in a whole lot of trouble here?
Yeah, I think they're in a lot of trouble if the caution doesn't come out. I mean, that's the only thing they can hope for right now, because they're about 8 to 10 laps short of those other guys, and so they need a caution real bad if they're going to pull this thing off. There's no doubt about that, guys.
I think it's an opportunity for that too. I mean, we have had a long run here, but I know they've got their fingers crossed, and we don't want anything to happen to anyone. But boy, I'd hate to see Mark Martin lose an opportunity to get a win here. I really would.
Now, you saw Matt Kenseth's fuel gauge by our estimate on the right. We heard Dave Burns report on his pit strategy that they thought maybe they could make it. 37 to go. Dave?
So after they went green, Alan, they thought about it some more, and then Matt had this question for crew chief Chip Bowen, and this response as well.
Whenever you get a minute, Chip, just let me know if you're thinking about gambling. I'll run slow, but what I don't want to do is run slow and then have to come in for a gas to go anyway. You know what I mean? If we're going to gas to go it for sure, then I need to be on the hammer. I don't believe you can save me 3 green laps, so I'll probably have to put fuel in it.
So you hear their final decision. We will have to fuel again. They'll probably do it around lap 185, but couldn't save him 3 laps of fuel. That would have been tough.
So here's the question that I have upstairs, Andy and DJ and Doc, is we're all pretty much set on the fact that Carl Edwards is not coming in for the rest of this race, right?
Yeah, that's what we think, Alan.
So now it's a matter of how does this all play out with or without a caution flag if Carl Edwards is really now in the catbird seat of this thing.
Yeah, he looks like he is in the catbird seat. He's right now about 9.6 seconds behind leader Casey Kane right here, and Casey is going to have to make another pit stop. And obviously when he does that, Carl Edwards is going to go around him.
DJ, you've been in Casey Kane's position before. You're in the car. I guess all you can do is think, keep looking around, looking for somebody sliding behind you, looking for smoke, trying to find debris, something to get the yellow flag out.
Sure, as hard as he's driving right now, he's also using those eyes to try to spot some debris somewhere that he can report and help those guys to look a little bit, because that's really their only chance here in the next few laps is if a caution comes out, that's going to force everybody to get onto pit road, and that would be their chance to win this race.
There's Sam Hornish pulling off, but Dale, I wouldn't think that even the guys like Carl Edwards, I believe, will stay out regardless of the caution coming out. I think that's the key. If that caution comes out, the 99 stays on the racetrack. Those other guys still have to pit.
And then they got to catch him. Jamie?
Well, Doc, so far so good. Sun is shining, no rain in sight. Casey Kane must pit on lap 185. We expect him down pit road. Mike?
The last time Mark Martin was on pit road, there were 44 laps remaining. Jeff Clark, the fuel strategist for this particular team, was working hard on the calculator, trying to figure out a way to go the distance. There's just no way. The numbers add up. They will have to come out down pit road at around lap 189. Jamie?
And as the guy said in the booth, the man with the best position on the racetrack right now, Carl Edwards in the 99, he does not have to pit the remainder of the race. Guys?
Carl Edwards trying to get a win. He finishes second at Indianapolis last week and loses a position in the point standings. How do you figure that? Of course, the guy he lost it to was the guy that he was chasing at the checkered flag, Jimmy Johnson, who led the most laps. So Johnson took over fourth. Edwards moved back to fifth in the points, and now Carl Edwards looks like it's his race to lose if we stay green, although he may be pretty close on fuel. And guys, with 34 cars, 33 cars on the lead lap, you cannot afford to run out of fuel here.
Well, no, you can't, but they're in a good position. They're sitting up there in the top 5 of the points, so they can chance this a little bit more. I think an interesting thing is we heard them talk earlier that they're running something a little bit different than the other Roush cars are. They're experimenting a little bit. The experiment seems to be working pretty good, Andy.
Yeah, it does. He's got this car way out front, and I don't see anybody that can actually challenge this 99 car, because all these guys that could challenge him have to make a pit stop. The best thing that Casey Kane and Mark Martin can do is get on pit road now and try to make the most of new tires, because you've got Carl Edwards. He's running about 56.60. The leader, Casey Kane, has already slowed down 57.30 the last lap. They need to get on pit road. Losing too much time.
Here's a 17 car. You heard him say, I'm trying to save fuel, but I got to come in anyway. Matt Kenseth coming down for what should be his final stop. Headed down to Stuart Bolden and company as they will get him in. Let's go down to Dave.
And Doc, they're going to change 2 right side tires and fuel the car. Track bar adjustment as well. The car was very loose in the tunnel turn, and a quick pit stop, he may be able to pick up some positions on the others who had to pit.
Casey Kane should be coming this time. It'll be lap 185 as he comes around. If he takes the if he crosses the start-finish line on the racetrack, I got to believe, though, he's going to come off, peel off, and come down out of turn 3. Remember, Mark Martin, who pitted at the same time, thinks he can go 4 more laps. Here comes Casey Kane.
I think you can look for a 2-tire change with this 9 car and just get back out there as quick as possible.
Wanted here in June. Thought the weather may fall his way. Maybe the cautions didn't happen. Now he's on pit road. And Mark Martin will assume the lead as Casey comes down. And do they put tires? Do they take 2? Do they take none? Mark Martin on the left side of your screen. Kane in the pits. Jamie.
Well, the call for the 9 car, right sides only. Crew chief Kenny Francis saying just a normal right side stop, guys. Don't panic. Now he's down and away. He's clear.
7.5 seconds, Andy.
Great pit stop. Just a little bobble taken off out of the pit stall there.
Yeah, sometimes you're wanting to go so bad, you have that engine revved up so much that it just spins the rear tires, and looked like what happened to Casey there. Or either it could have been that the carburetor just wasn't picking it up and making it go like Casey wanted to.
What was it Mark Martin told us during the red flag? I just don't ever seem to be able to get those brakes. I really just need to be able to get a brake. Well, folks, he desperately needs one here. He needs a caution flag or something in the next 3 laps before he has to make his final stop with about 11 laps to go.
Yeah, and as Andy pointed out, I hadn't thought about it, but just like Andy said, even if that should happen, Mark's definitely going to have to hit pit road. And Carl Edwards, Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jr., those guys aren't going to be coming on pit road anymore. They're going to have enough buffer in between that it would be hard for any of these guys to catch them then.
Yeah, even a caution flag right now won't help these guys.
Coming up after our coverage, Sports Center will be updating what's going on, the latest twist in the Brett Favre saga, the comeback of the season. A sloppy play opens the door for the comeback in the Bronx. College football storylines. You know, Matt Weiner and Scott Reese will have all that and more on Sports Center coming up here just momentarily after 14 more laps at Pocono Raceway.
There's Mark coming down pit road. You look for the same thing here, right sides, Mike. Mike?
And yeah, Mark came over the radio just as he hit the tunnel turn, said fuel pressure dropped, and Tony Gibson immediately called him down pit road. They're going to make a change on right sides only and a wedge adjustment on Mark Martin's car.
Nice clean stop.
See where he comes out. He came in as the leader. Carl Edwards now assumes the lead. There's Carl trying to get win number 4. All 3 of the Ford wins in 2008 have belonged to Carl Edwards. Winning at California, Las Vegas, and Texas.
When you come by here, about 12 laps to go when you come by. We'll see if it does come out. Hopefully it doesn't.
Dodge has won the last 2 events here at Pocono. Chevy that won the 3 previous to that. It's been a while since Ford's been to victory lane here. And Roush Fenway and Carl Edwards trying to change that here 12 laps from now.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I'm here doing a little calculating myself. If Carl Edwards wins this thing, he's going to be completely out of gas the way I'm figuring it right to the very end. I mean, most of these guys have been running right at 34 to 35 laps. Mark Martin could only run 33 laps that time. I got Carl Edwards just bringing this baby home right at lap 200, so he's going to be on fumes is the way it looks.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one because he's got to go 33 laps. Jimmy Johnson is second. He's going to have to go 1 less than that. He'll have to go 32 to make it to the end.
And boy, if we get a green-white checkered, Andy, these guys could be in trouble.
They could be, Rusty. You're right.
I think the most Carl has gone today is 31.
Yeah, but they didn't stretch it on those. They were getting down pit road, making sure they didn't run out of fuel. This time they'll try to suck every bit of fuel out of that tank and take it as far as they can.
A week ago, it was Carl Edwards chasing Jimmy Johnson.
Right now, Carl Edwards could slow up. He's got a 5.8-second lead. He could actually slow up some and get a lot better fuel mileage. And I'm sure that Bob Osborne is telling him to slow up a little bit.
Yeah.
We are being told also the 29 car of Kevin Harvick does not have to pit. What a comeback for Harvick after being involved in a spin on lap 1, going all the way to the back of the pack in jeopardy of, actually he was out of the top 13, back to 14th in the points, and now Harvick showing 7th overall. If he can hold on, that would be an impressive finish considering how they began the day.
Well, he's got just as good a shot to make it to the end as Carl Edwards. They both pitted on the same lap, lap 167. He should be able to make it if Carl can.
Yeah, and as we watch Kevin Harvick here, just to clarify, Tony Stewart is in second spot. He got off the scoring monitor for a second there and had a lot of us confused. I was actually looking down to make sure that he was still on the racetrack. But Tony Stewart is second, a little over 6 seconds behind Carl Edwards. Jimmy Johnson third, Dale Jr. fourth. And our points leader, Kyle Busch, has made an incredible day. We've seen him almost spin out, seen him run into the wall, and he's sitting in 5th spot right now.
Yeah, given the fact, by the way, Tony Stewart sort of, that's what you call flying under the radar. They can't even score you. Tony Stewart in second spot. Jimmy Johnson is third.
4th spot is the 88 car, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Shannon?
Yeah, and he is struggling with this car. He said that it's so loose he can barely hang on. His spotters tell him to just back up the corner and roll it through, but he is hanging on for this car, hanging on to 4th spot.
Well, I'll give you that. He saw on that steering wheel. He's only got to do it 10 more laps.
Yeah, you say only 10 more laps at a 2.5-mile racetrack. I was going to assure you, sitting in that seat, he's wishing it was about a lap and a half to go.
There's the 8 car, Mark Martin, and he is hustling for all he has worked. After that pit stop, Martin is now driven back into 17th position and is trying to move in on Matt Kenseth for 16th spot.
Dale, does fatigue at this racetrack come into play here in these last 10 laps?
Well, you like to think that it wouldn't. The drivers that work on their conditioning and get themselves ready for this, they're not thinking about that right now. And actually, the adrenaline and everything kind of outweighs that. And so, you might, once you get out of the car, feel that. But right now, you're just getting everything that you can. As we see Mark Martin trying to go around Matt Kenseth. And as we look at Matt Kenseth, as things stand right now, he's the guy on the outside looking in of that top 12. With everything that's taken place here with Harvick's comeback and the 07 having a comeback here, he's sitting in 9th spot for Clint Boyer. Matt Kenseth is actually that guy that's in 13th spot.
Yeah, 14-point differential between 12th and 13th between Boyer and Kenseth right now. So that and losing that spot there doesn't help Matt. By the way, the big gainer could be Carl Edwards. He came in 5th today, and right now, if he holds the position, he will gain 2 spots in the points to 3rd and jump in front of the 31 of Jeff Burton and the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. Here again, the 18 car of Kyle Busch, who finished 43rd here back in June. Remember, he hasn't been that good on the flat tracks. Finished 38th at Martinsville, 25th at Loudon, and now moving in on Dale Earnhardt Jr. That's for the 4th spot.
Yeah, we saw earlier when these guys came out of the pits that Dale Jr. was trying to take the 3rd spot or pass Jimmy Johnson for what would be 3rd spot right now. But he's had so many problems. He's fallen about 5 seconds behind Jimmy Johnson, and now he loses the 4th spot to Kyle Busch.
For those of you tuning in, Sports Center is coming up next. 7 laps to go. We will be headed over to our Sports Center coverage coming up next here at the conclusion of our NASCAR Sprint Cup coverage here at Pocono Raceway. Back up front, Carl Edwards is 7 laps away from getting win number 4. Jamie.
Well, Doc, crew chief for Carl Edwards, Bob Osborne just told him fuel could be an issue, guys. This is what they said on the radio.
How you doing on saving that fuel, buddy?
Haven't really been saving any.
Okay, just coast a couple laps for me, bud. That way we got a green light checkered if we need it.
Carl did sound a little bit surprised. He said, I haven't been saving at all, so now he's trying to back it off just a little bit. But DJ, Andy, Doc, how hard would it be to conserve at this point in the race?
Well, but Bob Osborne should have been telling Carl when all those guys pitted to back off a little bit. You got a 5, 6, 7 second lead. Let's just back off here and save fuel.
Yeah, in 7 laps, you're not going to save much. I don't care. You know, he's got almost a 7-second lead, but they should have been telling him this long ago. I believe that's why Tony Stewart backed up a little bit, was he's thinking maybe that the 99 doesn't have enough fuel at the pace that he was running. So they should have been alerting him to this long before, and you can make up some time, but not in 6 or 7 laps.
Yeah, once they saw they were going to have a pretty good lead over the cars that they were going to have to race to the end, that's when I would be on the radio telling my driver, hey, let's just back up, give up a few tenths of a second, maybe even a half a second a lap.
That time by Carl Edwards back down almost 7/10 of a second. He is 7/10 of a second a lap slower than Tony Stewart. Of course, he had a 6.5 second lead over Stewart in 2nd spot.
Yeah, he'll need to give up some more of that lead. And you see Stewart just now getting to the start-finish line, so he's got a little buffer. He can slow up just a little bit. He's got 5 laps. See Jimmy Johnson coming into the picture right behind this 20 car.
What would this mean to Tony Stewart? A 34 race winless streak, 0 for 20 in 2008. Jimmy Johnson back in 3rd.
If Tony's saving any, though, he's got to be careful that Jimmy Johnson is there and is actually outrunning him about a half a second a lap, too. So he could be a factor in this before it's over.
That's the tough part when you're trying to save fuel. You're trying to hold somebody off. It's just so hard to do.
Yeah, we need you to save fuel, but we don't want you to let anybody pass you either.
Let's see what the fuel windows look like here in terms of the computer calculations here and the estimation of what's in the tank. Oh, boy.
There again, that's just our calculation. I know these drivers would want to see that fuel gauge right now.
You can see Carl Edwards there. He's drafting these guys as much as he possibly can. You saw him run down the front straightaway behind the 7 car, Robbie Gordon. He's going to try to get up in front and not lose too much time here now and maybe jump onto the 77 to save as much fuel as he possibly can in these last 6 laps. He's got 4 to go now.
Tony Stewart ran a 56.88, and that lap by Carl Edwards ran almost a 57.5 second lap, so almost a second differential. Jack Roush watching.
He can give up a second a lap. He's got a 6-second lead right now. I'm sure Bob Osborne's telling him everything he needs to know right here.
Got a slow car on the bottom of 6, a 96 car.
Jack Roush does the calculations on fuel for those cars, so he's the guy that's telling you what it is.
I don't know if you heard that right there, but they were just telling him that there was a slow car in 6. Now, we've had this discussion before, and Jeff Burton brought it up about why we have turns 1, 2, and 3, and not 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and 5 and 6. And that's what these guys call, apparently, is they were alluding to the exit of turn 3 being turn 6.
Don't confuse me.
Exit turn 2 right now.
We thought they were gone to Watkins Glen already.
Really?
They're racing each other, the 48 and the 88.
Oh, boy.
It looks like Jimmy Johnson's backed off quite a bit now, or actually he's just gotten real loose.
Yeah. You know, and sometimes whenever you slow down, the car drives worse. You know, he was driving it where it was comfortable, and you have to slow down, then that makes the car do different things. The attitude of the car changes a little bit, so it makes it a little bit more difficult at times.
Okay, here we go. We're getting just about 2 laps to go here. See some
Don't worry
smoke.
about that smoke. It's just pit road smoke. 56.91 to a 56.99. 5-second lead. 2 laps to go, bud.
18, the points leader in the pits with 2 laps to go. How big would this be for the 18 car of Kyle Busch? Thought he was going to have a top 5 finish. There are 31 cars on the lead lap. And Kyle's going to try to come in and get a splash of fuel and get back out in a hurry.
He's got to hurry, and hopefully he can get this car started. I'm sure he was out of fuel. The only reason he came down pit road. It's a long pit stop. There you go. They may have to shoot it again with that fuel to get it going. This is going to take a while to get him off pit road.
And Kyle Busch, by the way, pitted on the same lap that Carl Edwards pitted. Kyle is out of gas. Edwards has got a lap to go to the checkered flag.
They only have a certain number of spots they can push that car, right, Andy, down pit road.
3
and
pit
that car's not running.
They'll have to push it back to their pit.
Pass-through penalty being called for the 18. If he can get back on the racetrack, going to be a moot point here. But the question is, does Carl have enough fuel on the final lap?
The team's holding their breath right here. You can't see the car. All you're looking towards turn 3 and just hoping you see that car come off the corner. So far, so good for Carl. Into the tunnel turn.
And Carl is back in the throttle because...
This is the last lap, right? To be checkered flag this time by, bud.
We said this team has been performing exceptionally well, and they've done everything right today. On the racetrack, in the pits, making the right calls, and it's going to get them another victory, it looks like.
Great car, outstanding strategy, and an impressive drive by Carl Edwards. He takes win number 4 on the season.
You are a wheel man. Cannot live without you, brother. I appreciate your efforts every day. Thank you.
48's out of fuel across the line.
88 car, we're also told maybe out of fuel. 48 is definitely out. There's the 88 of Earnhardt Jr.
Man, how about Kevin Harvick?
Here comes Gordon. He looks like he's out of fuel, too. These guys are coasting to the line trying to race each other.
Right? We won. You won, buddy. You won. You are the winner.
Dale Jr., the 88 car, was out of fuel. He just did coast by, but Matt Kenseth actually beat him to the line to come in 11th.
And Jeff Gordon coasted by and beat both of them, I guess. Jeff Gordon was able to get in front of the 17 and the 88. Let's go down to Shannon.
Yeah, big congratulations goes out to Bob Osborne. You guys survived this marathon day for your 4th win. What are you going to remember most about this day?
Oh, fight with my driver during the rain delay. You know, we had, I thought we should stay out, and he asked me what we would do if we thought it was going to finish the race, and I told him we would put 2 tires on it. So he came down and we pitted and put 2 tires on it. You know, he had a premonition that we wouldn't get rained out. I'm glad he did, because I thought we were done for the day, and that would have really killed our strategy. So kudos to Carl Edwards. That's what makes a great team. You know, everybody has to have an idea now and again, and he did a great job today. I really appreciate it.
And I'll let you go celebrate with your team in victory lane. Congratulations.
Here's Carl Edwards. Listen to this crowd. They wanted to see that signature somersault that Carl gives them when he wins. And he's now done it for the 4th time in 2008, 2nd time in his career here at Pocono Raceway. Teammates, a little helping hand from the bumper from Casey Mears to get Jeff Gordon back to pit road. Tony Stewart will finish 2nd. Jimmy Johnson coast down to finish 3rd. Kevin Harvick, what a comeback. Great job by Kevin Harvick and the 29 team for Todd Berrier to finish 4th. David Reagan finishes 5th. Clint Boyer 6th. Casey Kane 7th. Mark Martin was 8th. McMurray 9th. And Jeff Gordon rounding out the top 10. Here are the point standings. Carl Edwards gains a couple of spots. He lost a spot by finishing 2nd in Indianapolis. He will gain 2 positions and move up to 3rd in the points with this win here today. Dave.
And we'll talk with Tony Stewart now. Tony's just hopped out with a second place finish today. How did you do that?
I don't know. I think the track got tighter after the restart there, after we had the red flag, and my car was really loose all day. And right after the restart, we were pretty decent. So can't complain. I mean, it came to us finally, and finally got a good run and stayed with us all day.
Strategy at the end worked well for you guys as well.
Yeah, but we were on the same strategy as a bunch of other guys. We didn't get the second because of a trick or anything today. So, we were on the same plan, the 99 and the 48 and 88 and all those guys up front. So, just proud of where we finished. These guys did a really good job and stuck with it all day. All the Home Depot guys did an awesome job.
Strong run for Tony today.
That moves him up a spot in the points as well, up to 9th position. Here's the 44 car, David Rudiman, coming out on fuel. Guys, your thoughts on what we saw today?
Just a great race. A lot of different things playing out, but I think the best car won the race today.
Yeah, and the 9 car, Casey Kane, he gambled for the win and he came home still in the top 10 and 7th spot, so it worked out.
Jimmy Johnson coasting across to finish 3rd, and he's now 4th overall in the point standings. Carl Edwards climbs out in victory lane. Jamie.
Doc, last time we talked to Carl, he wasn't so sure about that call. So, Carl, last time we talked to you, you argued with your crew chief about the call to pit right before the rain. How are you feeling about that call and that argument?
It's good. I was going to grab this thing. I got one of these new phones. They're awesome, the Samsungs. Mine's smaller. Just unbelievable. Bob and I were we were really arguing, trying to make a little light of it, but we thought we made the wrong call. I just can't thank all my guys enough, everybody for hanging tough. Everybody at Office Depot. We've had an unbelievable run with Office Depot. Ford Motor Company, they make the best cars out there. Proud to drive them. Fighting Water, Under Armour, Sprint, everybody, this is good.
Carl, how about Bob Osborne told me you guys were going to run an experimental setup, and you kind of looked shocked. What do you think about that setup, and are you going to run it the rest of the year?
Assuming we pass tech, Bob's the smartest guy in the world. He's a really smart guy, very intelligent, and man, I hope we can be together for a long time. Just really happy. It's good. Happy birthday, Penny, and just everybody that suffered losses this week. We're with you, but it's cool that we got to run this thing. And I was feeling really nervous that we made the wrong call there. That was good though.
What a day for Carl Edwards. He moves up to 3rd in the points. Alan.
Hi, Jamie. So it's on to Watkins Glen next Sunday for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Our coverage starts at 1 Eastern Time. Sports Center's next. And we are all done from Pocono Raceway. More post-race coverage. NASCAR Now, 10 o'clock Eastern Time tonight, ESPN2. So Carl Edwards is the winner at Pocono. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. A gallon of gas is really expensive when you run out of it, like Kyle Busch did. For Carl, he had just enough. So long from Pocono.
Look out, you got your blinders.